Good morning, everyone. สวัสดีครับ and welcome to REDeFiNE Tomorrow 2025, the global DeFi and Web3 virtual summit, brought to you by SCB 10X and Bloomberg. My name is Tanwa Pontiff, Senior Advisor at SCB 10X, and I am honored to be your host for the next 2 days. This year is the 6th year of REDeFiNE Tomorrow. Our theme is Building Through Cycles, a call to action and a reminder that some of the best innovation emerges in uncertain times. Let's begin with the opening remark. Please welcome our CEO of SCB 10X, Kaviwut Tempuapat.
Hello everyone, welcome to REDeFiNE Tomorrow 2025, the annual Global DeFi and Web3 Virtual Summit, which will take place over the next 2 days. I am Kaviwut Tempuapat, CEO of SCB 10X, and I'm honored to kick off the event today. This is the 6th year of REDeFiNE Tomorrow, and SCB 10X is once again partnering with Bloomberg to bring this event to a broader audience. A little bit about SCB 10X. SCB 10X is a venture capital arm of SCBX Group, one of the largest financial institutions in Southeast Asia where the crypto market thrives. We invest in blockchain, Web3, AI, and deep tech. We have invested over $600 million to support emerging startups globally and will continue to do so. SCB 10X is one of the earliest financial institutions to join blockchain and Web3 space. We invested early in Ripple since 2016. We've made over 20 investments in blockchain infrastructure and applications that parallel traditional finance. In addition to our investments, SCB 10X supports collaboration between our portfolio companies, strategic partners, and SCBX business to create value-added ventures that unlock new growth opportunities. For example, since 2020, we integrated Ripple technologies to reduce costs of cross-border transaction for our 16 million customers. Last year, we worked with Circle, 5Blocks, Solana to spearhead our stablecoin initiatives. Just last month, we co-host event with Elliptics during Money 2020 to create awareness for the ecosystem here in Bangkok. In Q1 2025, the crypto market showed a mixed picture. While overall market cap and DeFi TVL saw strong year-over-year gains of 17% and 37% respectively, both experienced significant quarter-over-quarter declines, reflecting short-term market corrections. But in contrast, venture capital activity surged, with blockchain and crypto VC funding nearly doubling compared to Q1 2024 and increasing 40% from the previous quarter. Despite fewer deals, the rise in capital deployed signals growing investor confidence in the space, even amid market volatility. As one of the community leaders here, we are hosting REDeFiNE Tomorrow 2025, the annual Global DeFi and Web3 Virtual Summit with over 50 speakers and moderators, coming together to bring 27 sessions to the audience. We are thrilled to have participants across 80 countries joining for this summit. On behalf of SCB 10X, I'd like to thank all the speakers, moderators, Bloomberg, and SCB 10X team for making this event happen. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of REDeFiNE Tomorrow 2025. Please enjoy and hope to see all of you soon.
All right, and hello everyone. We're here today with two very influential people within the blockchain space, Stephen, CEO and co-founder of Arbitrum, and Sriram, CEO and founder of EigenLayer. My name is Rishi from Google Cloud. We have a lot to unpack here, so why don't we just get straight into it. I'm going to start off with a couple of questions on the academia side. Both of you have transitioned from academic research at top universities to build some of the most critical infrastructure in blockchain. Stephen, you developed Arbitrum at Princeton, and Sriram, you led the University of Washington blockchain lab. I guess the question over here I have is, how did your academic experience shape your approach to solving real-world challenges? Stephen, why don't we start with you?
Absolutely, and great to be here today. Thank you for having us. For us at Onchain Labs, the academic roots has really impacted us in so many ways, right? From the entire like approach to what we do, like the academic approach. So we want to solve the hardest problems. We're not afraid to tackle the hardest problems, but also we want to practically solve the hardest problems. And there are different types of research. There are some researchers that will work on problems that are, really for beauty and may never have an application or may have an application centuries later. I've always been in the camp of really working on problems that have a near-term solution, something that I've much more applied, I'll say, which you take tools from the academic literature that haven't been applied in this context or develop new tools with the ultimate goal of solving problems. So that's basically the approach that we started off at Princeton with Ed and Harry, and we've continued to today, which is let's take the hardest problems, let's not shy away from them, let's not try to move around them, and let's actually take them head on and solve those. But even if you look at the culture of our company as well and the ethos of the space, it's a very much, meritocracy. There's people don't care about titles or, it's really the good ideas are what stand. That's something that, is very much inspired from the academic context where you have things like blind reviews. And the idea is that it's really just about solving the problems, the best ideas, wherever they come from. It doesn't matter if I'm the CEO and you just joined the company yesterday. If you have an idea that's better than me, I want your idea to win. And that's something that deeply permeates everything we do.
Awesome. That sounds like a great approach and honestly a great culture. So Sriram, would love to hear your view. So academic experience shaping up how you solving these real world problems.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rishi. Great to be here, Stephen and you, to do this chat. My background is I used to be at the University of Washington, Seattle as an associate professor, used to run the UW Blockchain Research Lab, used to work on computational genomics and AI before I got into blockchains. One of the kind of trajectory that I went through is I think it's related to a point that Stephen made, which is some academics, they're kind of the main driver is purely curiosity, right? So they work for, I just want to understand this and then go deep into it. I used to be extremely on that camp. I just work on what interests me the most. And over a 10-year period, I migrated from a curiosity oriented to impact oriented. And then as you start moving towards this gradient from curiosity to impact, start seeing, oh, actually how do I make effective changes? For example, we built this protocol at the University of Washington and consensus protocol called Prism. And we wanted to get it be used. And we went to the Bitcoin guys and Ethereum guys and said, hey, here's the consensus protocol. Why don't you use it? And they're like, yeah, maybe it's cool, but no, thank you. I had very little appreciation of how hard it is to for these complex decentralized networks to actually do any kind of upgrades, and especially Bitcoin committed to immutability or near immutability. So having seen that, I think I would say even the starting point of why we did eigenlayer. So eigen in German for your own layer. And the idea is instead of us, as the academic innovating and building something on top, can we build a framework, a substrate for many other academics and thinkers and builders all around the world to actually build anything that they want on top of a common platform? And I saw this as the unique power of crypto itself is you have normally if you want to have somebody build a trusted service like a financial exchange, you need to trust them, right? And what crypto uniquely did is it said, hey, if I'm building a smart contract on top of Ethereum, I don't need to trust you. I need to trust Ethereum, the blockchain, that system on top of which you're building. And therefore, it opened up the scope for anybody to be innovative, right? And innovation being a core driving value in academics, I think that's something that fascinated me. But there was no such commensurate thing when you go deeper into the stack, right? I want to build a whole new blockchain, but I don't want so the only way you could do it is to spin up your own token and say hey, my token's securing my own network, and then build a network around that. And I saw this as one of the big frictions in the whole space. And I said, if I'm struggling to be able to bootstrap myself, then there must be lots of others who are trying, struggling with the same problem. Could we just build a network that helps anybody come and innovate and build new stuff on top? So I would say that principle like of innovation kind of like translated into like our core value at Eigen, which is permissionless innovation, which is all the way in the name, like Eigen layer. So that's number one. Number two, I think there is also there is the thing that from academics I do not do, like, which is one of the things I was very worried about is like running a research lab. Like Eigen's not a research lab. It's a product-oriented company. And for me, like that was one of the big worries is like, I don't want to make this just because, my own biases, like actually, inventing new and cool stuff. We have to actually have an output objective and then drive the company towards that and construct a highly diverse team, diverse in the background and skill sets, like whether it's somebody who has like worked in big companies and ran big teams, or somebody who's just like never gone to college, right? And like, our team is like that. It's like actually a very unique kind of team. And like we bring in all these different cultures together. And part of the thing that I'm trying to avoid is to make it a purely academic research oriented team. So that's
Yeah, but I've had the pleasure of working with a bunch of people in academia from one of my own startups in the past, and one of the things you said over there was that mentality shift from curiosity to impact. I think is very important and really interesting to hear from your side. Stephen, I'll go back to you. So the Arbitrum project began as academia research, as you mentioned, and got published in 2018. Looking back, what surprised you the most about that transition from going from theoretical framework into a production system handling, $12 billion in TVL and probably growing by the time I've said this. But yeah, what is that like? I guess what surprised you the most in that transition?
Yeah, I think that it's very, very different building, writing a paper and building a system that even if there's code that doesn't really have to, has to compile in this local environment and has to basically convince, say, a reviewer or other academics that there's value there, which is very important. And actually the roots of everything and the foundation of everything we've done to actually going and building a fully complete system that lives in production. And you need to actually figure out every parameter and every detail. When you're building an academic paper and you're trying to prove a new concept, you'll focus on the innovation and the rest will kind of just like, paper over like, yeah, you can set that parameter or something. Actually, a good example is in the Arbitrum initial paper, we talked about you have to have some layer one. We didn't even talk about what that. We said it could be Ethereum, but it didn't actually, the earliest roots of Arbitrum even predate Ethereum. But the idea was predate Ethereum being live in production, I should say, right? Because Arbitrum, if you go back on YouTube and you look for the very first video, you'll find a fall 2014 Princeton seminar video. Of course, Ethereum went live in July of 2015. And the idea is that's okay because you're building a system you're allowed to like plug in the theoretical parts, fill those in and say, just stub those in with something, and then you have this really, really cool system. But when you're actually building a production system that, as you said, is securing billions of dollars of real value and you need to make sure that every detail is correct, that it's secure, that it's audited, right? The fact that it works on paper doesn't mean that it actually will work in production. If you're like as an analogy, if you're planning a big party, right, when you're in academia, you're kind of just focusing on the big hit dishes, like the really signature dishes. But when you're actually planning the party, you have to make sure that there are plates and cutlery and everything else and napkins, because otherwise, like this party won't work very well at all. So just focusing on all of those little details. Some of them might be, excuse my words, but boring, right? Like, not the most exciting things. As academics, we like to focus on the more exciting problems, but translating that to a real system, I think, is really about getting every single detail correct. And it's very, very, very difficult. And actually, the second thing I would say is also that was on the technical side, but on the non-technical side, it's also the community. You can have amazing technology, which is you can publish an academic paper on, you can actually fill out all those details. But at the end of the day, if nobody cares or you haven't convinced people that it's interesting and the people that are actually going to use a system, that it's not really worth very much because, in the realm of ideas, it's worth a lot. But in the realm of actually building a public system, those billions of dollars of TVL don't come from nowhere. It actually comes from people who have to be convinced, hey, this is interesting. This is different. I want to use this system. I think this is better than what I'm currently doing. So actually a focus on we can't do this alone. We can't go to our ivory tower or wherever we are and write a paper or even build a system and just expect it to be adopted in the world. You need a community of builders, a community of developers, a community of just users and others that are going to use a system, develop it, build alongside you. Those are critically important things and probably one of the most difficult things to get right because the academic parts, the technical parts, those are very much in your control. If you're a person or a team that has good talent and good ideas, you can build a very interesting system. But actually building a community around it, I think, is incredibly difficult. And it's something I think that Shriram has also done a fantastic job at EigenLayer, which is taking these academic ideas and actually getting people just extremely excited about them.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong here, but a lot of the time I've seen, startups come out of the academia side and everything is going well and everything, but just timing. Sometimes it's just the wrong timing, right? And that's an unfortunate side of it too that sometimes we see. But fortunately
I
enough
think
for you
the
guys,
timing
yeah.
can go wrong in one of two ways.
Hmm.
Just like something
Yeah,
there.
yeah, please.
When like there is so some of the academics who came out and like wanted to do things like layer one blockchains, they because money was flush at some point of time, people just like fund these things, and you just have a lot of money and like no signal on actually how to optimize and get to product market fit. And so that is one kind of error because as I look back at our attempt, like I was mentioning, like Bitcoin, taking our protocols to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then they said no, and then we're like, okay, maybe we just have to build our own blockchain. And then we tried for some time actually, like, and we said like we're not first writing a white paper, let's just like build a blockchain, and then we just like built it. And then we are like, okay, let's go raise money. And we couldn't actually raise money. It was actually three professors, me, David at Shea, who's at Stanford, and Pramod, who's at Princeton. And we just couldn't raise money.
Mm.
And so I was like, oh, how come like all these other professors raised money easily? And but what that does is it corrupts the signal because you think like,
Mm.
oh yeah, they've given me a lot of money, which means I must be doing something right. And then, but actually, like they're giving you money to like go and figure out what is the right thing to do. And I think taking signal from VCs is, I think, like the biggest error that somebody from academics moving into like this thing can do. Take signal from customers,
Interesting.
like the people Stephen was just talking about, like the ones who actually matter and the ones you have to convince to actually come and build on top of your platform.
I remember it was 2018. It was the very first time we were announcing that we're actually commercializing this and building a company. I know it's also like different communities. We felt we were like, we were well respected in the academic community. We were one of the, earliest and blockchain labs at Princeton, and we were well known and had, a lot of
Steve
respect in
is
the
the co-author
community.
of a famous book on blockchains. I learned my blockchain
Thank
in
you. But when we got into this conference, it was in San Francisco, it was a CESC conference, and Ed and I were there, and Ed got up on stage and announced Arbitrum, and I just could figure that like, okay, we announced this thing, and like everyone's gonna care. And like I remember like, all right, where's the line of people to talk to us afterwards? And the line like didn't show up. But yeah, to Shriram's point, you actually have to go and convince people and understanding who to convince and understanding what the milestones you celebrate are. Like raising capital is very important. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for our earliest investors. But that's like, okay, day one, you raise capital. Now you actually have to go and take that money and say, all right, I need to do something with it. Nothing I've done until now required money. I just sat and wrote a paper. Now I need to figure out how to take the paper plus this money and build something that's worth, really serves and creates a lot of value for a lot more people. And I think that's something which is, yeah, not no, there's no book on that, I guess.
That actually kind of leads me to my next question, which is it's for both of you, either of you. Like, both of you have the whole theme of this event is building through cycles, right? For REDeFiNE, and you've navigated multiple crypto cycles through your academic days as well as building these companies. I guess a question I have is how has building through the bear market specifically, how has that been, and how has that actually strengthened, I guess, your infrastructure and platforms? But
I can
either one of
open.
you, yeah, Sriram, please.
Yeah. Um, Building through a bad market is, I think, one of the best things that can happen to like long-term projects. I think like the failure mode of like a bear market is you just completely run out of capital.
Mm.
If there is things like resizing that teams may have to do, and but as long as there is just enough capital to continue to build, I think a bear market is the best thing that can happen to a long-term builder, because there is like a little bit of a frenzy, and every crypto investor knows these cycles, and they have like all kinds of predictions and numbers.
Mm.
But still they undergo the frenzy, which is like when the number goes up, everybody feels like they're a genius and they just like throw money around, and when the number goes down, which it all inevitably does, and then they just freeze and there's no money to go around. They don't invest in any projects. It's like the opposite of like value investing, or whatever Warren Buffett would say. And so that's just like pervades the space, because, of course, a lot of retail trading is reflexive, like, oh, momentum or whatever trades that people do, like number goes up, they buy more. But also, it's true for VCs, which is a bizarre combination here, because a lot of VCs also run like liquid portfolios. So it just like warps the whole mind space. But building through a bear market is actually like a really strong signal, gives you signals across various dimensions. Like, first, what matters, right? People think like, anything that I do like is going to work when the number is up. Like, whereas and when like in the bear market, everybody's like has to be focused. We need to figure out what matters. We need to figure out which customers matter. We need to figure out what products matter. We need to figure out what features matter. So I think, yeah. So my take is actually it's one of the best things that can happen to long-term deals.
Got it. Steven, do you wanna take a crack at it?
Yeah, basically agree. And I think the hard thing about a bear market is survival. So you really need to prepare, and it's very hard because, like, to Shriram's point, when everything's going well, it's like bliss and like the market's up and it just keeps going, and you can't really like imagine there will be another rainy day, right? Even though we've seen the cycles multiple times, like it's in the moment, it's easy to forget about and say, oh, hey, okay, I don't need to prepare for the future. Like, let's just spend everything now, the money will be here. But like the important thing is actually, as a founder, is to stay disciplined and make sure, in my case, I like to keep 3 years of runway around, right? Because 3 years is obviously a long time, and allows you to just keep building. It says no matter what happens, I don't have to pay attention to the market right now. Obviously, we'd all like the market to go up, but ultimately, I know that I can do work at least for the next 3 years, and often it's more than that, but at least for the next 3 years, I don't have to worry about the market. I know that we're safe and secure. And that gives you the luxury and the freedom, and not only you, but everyone that's depending on you to know, hey, we're in a strong spot. We like the market to go in the same, we all like the market to go in the same direction, but ultimately, we'll be able to keep building and building what we think is important. And that's actually the most important thing, because as a builder, it's during the times of frenzy that you have a lot more pressure from people, actually. It's like, hey, you need to build this right now. We need this feature right
Yeah.
now. During the times of like the bear market, like, yeah, no one wants to talk to you. They don't actually care, don't worry about it. And actually, this happened initially when we built the company. It wasn't exactly the same thing with the bear market, but like people didn't think, when I raised capital initially in 2018, a lot of investors would say, and obviously we found some very good investors who were aligned with our mission, but back then a lot of people said to me, I don't think scaling is a real problem. I don't think there's going to be a problem in the next 5 years. I think we have a lot, bigger problems. What happens is a year or two later, scaling became the number one problem that everyone was focused on. And these same investors came back and said, where are you guys already? Why didn't you launch yet? So, well, thankfully we found other people to give us capital because you weren't interested back then, but these things take time to build, and those pressures come back. So it's during the time, particularly if you have strong conviction and you think there's going to be long-term value, right? I never know what the markets are going to do. Never take short-term investment advice from me. But the idea is, if you believe you're building something long-term, it's a bear market that gives you the ability to focus, because no one is bothering you, no one's asking questions, no one's actually interested in what you're necessarily doing right now. You continue to build that, and then when the cycle comes around and everyone says, "Oh my gosh, we need this right now," you're there and said, "Yes, I had the foresight to see this." And that's one of the nice things about academia and that background as well. To tie back to before, you're always like deeply convicted about what you're building, and you're used to building things that no one sees the value in yet, and you have to actually make that case to the world. And
Yeah.
what's really nice is actually when you have the freedom to do that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was at an early employee at BlockFi, so I definitely saw my share of bear and bull markets. And I think one thing I walked away from, and I'm seeing it at Google, you see it at Google with AI and all, anything that's it's new, right? It's still a young industry, blockchain, obviously, and AI is not young per se, but it's going through its own kind of growth. And when it's good, it's super good. And when it's bad, it's like the world has ended, right? And those extremes is hard to manage internally because the demands are just so different, right? So it's really interesting to hear your views.
Yeah, I
Shriram,
was gonna say,
yeah.
as a founder, like, we all experience highs and lows, but as a founder, the pendulum swings, I think, more dramatically to the,
Yeah.
to the highs and lows. And also you'll have the lowest of lows and the highest of highs could be within days or even hours of each other, right? Oh no, I think everything's over, we're done, to wow, everything's amazing. We just landed the biggest deal. And literally, it's like being able to deal with that emotional roller coaster, I think is one of the hardest things about being a founder. And I think in a typical, job where you're sort of part of a larger organization and cushion from that, they'll have highs and lows, but they're typically, I think, a little
Mhm.
less steep in their curve.
I found it hard to relate to other people, well, other people to relate to what I was going through because it's like you're so, like you said, it can happen within a few days, right? So people like, what is going on?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get into a little bit of nitty gritty. Sriram, for you, your analogy of cities don't have armies, but nation have armies is compelling for shared security. Critics have been Vitalik has warned about systemic risks if too many services rely on the same batch of ether. So what are your kind of thoughts around the concerns of putting all eggs in one security basket?
Amazing. Thanks for that question, Rishi. Uh, I think this is, one of the things that coming from an academic roots, we took this question kind of like super seriously, and I think we've made both like foundational theoretical progress, but also like practically built some really cool things based on that. So let me start with the premise. Like EigenLayer is this restaking platform, right? So the core idea of restaking is like you stake in Ethereum and stake into other networks, right? And the same thing, like you can just abstract even inside EigenLayer. Inside EigenLayer, there are right now like 50 plus services. We call them AVSs, autonomous verifiable services. Autonomous because they run on their own. They're not run by anybody. What do I mean by they run on their own? Anybody who has ETH or whatever tokens can come and stake and keep them running. So it's kind of permissionless to keep them running. And then second is verifiable. It's verifiable because if you didn't run the service correctly, there's an on-chain slashing contract that can actually like hold the staker to account and replace them and take their money away. So these are autonomous verifiable services. And so when you think about these services, even inside EigenLayer, it's easier to understand this. When you're staking into like 50 services, then you are actually like sharing security across all of this stuff. And so that could be like a problem. And the question is there like over leverage? Is like what is happening? Like how do you account for all this stuff? And our initial answers were closer to, hey, look at Ethereum. Inside Ethereum, there's a lot of apps, right? So or L2s and other stuff. They're all secured by Ethereum's blockchain, right? And so there is shared security inside Ethereum. So you have apps or smart contracts, and all smart contracts share the same security. And this one question there was like, hey, Ethereum has only like 50 to 100 billion staked, but $500 billion of assets. Why is that okay? Like, is this over leveraged? Like, how do you actually understand this? And we did like a whole really a paper that I'm really, really happy about. It's called Stake Sure. That paper basically we understood like what is actually like the kind of foundational security model for blockchains. And we answered that blockchains are secured, in the slow mode, not by the stakers in the network, but by social consensus. The idea being that even if a majority of the stakers say something wrong, like or make an invalid block or try to reorg the chain, whatever, but they only have they cannot say like, hey, here is a finalized block from Ethereum from 1 month back. Like nobody will believe that. there is a time scale beyond which even like a majority malicious nodes have no power. And so that contains the kind of like net damage that stakers can inflict on the network. And therefore, the stakers are not really securing the blocks from like the historical past, but only the transactions happening within a certain period. And so this is one of our like core insights. And using this, you can kind of understand why like a $50 billion stake is sufficient to secure like a $500 billion network, because all the value is not at motion all the time, because the stake is securing value at motion, not value at rest. Okay, so that's kind of like a fundamental foundational question about what blockchain security model itself is, right? Like, why is Ethereum secure? Right? So it's at that level. But going to EigenLayer, one of the things we did is we said, okay, and there were like a bunch of insights from that. The way we apply it is we have two models. One is fully shared security, where like, you stake and then you secure all these services with the same stake. And the second model is unique security. You can actually say, this is a portion of stake I'm apportioning only to be slashed by this particular service. And so you can actually apportion the stake to various services. And we migrated from like a full shared security model to a unique security model where you're actually saying like each AVS has a portion of security. And okay, so in that model, why is staking, restaking interesting? And it's interesting because what you could do is you could say, if there are 5 services like an Oracle, an AI, like a layer 2 or a bridge or whatever, like some bunch of things that an app is depending on, you could say, I'm willing to be slashed if any one of those 5 services, all these services are provided to the same application, right? So this is our like long-term model is like applications come in and mix and match services, kind of like what happens on Google Cloud, right? People come in, there's a list of services, they use like, a storage service, like a network service, like a computation service, like a virtualization service, like a data monitoring service, all this stuff, right? And mix and match them to build whatever they want. And we have a similar view for what blockchains should be. Like there should be like this roster of services that you should be able to mix and match. And so when you get into that model, you might want something like, even if instead of having separate security for each of the things that you depend on, you say, I want aggregated security for all the things that I depend on, because I don't want to pay a separate economic fee for each of the services that I depend on. I want to bundle them and use them together. So EigenLayer and shared security models allow for like saying, oh, I'm staking and I'll be slashed by one of these 5 services, right? Or like, combinations of services. So that's where we are headed. So it's a long answer, but I wanted to clarify the kind of foundational model for EigenLayer.
No, I appreciate that. That's all we asked, right? I think it'll be really helpful for the viewers. Stephen, for you, you've been pretty vocal about Arbitrum's current design being more efficient, practical, and cost-effective than, say, based rollup designs that people like Vitalik have proposed. Can you elaborate on this and why you believe that the application-specific scaling through Arbitrum Orbit is superior?
Yeah, I think that first of all, I'll say one of the benefits of Ethereum ecosystem and really the place where Ethereum shines is it has diversity of experimentation, right? In other ecosystems, often you have a single development team or logically a single development team and a single mission. And people actually mistake this and think that this is a good thing and this is, Ethereum has too much discord and fragmentation of ideas and fragmentation of the networks. But actually, I think that innovation is really Ethereum's core strength. So the first thing I'll say is nothing I say today is me discouraging any sort of innovation. I think it's fantastic that there are people that are working on other models that are different than what we're building. And ultimately, similar to what I said, is my attitude in the company. It's also my attitude towards the ecosystem. The best ideas will often win, and sometimes there aren't best ideas. Sometimes the idea is that it depends really on the application, and certain ideas are better suited for certain applications. But the reason I think that Arbitrum's specific design is correct and good for at least many or most of the applications that we see today really comes from the idea that there are a lot of efficiencies that are actually brought on by having what we call a sequencer that's not so a based rollup. For those that aren't familiar, the idea is that you use Ethereum as the sequencer for that, whereas today, the Arbitrum chains have a sequencer that's offline that will actually process the transactions. One of the core benefits of that is that it gives you really fast processing times. And there are proposals, of course, to do this with based rollups as well, with something called pre-confirmations. I don't want to get too technical here, but the idea is actually there are significant benefits of giving the sequencer latitude over slightly longer periods of time. Because what the sequencer does, the sequencer says, hey, you send the sequencer a transaction, and it goes ahead and confirms that transaction and puts that on chain. But it gives you a very fast confirmation, even before the chain, right? The chain takes 10, 12 seconds or longer to actually to get finality to actually process your transaction. But the sequencer, the Arbitrum sequencer gives you an answer within 100 to 250 milliseconds. You'll get a response from the Arbitrum sequencer, and assuming you trust the sequencer to actually keep its promise, you know where your transaction will sit on the chain. We've actually done research. We published a paper about the optimal sequencing strategies, and often, it's not posting every transaction right away because there's an overhead to posting transactions to Ethereum. This idea of you post batches, and we've done research on what are the optimal batch sizes and intervals. The problem is when you have, this is just one example. The problem is when you have something like a base sequencer, the base sequencer that relies on these pre-confirmations where whoever is making the current block is going to give you some guarantee. They don't have the ability to guarantee you something about the next block. So they can't hold on to my transaction now and say, hey, it's more efficient if I actually hold that with the next block's transactions or the next slot's transactions and go ahead and actually, post those together. So you're actually more limited in the design space, and often that leads to inefficiency. And what I'll say is Arbitrum's current design didn't come from us, picking it out of nowhere. It came from actually iteration. In fact, if you look back to the initial Arbitrum paper, we didn't use the term because the term didn't exist then, but it was, I would actually call it a based rollup. There was no sequencer in the Arbitrum Academic 2018 paper. That was something, and actually I was vocally against sequencers at the time they were introduced, and really I only came to understand it, and actually we improved on the design to a point where we were comfortable with it over the course of many years. And I think that's actually a good example of what I mean by the diversity of opinions, because 7 years ago I was against sequencers and I would have been in based rollup camp today, but it's 7 years of actually building a system in production and being open to the ideas of others that we learned, and we came to the point where we are today. But I still don't think we're at that final point. I'm sure that there will be other ideas that influence Arbitrum's design. And the nice thing about Arbitrum also, it's not an all or nothing, like all on this design. And if this is wrong and someone else has a better idea, all else is lost. No, we're always happy to incorporate other ideas. In fact, Arbitrum itself, if you go back, I keep mentioning the academic paper, but I'll do it once more. One of the core innovations of that paper was the virtual machine design. It was called the Arbitrum Virtual Machine, or the AVM. And we shipped Arbitrum in production with that in 2021. We sunsetted that in 2022, and we in favor of WASM WebAssembly. And you might say, hey, this is your baby. You worked literally years with Ed and Harry on this virtual machine design, which was unlike anything that existed before. How did you do that? And the answer is, I wasn't building the AVM company. I was building the company that was trying to solve a problem, a goal-oriented company. And the tool, the AVM, was a fantastic tool for its time. And at the time, I actually didn't think it was possible to build what we were building with an off-the-shelf infrastructure like WASM. We learned that over time we could, and we replaced it. And we wouldn't be here without that. It's like a staircase. You look back at the initial steps, hey, I'm so high up now. How did those steps were unimportant. It's well, maybe, but if you never took that step, you would have never gotten to the step you are today. And that's how I view this. And we're continuing to iterate on our ideas. And the same thing is true with ZK rollups and optimistic rollups as well. Our goal is to solve a problem. Today, I still firmly believe we're still in the camp where optimistic rollups outperform in maturity, efficiency, scalability. But we're closely getting to, where ZK rollups are far, far, far more along that curve than they were 5 years ago, and far more along that curve than they were 1 year ago, and probably further than I expected them to be. And again, when the right time is for those ideas, we'll incorporate those. We have a very, very strong ZK bench at Offchain Labs, looking and always saying, how can we improve this? How can we bring other ideas in, when it makes sense, in a way that it makes sense? And so those are my specific thoughts today, but I'm always happy to entertain new ideas. And I can guarantee you that just like looking back 5 years, Arbitrum looks very different today than it did then. I'm sure looking forward 5 years, Arbitrum's design will continue to iterate and continue to evolve, and will look very different. What the shape of that is, I don't know. But what I do know is it will be all in the pursuit of serving users better and actually building a system that gives developers and users better tools over time.
Awesome. It's actually, it's really refreshing to hear your mentality and approach towards this. So thank you for that. I'm going to move it on to a little bit more into the kind of future and mass adoption. Sriram, you've mentioned EigenLayer as humanity's coordination engine. So out of curiosity, beyond financial applications, what non-financial use cases for restaking excite you the most for driving that mass adoption, I guess?
Yeah, thank you so much, Rishi. So firstly, like, what is our broad thesis? Like, why am I here? I was doing genomics before, and I think I was doing working with some of the really good people. I wrote a paper with David Baker, who won the Nobel Prize last year for chemistry in protein folding. So, I came from that background and I got into crypto, and like the main thesis that I came into crypto with is it can upgrade our coordination infrastructure. So I look at the internet as our information infrastructure, right? So we communicate with each other through the internet. Like, this conversation would not be possible without it. But what is missing in just the internet is, people say, like, for example, crypto is internet native money, and that's what's new, right? Like, and that's like the Bitcoin thesis. But I think there is something much more. When you want to build a coordination system, like, let's say the three of us want to like get together and start something, right? Like, we want to be able to enter into commitments, contracts, agreements that are automatically enforcing on the internet by code. And so when you think about a world of coordination, how is coordination being helped by like crypto, is because it is a mechanism for enforcing the conditions of coordination. Like, you and I come into like a contract, and then we say these are the conditions of the contract, and then it just automatically executes itself. So that's like the core thesis. If you upgrade humanity's coordination infrastructure, it's just everything is going to get better, right? And you can ask, like, what are these things? Like, outside of money and financial applications, what is going to get better? So I want to also take you back to 2017, 2018. Like, if you just asked around in the space, like, people, like, what do you think, blockchain is going to do? You'd get a very different answer from if you just polled randomly in crypto today. Today, you'd get like, it's Bitcoin, stablecoin, meme coin, right? Like, that's the three things, right? So Bitcoin, stablecoin, meme coin. Like, what else is that? Or maybe like there's a perp and lending. But if you go asked in like 2017, especially in the Ethereum crowd, like the Ethereum crowd, like particularly has this like futuristic thinking, and people would have said, we are going to disintermediate Uber. Like, Uber should not be like, a monopoly sitting in the middle. We are going to disintermediate the cloud, right? And we're talking to the head at Google Cloud here, but still, right? And, every marketplace needs to be like automatic, self-enforcing, like not controlled by intermediaries. We're going to displace insurance, right? So recently, like, people think about, what happened at United Healthcare, like this big disaster. And it's because people have lost trust in the systems that actually like insure them. And when you think about like what can blockchains do, can you have an automated insurance adjudication, like written as like, smart contracts, using smart contracts and AI, like directly on chain? So the scope, I think, of what the blockchain project is, I think, is basically just gone down to this narrow funnel of it's this like three things. But I'm squarely in the camp. If that was the three things, I would not be here. And it's not interesting. It's not exciting. I'm squarely in the camp that we can actually make our entire economy verifiable and programmable. And that's the whole point of blockchains. And why do you need it? You need it in every place where trust is the bottleneck. And, human society, in fact, civilization itself is just a system of trust, right? Like, and commitments that we make to each other. And so you can upgrade every one of that, how nations interact with each other, how do we solve climate change, right? So how do you solve education? How do you fund for education? Let me just take this example. And on the left and the right, you see like polar opposite views. Let's say on the left, people say like, give free education, increase the tax rate. On the right, people say like, you need to pay for your own school. Is there some other like different solution that blockchains? I think absolutely. For example, if it's possible and verifiable that somebody can say, hey, I'm going to pay like 10% of my future income to the teachers and to my college, and I'm going to fund my own education from my future value. And what do blockchains do? They bring verifiability to that future income. Like otherwise, how do I know how much money I made if they're all on a chain and it's verifiable? And I think just like the structure of like the underlying structure of society can be changed. And that's like why I'm in this. Like one of my academic things I learned, actually, I interviewed at Caltech in 2014. And, one of the questions they asked me was, hey, the thing that I was working on, some DNA sequencing thing, they said, what if somebody else solved this problem, DNA sequencing thing? Like, what would you do? I said, I don't know. I was doing something 2 years back, and like I'll figure out something else and that'll be more interesting and I'll solve it. And they says, no, no, no. Suppose I give you 30 years. You're locked up in your lab. I'll send you infinite resources, the best people in the world, but you have to come back and tell me what you did in 30 years. What would you do? And this is a little bit of an unconstrained thinking that I had never done till that point. I was like, oh shit, I have no idea what I would do if you give me 30 years and infinite resources. And of course, I didn't get that job at Caltech. But from then, I always think about that question. So that's part of like when we say things like we want to build humanities coordination, people think it's like some grandstanding thing. No, actually, like once you have a vision like that, we can only still take like small steps. We're building restaking or we're building a data availability. But the really cool thing that happens is if somebody solves these problems, I'm not worried. I'm actually happy, right? Because if they're solved, because I don't really want to solve this, I want to solve humanities coordination problems. So I'll just go build, an education startup on top of this or something. So anyway, so that's my story.
Awesome. No, thank you for that. I'm going to stick with the same theme here, Stephen, with adoption. With Arbitrum Orbit enabling custom blockchain deployment, you're essentially democratizing blockchain creation. How do you see this impacting, I guess, enterprise adoption and traditional businesses integrating within Web3?
So there are two camps of people in the blockchain space now, and certainly in the smart contract, the EVM blockchain space. There are those that will tell everyone they need their own blockchain. And whatever, it doesn't matter what you're building, you should have your own chain. And there are those that will tell you that nobody needs their own blockchain. Everything should just be on a single large public network because there are benefits of like interoperability and just having direct access to these other applications. One of the nice things about where I sit and the products that we offer is I don't find myself in either of those camps because we have a top offering actually in both of those categories, right? Arbitrum One is a top blockchain in and of itself. It's also a top layer 2 for Ethereum, but it's also, you can just look at it, right? If you look at like, the leaderboards like DeFi Llama, it's just ranked as a blockchain and it fares quite well by itself. And also Arbitrum Orbit is probably the top stack, the most adopted stack for launching your own blockchain today securely, in our case, generally on Ethereum, but also with data availability to EigenLayer or other places as well. So it's a very customizable stack where you can launch and create your own experience. My thought is here that it really depends on who you are and what your application is and what you're trying to build. Whether you should launch your own blockchain, but if you zoom out and you look at the entire offering to Arbitrum Orbit and to Arbitrum Orbit and also just Arbitrum One, also just the entire Ethereum space, there's something and some tool there for everyone, no matter what level you are that you want to build. If you have the capabilities and infrastructure and the demand to build your own blockchain, you could do that super easily together, with the Arbitrum Orbit stack and the RASes, so the service providers that will help you actually launch a blockchain for that. Those includes the likes of Conduit, Caldera, Alchemy, Gelato, a lot of companies that will actually take the Arbitrum technology and go ahead and build a blockchain for you. Or you could say, hey, I don't think we have the sort of demand or need for our own network, but you can easily spin up an application, with just one or two developers and launch it on a public blockchain. That's the nice thing so the way I think about this generally is democratizing access, whether you need your own chain or you're just going to build an application. The nice thing is about blockchain, I'll take DeFi as an example, because that's one place where Arbitrum really shines. traditionally, if you want to innovate in the financial sector, it's basically impossible. You have to have the right pedigree, go to the right schools, manage to get the right job, and even so, you're going to have to work your way up through this organization, which will start off at the very bottom, and maybe somewhere someone will listen to your idea and actually go ahead and give you the ability to say launch your own, launch your own feature in the deep, complex financial ecosystem. Right. What blockchain does, it really democratizes access, and this is finance, but again, it's really so many different industries that can utilize the same foundational principles and build this. It gives you the ability to just say, hey, I have a good idea. I can tap directly into deeply liquid markets. I can use other, because of the way that the code is open source generally, I can use other existing protocols, tap into their liquidity, use them as building blocks, and build something that's new and different. And the nice thing is I can do this all by myself. And the reason is because it's trustless. You don't have to trust me. You can see my code. My code might be audited. You can audit my code yourself. And you can say, hey, I'm not just like trusting and throwing my money into someone in their garage with a cool idea, but I actually have looked at their code, I vetted their code, I know that it's sitting on a secure blockchain, and I have complete comfort throwing my funds into your idea, and actually, again, the best ideas win. So I view this as really democratizing and leveling the playing field for everyone, whether you're a developer that wants to enter a particular industry, or if you actually want to go ahead and launch your own blockchain. And to your final, point about institutions, I think that the Arbitrum Orbit offering in particular is going to be very important there, because often institutions are the ones where it actually makes the most sense to launch your own blockchain, because often they have products and they have the ability to drive people to a particular chain, right? If people are just going to use your product on some chain, whatever chain they're on, you're trying to get demand from people that are already on a blockchain, it might not make sense to actually launch your own chain. But if you have an off-chain user base, you have some successful financial service or infrastructure or other sector as well, and you can say, hey, I'm going to bring my users onto the blockchain and they're going to follow me, then a lot of times it makes sense to actually own your own platform, just like they do in the Web2 sense, right? So I think it's going to make it much easier for these institutions to launch blockchains, because they won't have to deal with the nitty-gritty and the things that, Shriram and myself and many others have taken years to figure out and iron out some of the details. You can start literally, where we are at today and just focus on launching your application on the blockchain.
Awesome. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Shriram. Do you wanna close us out and talk a little bit about the future?
Oh yeah, I talked like broadly about blockchains, just specifically on Eigen. A couple of quick things. The reason we built Eigen is to expand the scale of programmability, right? So right now you can write programs on top of the VM inside a chain, but you could actually like use this and build many other services that are simply not possible to build inside like a blockchain. For example, I want to build a store for storing secrets, or right, because what I do is I take the secrets, spread it across the network. Each node only gets access to a small portion. So that's an example of a secret share. You can build things like, oh, I want to use a different kind of computer. I want to use a trusted execution environment. I want to use GPUs to run my computation. I want to use like, tensor processing units, or like, Ironwood from Google, right? So you want to use these like powerful machines, like you just don't have access inside like existing blockchains, as well as like I have to write inside like the frameworks and programming environments that are, given to me. Could I just take like, the largest open source database and then slam it on top of a blockchain today? It takes a lot of work to do that. But using Eigen, you can actually like expand the scale of programmability quite a bit. And where we are in our journey is we have like stakers staking right now 12 billion plus of stake on the EigenLayer platform. We have thousands of operators on the network, starting from home operators to like crypto operators like Coinbase and Blockdaemon, to even Google Cloud actually runs an operator on Eigen. Like, thanks for the support there. But going to the next side is AVSs. We have 50 plus AVSs on mainnet and like another 100 coming up. Each service is like a very complex distributed system. So I'm really glad to see like the scale of innovation that's going on there. The next frontier that we're going to is apps. How do we encourage? So it's not just services that are built on top of Eigen, but how do apps actually consume these services? So that's like what we're working on next. Really excited for the future of applications coming and using this programmability to create this verifiable economy. So that's, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you both so much. I think this has been, thank you for your time. And honestly, it's been really insightful. I hope the viewers feel the same way. And yeah, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rishi. Thank you,
care.
Stephen.
Bye.
All right, greeting everyone. Today, I am so excited to have with us Annabelle Huang, CEO and co-founder of Audios Lab. Hi, Annabelle.
Hi, how are you guys?
We are doing great over here. Excited to have you joining us again this year. Can you give our audience a quick introduction of who you are, what Audios in maybe 30 seconds? But then we're going to go into more details later.
Of course, and happy to be back here again. My name is Annabelle Huang, as you mentioned, co-founder and CEO of LTS. We are building a VM-agnostic modular execution layer that abstracts high-performance execution part of the blockchain stack to enable the next level performance for any blockchain. And prior to LTS Labs, I was one of the managing partner at Amber. Before that, I was part of the Airswap team building very early stage DEXs.
So that's a lot to unpack, but we will unpack all of that during this session. So the first thing you were saying is that you are building an execution layer, and I can't help but notice that you didn't say a blockchain, right? I thought everyone would be building blockchains, but you're building an execution layer. We have heard of data layer. We have heard of consensus layer. We have heard of execution layer, but you're building execution layer as a service and not a blockchain. So what are the key differences here?
That's a great question. So instead of building another general purpose blockchain, whether it's L1 or L2, we chose a more technically complex route to abstract the execution layer from the consensus layer itself and to bring optimization at the execution layer directly. The thesis here is really one, I don't think we need more general purpose chains. I believe in a multi-chain future where we'll see more purpose-built chains, almost like different apps on your phone within the App Store. And we want to build something useful that can empower the next generation of the multi-chain future by bringing our expertise in the distributed systems and high-performance computing into developing execution layer that's compatible with any chains. And like you said, modularity is not a new concept, but if you look at the blockchain stack closely, we have execution, we have data availability, we have consensus, and then finally settlement. Before, we'll have monolithic chains that have most of these functions coupled together. And we're seeing newer and more modern chains that have decoupled DA layer, decoupled consensus and execution. And you can choose to settle on any chain or maybe settle to multiple chains. So we're really trying to push the frontier of the next layer of modularity at the execution level.
So let's talk about the benefits of doing so first. If we think about blockchain that want to go fast, we typically think about something like Solana, right? Monolithic approach, trying to go really fast. What you're saying here last year and also in other places is that Altios would bring Web2 level performance without sacrificing decentralization. So what kind of performance are we talking about here? Are we comparing to Solana? Are we comparing to Visa? Are we comparing to like Twitter? What level of performance are we aiming for? And to say that you can do that without sacrificing decentralization seems like you are challenging the blockchain scaling trilemma, right? So blockchain trilemma for our audience, you can pick two out of three, basically. You can be fast, you can be secure, or you can be decentralized. And in the past, like people typically choose to sacrifice decentralization for security and speed. But Altius, of course, is trying to do all three at the same time. So basically, how fast can you get? And how do you circumvent the trilemma?
Yeah, so in terms of how fast we can get, in terms of where Ethereum is at and in the EVM side, or where Solana is at, and in SVM, or even a lot of the Move-based chains are at in MoveVM, I would say every generation of the chains that come to the market, the VM itself or the architecture itself has been improved, of course, especially versus the TPS that even Bitcoin can do, right? But what we're doing is actually introducing optimizations on top of any of the existing VMs. So we're not redoing a new VM per se, with a new language that will be difficult to onboard developers, but we're just bringing optimization to each existing VM. So for how fast it can be, we can enable Solana level or even faster than Solana level performance in terms of throughput, in terms of latency to existing EVM chains by introducing parallel execution or multi-threading at the EVM level, as well as more optimized state management or database management. And similar optimizations can be applied to even SVM or MoveVM, even though they already have some sort of parallel execution baked in at the VM level. And to your point, the second question, decentralization, again, since we're not building our own blockchain, we're only tackling it at the execution level, so we can at least ensure the decentralization of the smart contract execution. What I mean is that there are different blockchains that achieve high performance by running very specialized or very performant sequencer or validator itself. Think a really beefy high SSD machine, and you can achieve performance by running everything, putting everything in memory at this one machine, or having a couple co-located machines to run these together. But again, then you don't really have a decentralized validator or sequencer set. What we're introducing is a sharded database architecture, what we call scalable database to tackle in between the database and execution. So when you're executing a smart contract, when you read and write into the database or Merkle tree in Ethereum's case, we apply the sharded architecture so that the high performance execution can be run on commodity hardware, meaning things that you can get anywhere off the shelf, say spin up a very standard AWS node without having to find or pay for very expensive and specialized machine. And one additional benefit this brings on top of decentralization is actually addressing state bloat. So imagine a super active chain, and you need to run a full node or to store everything in memory, even for the most performant or the machine with the biggest memory is still has the risk of literally running out of memory or running out of state. But with our architecture, because it's scalable via the sharded architecture, we can just simply add more machines to address the stable problem. So we are bringing high performance to any blockchain, but at the same time also future-proofing them for performance and also for database management.
That's very exciting because, for people who have been in crypto a while, we all remember the excitement of being able to run anything on our desktop, right? Or even on our laptop back in the day, right? You can mine Bitcoin on your laptop, you can mine Ethereum on your laptop. And then I think things get progressively demanding. And now if you try to run a node of any blockchain, like good luck not using any of the hyperscaler to serve your node or your sequencer. So I find the direction that Altius or the design choices of Altius different and really refreshing. But now let's talk about the people who will be using Altius, because you allow developers to choose execution layer, right? So if you are a developer on a DeFi right now, what you do is one, you pick a blockchain, right? Maybe you pick Ethereum, maybe you pick Solana, uh, and then you study the programming language for that blockchain, and then you go and write smart contract. And now Annabelle, Altius comes in and said, no, 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 don't do that. Use Altius and we will act as a middleware between you and the execution layer of your choosing, and we will make it better. Like, how does that change the developer's experience of doing this? Like, are they still writing Solidity on Ethereum, for example? When they deploy smart contract, is that to the EV, is that to the Ethereum, or is that to Altius? What does it look like?
Yeah, so there are different ways we interface with developers. So the more direct way would be other blockchain developers. So you're building either you're a builder of an existing chain, maintaining an existing chain, or you're building a new chain. You can work with the LTS stack, the LTS execution engine, to quickly update your existing VM. So you get the high performance and the more optimized state management almost instantly. So we can help upgrade any blockchain essentially. But if you're a smart contract developer, then parts of it relies on the chain that you're deploying to work with LTS stack. Or alternatively, like I mentioned, I believe in a multi-chain future. I want to make it as easy as possible for app developers to launch their own customized purpose-built blockchain themselves, while still remain as performant as Solana or any other blockchains that required a lot more expertise to build. So for mature app developers who are contemplating moving to their own blockchain for different reasons, for customization that can cater better to their app, or for other reasons, they can also spin up an app chain using the LTS stack as well.
Wow, that's gonna change how people do things. Because the next question is really, really the one that exciting to me, right? So in programming, we have this thing called zero cost abstraction. So when I want to do something, regardless of how I write the code, it will get compiled out to something that is efficient, right? Altius does similar thing with parallel execution. Right? So my understanding, which is very limited, and I hope you can help me on this. If I'm a developer and I write a smart contract, right, and I hope my smart contract can be executed in parallel on Altius. Altius actually handle the parallelism management for me by looking at the bytecode of my smart contract and trying to do parallel optimization at that level. Is that how it works? And from your experience or from your benchmark, let's take something that is pretty typical, like swapping something on a DEX. Like, how much of a speed up are we expecting if we optimizing for parallel process at the bytecode level?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So essentially, if the underlying chain is using the LTS stack, so if it's running off-the-shelf EVM, which is sequential execution, you'll be able to get parallel processing right away. So for any smart contract that is executed via the LTS engine, then yes, we will do analysis and also schedule the transactions to be run in parallel. And the way that we handle parallel execution is also different than a lot of the existing methods, where you will see with C-level with SVM or block SDM within MoveVM, where the parallelism happens at the transaction level, meaning you'll look at this block of transactions, you will run them all in parallel optimistically. And when you run into conflicts, say a couple transaction is touching the same state, okay, I cannot run them in parallel now because you have to determine who goes first. Then you'll go back at the transaction level and rerun the conflicted transactions. And then you get to a resolved end state. But with LTS, what we implemented is what we called deterministic concurrent control plus static single analysis at the opcode level of the smart contract. So think of it as a more granular level. We're looking at every instruction within the transactions as opposed to the overall transaction themselves. So the result is that we, again, will run everything optimistically in parallel, but when we run into conflicts, we actually go inside every conflicted transactions and see which opcode or which line of instructions are actually touching conflicted state, and we'll only rerun those in parallel. So you can think of it as a more granular and more efficient parallel execution and conflict resolution. So you'll get additional speed up from this way. And plus, with our sharded database management, that's we'll get a lot more speed up with the database IO, or read and write. So coupled with these two, if you think Ethereum mainnet is obviously nowhere close to even millions of gas per second. A lot of the leading L2s like Base and a few others, they're currently at maybe around 50 million gas per second. Their goal this year is to get to maybe 250 million gas per second. But with the LTS architecture, you can get to 1 or 2 gigagas per second pretty instantly. And obviously, there's a lot more optimization we can continue to work on. So this is the instant performance boost we hope to bring to the various chains.
So to the audience, I did promise Annabelle at the beginning of the session that if it gets too technical, I would try to bastardize her response and give you a 5-year-old version, and 5-year-old would be me in this case. So the way I think of this, which is of course not 100% correct, but might help some of our audience grasp onto this idea. I think of ride sharing, right? If two person ask for an Uber, right, and one want to go all the way up north, but one only want to go just midway up north, other parallel process would say, hey, these two transactions are in conflict because you cannot have one car going to two destinations, right? So therefore only one passenger get to ride. But if you go down to the opcode or the instruction level, it's actually no conflict at all. You can have two people riding the same car. You just need to drop off one person in the middle and then continue riding to the final destination of the second passenger. So if we optimize at the actual physical instruction level, you get more optimization out of it. And of course, we do see this kind of service from a ride-sharing application. Right? I'm sure Annabelle is dying inside because that's oversimplifying what it is, but that's probably give our audience a little bit of an analogy of what's going on to some degree. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's actually a good way to visualize it. Another example
Mhm.
we like to use is, remember in 2021, NFTs were super hot, and then when you're minting NFTs, you're always you have a counter. I could say you want to mint
Mhm.
100, so you have to count. Okay, I minted one. The next transaction, I have to add one. So my instruction is okay, n plus one. But because all
Mhm.
of this is touching n, so that in traditional parallel execution land, all of those are in conflict. You have to execute one by one anyway. But for us, realize that okay, if it's just the last instruction, we can run it, just rerun the last instruction within this whole transaction. So you're not really minting over and over again. Um, and all of a sudden, you're saving a lot of rerun and saving a lot of gas to rerun these. And with our sharded database, and you can say, okay, since it's all n plus one, how about we shard it to 16 machines, and then they'll eventually, count to 100, and then you can just simply add them up at the end. So this is, I guess, another way to explain why it could work better in parallel this way.
Mentioning NFTs hurt my soul sometimes. So I probably have too many of them.
I'm lucky because
But
I mostly had Pudgy because they're cute, and I think they're the few that held up in value.
they are doing well. Actually, Luca Ness is one of our speakers as well. So,
Amazing. We
we
have to
we
thank
like our
him.
Pudgy. Yeah. Let's step away from the architecture and the technical side of Artius, which is exciting. But I would also like to talk about the other side of Artius as well. You successfully raised 11 million in pre-seed, which is fantastic from top tier investor, Founders Fund, Pantera Capital. So for such an early stage investment at this size, to you, what does it signal about infrastructure investment in the blockchain space?
It's a great question, and I do hear a lot of the sentiment, especially this year, that we simply have too much infra, and they're not valuable, they're all vaporware. Even though some of it could be true, I still think we have a huge gap in terms of where we are and where we want to be. We're really looking at mass adoption, and Altius is playing one part of scaling that, or tackling some of the interoperability part, to eventually get to that end vision for what we all want, and the reason why we're all in this space building. So what we were able to, the validation and the conviction we're able to receive from our investors validates that. They also believe that there is huge gap, and they want to invest in teams that have the long-term vision and the patience to build for the long term to try to tackle that. So I think, obviously, given my past relationship with a lot of these investors while I was running Amber, they know that myself, the team that we have, a lot of them come from Web2 enterprises. My co-founder and CTO, he came from 20 years plus experience with 14 years specifically at high frequency trading firms, Hudson River Trading, one of the top HFT shops globally. Um, this gives our investor validation that we are here to build for the long term. We want to leverage what we've built previously in our careers to tackle a very ambitious problem, but we will not stop until we get there. So, um, a short answer to your question, there is still a lot of infrastructure gaps that we need to address, but we also need the right team with the right long-term mindset to realize that.
I find the complaint about too much investment in infrastructure baffling because that's like complaining about building too many roads and bridges. Like, which is, we probably gonna need them at some point. Might as well start building now. And to your point, it's not just building more; it's also building the right thing. Which brings me to the next question. Altius chose to go with modular approach, but of course, infrastructure also cover, building up new layer one, building up new layer two, building up another modular approach to something. So in your mind, since you chose modular approach, do you see it all being modular going forward, or is there a space for additional layer one and layer two as well?
I do think we will see more chains. Again, going back to what I mentioned earlier, my conviction on the multi-chain world. We will see more chains, but I think we'll see an era of more purpose-built chains, meaning this is a chain that is specifically customized for trading on chain, or another chain that's customized for gaming. Because we are entering an era where we'll see a lot more applications being brought on chain, and the specifications of what that's needed, and the marginal improvements that we can see by specializing that. For example, what Hyperliquid did with its own purpose-built blockchain that really was built for the order book, and for high performance trading on chain. So I'm sure we'll see more of that for different use cases. There's still a world for general purpose chains. Maybe Ethereum will become the settlement layer for a lot of things that will be transacted on chain. Again, it's difficult to achieve this level of decentralization, of security, that's battle tested over time. But will we see more general purpose blockchains that are new and coming to market? I argue that might be difficult. And I do think people are looking for the next generation applications. And a lot of times, and rightly so, users shouldn't care about infrastructure. They shouldn't care about what chain it's on and how should I think about how to, address these cross-chain bridging aspect of things. It's almost like you shouldn't care if your app is developed by Apple or Android, or as long as it's easy to use. And so in that land, I do think we will see more modularity, which means more specialized offering of different, looking deep into each layer, each aspect, from the application level to the blockchain level, so that we'll get to better and better performance and better UI UX at the end. And we'll see definitely a lot more purpose-built blockchains, so that we'll get to that app chain future.
So speaking of people who don't want to know they are using blockchain, institutions are notorious for wanting the benefits of blockchain transaction, right? Quick, speedy, steep, but hard to deal with the actual fact that they might have to use blockchain. Custody solution is difficult, security is difficult. And you mentioned just now about the new kind of application that could happen with next generation infrastructure, such as the one you're building. Now, from institution perspective and retail perspective, with Altius, what new kind of applications that we might be able to see that wasn't possible before?
That's a great question. I think the first thing that come to mind, just given my background and our team's background in trading, especially high frequency trading, is that we'll get to a level where a decentralized trading infrastructure can almost compete with centralized ones. I say almost because it will be difficult to have both decentralization and the level of performance exactly the same. But with DeFi, I think we can get to a place where it's close enough, and we'll be able to see more fully on-chain order books, beyond maybe what Hyperliquid has done, and having more even maybe enterprise trading on chain, or institutional trading on chain. They might need to have some parts being permissioned or KYC'd, but being able to customized for those use cases. So that's one. And then obviously, I don't know when it's going to happen, but I'm excited to see more social or entertainment or gaming related use cases to be on chain. And I think there will be probably interesting social experiments we can do in a fully on-chain world where we rely on blockchain for trust and coordination in ways that maybe we cannot do in the Web2 world or in the physical world. So I'm excited to see more use cases there. And another one would be around real world assets or payments in general. We can get to the same level of speed as Visa, MasterCard. We're obviously seeing Stripe doing a lot on the stablecoin side with their acquisition with Bridge and Privy. So it's already in the works. It's happening. So we're seeing more of those being moved on chain because it is faster, because it is cheaper. Then from an infrastructure perspective, we can make sure that that could also compete with the Web2 level speed.
Exciting wars ahead because like I was totally betting on gaming on chain to be a big thing, and it is a big thing now. But I would have thought that it would have been a lot bigger until people have to download MetaMask to play a game, and then it's all of a sudden stop being fun. But we are heading in the right direction, especially with solution like Altius coming out and speeding up the gameplay. Because like I think gaming would benefit the most from having parallel execution, right? Because like you have player in this corner of the game doing one thing, and this player in another corner of the game doing another thing that might be unrelated. So there's no reason one has to wait on the other one to finish the transaction first. Totally makes sense.
Exactly. Or payment as well, because you're mostly doing transfers from different wallet addresses, and they can all be processed in parallel. So much higher gas per second or much higher
Mhm.
transaction per second, much higher throughput, much lower latency, and really can be Visa level or faster.
Mhm. And with this, you were saying before that you believe in the multi-chain world, and Altius baked that into the design as well. You are VM agnostic, which means as a developer, I can work with any VM through Altius, right? And as a user of blockchain transaction, I can also eventually work with, I mean, do my transaction on any of the blockchains that are out there. Now, from Altius' perspective, that is quite challenging because on the one hand, you have to integrate it with all the target blockchain, right? If you have developers wanting to connect to three chains, then you have to do 3x the amount of work of one chain. And then you have the user side, which is trying to connect to all the chains because they are airdrop hunting or something. That sounds like it's a very difficult scalable problem. Just EVM and SVM alone are two different beasts, right? And to make sure that you can integrate with them in a secure and decentralized and efficient manner sounds like a very difficult thing to do. How do you approach this challenge?
Well, I should let my co-founder and CTO speak more to this because he's definitely the brain behind a lot of our architecture. But the way that the LTS framework works is we actually implement everything in Rust, but we have a interpreter layer, almost like a transpiler that could interpret the different languages. Maybe you're using Solidity, maybe you're using Rust already, or any other language to transpile that into what's compatible with the rest of the LTS framework. But that brings a lot more flexibility because again, we're not asking developers to learn a new language because it's difficult as is. And you can deploy the same smart contract you do on Ethereum or Solana. There's no change in developer experience there, but you'll get the speed up through the underlying blockchain improvements. And in terms of the scalability, Actually, a lot of the computer science principle is very similar. Obviously, there's differences in the EVM opcode or semantics versus the SVM opcode set, but it's not as different as you think. It's not, 100% completely different. There's still big overlap for a lot of the basic functions. We just have to expand, for example, upon what we have built for EVM to account for the different opcode sets in SVM. And then to expand to other VMs, we'll do the same. So hopefully it's one-time work, and then the rest should be very easy integration via certain API calls, so that the chain itself can run a upgraded and more performant execution layer right away.
So the reason this question really excites me is because the fragmentation of the developers in the blockchain world, right? If you, for some weird reason, you pick EVM as your first go-to development environment, then you kind of stuck there. Or if you pick SVM, you kind of stuck there. There are some people that jump around between the two environments, but that is the minority, right? And I feel like Altius would actually not like make sure everyone can work together regardless of the language that they are speaking. Kind of like you are the Tower of Babel for execution environment, and that's so cool.
That's what we hope to do. And what's more exciting for us beyond upgrading, being able to upgrade the performance of different individual chains, is actually horizontal integrate our network into a shared execution layer, and where we can have the opportunity to tackle the more interoperability side of the things. So can we achieve cross-chain interoperability at the execution layer directly instead of going through bridges or other abstraction levels that sit on top of the app? So for us, it could be a more native, more protocol level way to tackle cross-chain interoperability or composability. And that's something that's super exciting to me because myself as an individual user, while I was at Amber, when we act as solver for a lot of these cross-chain intent protocols or cross-chain swaps, it's actually still quite manual. It's still, at the end of the day, relying on someone to manage the inventory across different chains, to bridge, to underwrite the bridging costs, or risks, because a lot of times there are hacks that happen at that level. But through the execution layer, since we're already executing smart contracts and updating the state of the blockchains that are powered by LTS already, then maybe we can enable more native cross-chain interoperability that way.
Mhm. Now let's look ahead a little bit. One of the things that that I am looking forward to is the open execution network vision of Altios. Like you were saying right now, if somebody want to use a new execution environment, typically it's centralized in some way. Right? If you go to L2 Beats, like most of the L2 was still on, wheels, on 18 wheels. They did not fully decentralize like they had promised yet. But Altius is trying to get there and trying to get to decentralize as fast as possible with this open execution network vision. Can you tell us a little bit of like what is open execution network? How is that different from what you are doing now? Like what is the path to get there?
Right. So right now you can think of each chains will have their own set of validators or sequencers. A lot of times, like you said, it's a single sequencer. So what LTS hope to bring is through our architecture, we can bring high performance and lower cost and solution to state bloat to these chains. And they can even decentralize the set of validators or sequencers that run. Obviously, LTS initially can be the host to run all the execution, but later on we can decentralize that network to open access to anyone with a commodity hardware to be part of the OEN and to power the execution for the different blockchains. And there's interesting dynamics we can consider where sometimes maybe we'll see congestion on one chain where a few other chains may be a bit quiet. Say there's like a big NFT mint or a big airdrop to be claimed on one chain versus it's business as usual everywhere else. Right now, what happens is then that one chain faces congestion because it's running with its own validator set and maybe doesn't have a big overlap with the rest. But by introducing LTS and OEN network, then we can consider something that's dynamic load balancing or dynamic load management, similar to what Netflix does. Or AWS, right? When you have high demand in one area, you can balance the load across other machines are idle or quickly add machines so that the chain itself is not congested. So we can introduce maybe even interesting economics incentives so that we can dynamically manage the load across the execution of different chains. So we avoid running into congestion anywhere else.
So let me expand on that a little bit. So for the blockchain with current generation design, one of the bottleneck for decentralization is the consensus, right? The more validated nodes you add to the network, the slower the consensus gets. But from what you were saying, because of the deliberate design of Altius, the more people joining the OEN, the more transactions you can process, the faster it gets because you can route the transaction in a way that can be parallel, can be processed in parallel, yet have no conflict at the consensus layer. Which means, in theory, do you have theoretical limit to the scaling, or you can just keep piling on horizontally scale out the network?
Yeah, so there's a big distinction we have to make here. So because we are only tackling execution, we don't touch consensus. But by speeding up execution, because you get to your updated state faster, then you can get to consensus faster. So we are still speeding up the chain, even though consensus, you still have to go through the finality and in that sense. But in modern architecture, a lot of the bottlenecks within consensus, some parts of that is where execution is, some parts of that is when execution layer communicates with the consensus layer or when it touches the database. So we're optimizing everything in between, anything that touches touches execution and in between, but we're not touching or changing anything on the data layer, on consensus or settlement, because we wanted to remain as modular as possible. But by introducing the OEN network, it is further optimization, the load management when it comes to execution, so then we can get to consensus much faster.
So you get the execution of any transaction to be as fast as possible. And then the settlement speed or the consensus speed is up to the user to use whatever they're comfortable with.
Correct. Yes. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll get to even a new era of an era of new consensus. Although what we've seen is more or less, I think people are comfortable with existing consensus mechanisms, but just doing more optimization either at the DA level or at the execution level, like what LTS is trying to do. But who knows? Maybe there will be more performant consensus or even more performant online data structures, and the LTS will be able to be compatible with all of them. So really just pushing the limits at the execution layer.
Right. And to our audience, we're very excited to see where Altius will take them. What are we looking forward to this year and next year? What is on your roadmap? And if someone wants to get involved in this new exciting technology, what are the options here?
Yes, so I would say we're still rather early in the development stage. We are coming to a beta level at our EVM implementation, our first EVM implementation. So hopefully you guys will be hearing more from us about our first batch of design partners that will be launching in Q3. And for the rest of the year, we'll consider expanding that beyond EVM to other VMs so we can bring our technology to tackle a broader ecosystem. And finally, if you're a developer, whether you're building in a blockchain, we definitely would love to chat, or if you're building an application, if you're more mature, thinking of building your own customized app chain, please do get in touch with us. If you're an early builder, we would love to chat and see what interesting use cases you're working at, and to see if there's any opportunity for us to co-build or work together at an earlier stage. If you're a broader community, please do follow us on X at LTS Labs. Go check our website, ltslabs.xyz, to follow our speed and to stay up to speed. And we also have launched an ambassador program for the broader community as well, if anyone's interested to apply. And lastly, do get in touch with any of us, with myself, anyone on the team, if you just have any interesting ideas you want to chat about.
And with that, we shall say thank you, Annabelle, for once again joining us at REDeFiNE. Hopefully, we can invite you back next year so you can give us an update of how 2025 goes for you, and I'm sure it will be fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thank
Annabelle.
you. Thank you, SCB 10X and Bloomberg, for putting this together again.
Hi everyone, GM. This is the fireside chat with the topic on-chain intelligence, and we are talking about unlocking the power of blockchain data. I'm Sanamat, CEO founder of Tokenization, will be moderator for today, and I'm here with Alex of Nansen, the CEO and founder of Nansen. Hey Alex, would you mind give us a quick introduction from yourself? To the audience.
Yeah. Hey, Tanwat, good to see you. My name is Alex. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nansen. We essentially help people discover new opportunities on chain. We help them decide on those, and we also help them track their holdings across all of the chains that they care about through portfolio tracking, but also through smart alerts and so on. And we also recently launched a very successful validator business, which has been growing quite fast. So yeah, happy to be here with you.
That's great to hear, and always excited to learn from leading data provider business in the crypto like Nansen, and leading by you. I wonder, as I remember, Nansen was started in 2019, and there's a lot of changing in crypto landscape. Would love to hear your thoughts. Do you see any fundamental shift during you start Nansen back in the days, and how it evolved through time?
Oh yeah, this is an interesting question. There's a lot of things that have changed. I would say the first thing that comes to mind is that when we launched Nansen, I thought that Ethereum was the only chain that was ever going to matter. And today, the world looks very different in the sense that you have lots of different chains, both layer ones and also layer twos, that are doing pretty well, actually, if you look at the on-chain metrics. And so when we started building Nansen, we only focused on Ethereum. And for actually, I think 2 years, we only had Ethereum support. And so at some point, we decided to add support for, I think Polygon was the first chain actually we added after Ethereum. But today we support, 30 plus different blockchains. actually 50 plus if you look at some of the portfolio tracking we do. So that's definitely one big change. And then I think the other change, which I sort of anticipated, is that a lot more trading activity takes place on chain, right? When we started in 2019 to build the product, most of the trading was actually happening on centralized exchanges. I mean, that's still the case, but decentralized exchanges have grown a lot, which means that there's kind of more interesting things happening on chain. So I would say those are probably the two things that come to mind, that we just have more chains now, first of all, and secondly, that people are generally more active on chains because you can trade now without having to pay $50 in gas fees and so on to make a swap.
That makes sense. So integrating a lot of chains might be tough for you guys at Nansen. And as I know, you guys are specialized not only chain integration on the multi-chains, but wallet addresses as well. Can you share those approach, what make Nansen unique in the sense of chain integrations and wallet labelings?
Absolutely. So what we are probably best known for is our ability to label addresses, right? And I like to say that that is our superpower. And I think we are probably the best company in the world at doing this. I would happily take a competition on any given address to see how good we are at labeling them versus any other company. We have more than 400 million addresses labeled. Every single label that we have actually compiled the evidence for as well, so that we can really do proper auditing and quality assurance of all the labels. And increasingly, we do this using AI agents, right? So when we started, we were always doing this algorithmically somehow, right? But a lot of it was kind of deterministic algorithms and stuff. And then we were also putting a lot of effort through manual work into labeling. But increasingly, those two parts, like the manual work and the automated work, has kind of converged through AI agents. And actually, this week, we have a new feature that we're launching called Deep Research, where you can effectively click one button and have a bunch of agents try to figure out what is that address and who is behind it, and compile all the evidence that we can find on which entity it is. So I think that is like what I like to call our superpower. That is the central thing that we're extremely good at. But to your point, integrating the chains in the first place also is something that we need to focus a lot on. And just to give you an idea, back in the day when we integrated Solana for the first time, I think we spent more than maybe 9 months, 6 to 9 months to implement it. And even for Polygon, which is also an EVM, it in theory should have been pretty easy. I think we spent at least 3 months on it. Now we have several examples where we've integrated a chain in 1 day.
Wow, that's fast.
And so this too is also very AI driven actually on the back end. Like we generate a lot of the code, and what we have to focus more on is like the evaluation and the quality assurance. So yeah, to your point, like both of those two challenges are core challenges that we solved internally. One is to integrate the chains really fast with perfect data quality and low latency, and the other is to make sure that we can label the addresses that are active on those chains.
Wow, that's a lot of AI integrations must be going on inside Nansen's.
Yes.
One day is pretty fast, and giving like a lot of change launching now. There's might be a lot of going on in that pieces. And lead to great questions about your AI integrations. With your background in AI already, which area is exciting you the most? Using AI to apply in your business, whether it can be like efficiency, customer insights, how user consume data. Which area you see that could be trends of using AI practically in Nansen business?
Yeah, so our AI strategy internally is basically, the ambition is to be an AI trailblazer, both on organizational productivity, but also on product innovation. So I think we are ahead of most other companies when it comes to organizational productivity. Like the way we use AI internally in the company is pioneering, if I could use that word. Like I think we just used it a lot for all of our work across the board. Although I think our hosts SCB 10x are actually also very AI native. I've spoken with their team and I've been really impressed actually with what they've been doing. But I think the thing I'm most excited about right now is more on the product innovation side, like how we can essentially make the product itself more AI native. And so I tend to think of this as, we're moving from one paradigm to a new paradigm when it comes to software. In the old world, humans would use software directly, very straightforward. You and I would go in and we would use a piece of software. That's how it works. I think the new paradigm, humans use agents and agents use software. So what does that mean? That means instead of, you having to spend a ton of time to figure out, how the hell does Nansen work? This is a complicated product. I don't know where to find the right dashboard. How do I set up my smart alerts and all that stuff? You just talk to an agent and the agent is using the software. And so I think that just creates, it opens up the total addressable market for our product and for, frankly, like many other software products tremendously, because you can work through a more organic user interface, which is, text or voice. And you get kind of the same output, but you get it much faster. And so, so I've been thinking about this a lot as a consumer as well. Like if I go into a product today, because I've been working so much with AI, I think it's kind of silly that I have to click around and find the right section to do something, right? I should just be able to say, here's what I want to do, like do it for me. And like there are two examples that come to mind that are pretty simple. But if I want to change to dark mode in a product, I should be able to say switch to dark mode, and then it just switches, right? But today I have to go in like the settings option and maybe the display tab, scroll down and then toggle. It's just a silly, it feels like a silly old-fashioned user experience. So I think the thing I'm the most excited about is to embrace this new paradigm where humans mostly work through AI agents, and the AI agents are basically using the software at the end of the day.
And would this be alpha things that Nansen is working on? Maybe like give me 5. Wow, that's exciting. Using voice control.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff we're working on right now that I'm super pumped about. So this week, like I said, we're launching deep research for addresses, which means we might already have great labels for an address, but if we don't, you can yourself on demand trigger AI agents to go out and do the research in 5 to 10 minutes, and they come back with the full report of what the address is. That's one thing. Another thing is we have a button that allows you to do an analysis from X in real time. So, in the last 24 hours for any token, you just click it, we go out and we actually bring back what smart money are saying on X about the token. That's pretty cool. And then the one thing I'm very excited about is we have a research agent and what's called an MCP, a model context protocol, that we're developing, so that hopefully next month we can release the Nansen MCP. And for those of you who kind of don't know what an MCP is, what it means is you can bring Nansen into ChatGPT, Claude, Cursor, any AI product that supports this MCP standard. So, like I was saying earlier, I think this is a new paradigm. We're going to be working through AI agents and AI interfaces. And so we want to make sure that every AI agent in the world can use Nansen. And so launching an MCP quickly is one of our priorities.
That's exciting to hear. Can't wait to integrate Nansen to our workflow as well.
Yeah.
As per now, like a Jarvis, but doing on-chain for us, right?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for sharing that. You mentioned about smart money, which actually another topic that Nansen is well known about this term. I would say that probably you guys probably the one who popularized it. And people now using smart money's flow in that context. Just curious, how would you describe smart money? How can my wallet maybe describe as smart? Can you share more context about this to the audience?
Yeah, so our mission is to surface the signal and create winners. And when you have hundreds of millions of addresses on a blockchain, it can be quite difficult to know which of those addresses you might be looking at, like which ones you should be looking at. So the concept of smart money is essentially, out of all those hundreds of millions, here are the thousands of addresses that we actually think are worth paying attention to with regards to what they're doing. So the very concrete way that we do this is we calculate the P&L of every address on a blockchain in terms of their trading activity. And we say, these are addresses that historically or recently have been able to make quite a lot of money on chain. So although, past performance is not necessarily indicative of future performance, it can be a good reference, I think, to look at, what are some investors that have made a lot of money recently. And you might want to look at which tokens they're buying. So we always thought of smart money as a kind of a proxy for what are the tokens you might want to be looking at. And so it's literally calculated from P&L, which is actually much harder to do accurately than people realize, because you have to do it, across chains. You have to deal with DeFi protocols. You have to deal with scam tokens, staking activity. There's tons of different things to factor in. But once you have done all that work, you can figure out the P&L, and then you can essentially rank addresses based on how successful they are. Now, I think the next frontier of this is not just to measure historically how much money they made, but see if you can predict how much money they will make in the future. And so that's kind of the next frontier when it comes to smart money. But essentially, that's the concept. These are the addresses that you want to be paying attention to as an investor or a trader on chain.
That's to reduce time to research far a lot, and then give you this insight for only which one to follow up. That's maybe a lot of tough work. And I do agree that learning from history itself might be the direct predictions of price, but knowing it in sort of the right intuitions may give a clue which one we should take action from that. Thank you for sharing that insight. And you mentioned about like multi-chain, cross-chain integrations. Is there any particular problem when you solve it kind of this? Because we know that each blockchain have drastically different technical foundations, right? Whether it's going to be new language, particular like privacy coins or other new technology. Can you share those insights that any challenge that arise when integration more chain and more chain?
Yeah, we have definitely focused a lot on making sure that our EVM integrations are very, very fast and seamless. So that's where we started. And so when a new L2 launches for Ethereum, typically, I guess in all cases, it will be an EVM chain. And that means the EVM chains we can integrate really, really quickly. And we've done, lots of EVMs over the years. When you ask about challenges, the harder ones are the non-EVMs. Right. So if you think of kind of Sui or Aptos or Near, even Bitcoin, Solana, Hyperliquid, although Hyperliquid has Hyper EVM, these are chains that are much harder to integrate because, they have a different data format. You kind of need to, I was chatting with one of the engineers and he was trying to say that, sometimes it feels like we're trying to like put everything into the same square when actually these chains don't necessarily fit that square, right? And this is a frustrating thing, right? You kind of have to harmonize the data across all these different chains, which they may be very different. Think of Ton, which was a huge headache to integrate because the data formats are just completely different, and the way like block numbers work are very different than, say, an EVM chain. So definitely non-EVMs is where you have the most challenges. I think another challenge which will kind of just increase in the next months and years is just the fact that you're going to have so much more throughput with some of these chains, right? Like if you think of Bitcoin and Ethereum L1, these are very low throughput chains, right? But you look at things like Sui or Hyperliquid and Mega ETH and Monad. These are chains that are going to process thousands of transactions per second. So that's going to be a challenge, and very kind of short block times of maybe in some cases less than 100 milliseconds. So I think the volume aspect is also going to be a challenge because you can always store the data, but how do you make sure that you can like scan the data really quickly and kind of have a low query latency and low data latency or ingestion latency for the end user. So I would say generally like non-EVM chains are hard, and the volume that's just going to explode, I think, in the next months and years is going to be a challenge for sure. And it means you have to have very, very good data engineering, and you have to have very good infrastructure and pick the right technology to make sure that users don't have to sit around for like 20 seconds waiting for some dashboard to load.
That's a lot of heavy liftings on detail, syncing data blocks and formatting through to that.
Yes.
Any AI agent helping you guys right now on that sense of data?
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot of code generation. Generally, the company uses tools like Cursor a lot. We have an internal dashboard that measures how much each engineer uses Cursor.
Wow,
and it's kind of up, it's like up and to the right. Every month we use Cursor more. So generally, like we make use of AI a lot. We also do some very cool things in the company where we have automated peer reviews of code. So I think the latest number is that 38% of the pull requests that came through were reviewed by an agent and auto approved, because the complexity and sort of impact was quite low, things like bug fixes and so on. So 38% of the pull requests got auto reviewed and auto deployed by an agent. And then similarly now we have also agents that can even be brought into a Slack thread and create a pull request and fix a bug, for example, create the pull request, do the coding using Claude Code, and push the pull request, and then the separate agent will review it. So it's kind of weird, because it feels like maybe 2 years ago I was saying that at Nansen we're gonna have a workplace that feels like science fiction, because you're going to have AI agents working side by side with the human engineers or like the human employees and team members. And I thought it would take, maybe several years, but like here we are, mid 2025, and we literally have AI agents. Yeah, we have AI agents that are working side by side with us, and it feels science fiction, but it's like extremely cool. So yeah, there's a lot of AI generated code, a lot of AI reviews are done. So the nature of engineering, I think, has changed and will continue to change in the next months and years.
Wow, that sounds exciting too. Also expected more innovations from Nansen itself, hearing about your automation inside the company. Well, thanks for sharing that. Let's move on to more of a broader market cycles. And there was fluctuation in market, I would say. Like Bitcoin was up a lot on Q1. There was a meme craze on back in Q1 to Q4 last year. And given Nansen theme and giving our theme of building through this high cycle of high volatility, I believe.
A little bit. I think you were asking about the market and sort of my view on how things have changed recently, right?
Yes, the market had been like quite different than a bull market DeFi summers back then in 2021.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, frankly, is kind of macro and politically driven. So obviously, when Trump was elected president in the US, that was that sparked a bit of a bull run on the crypto side in November, December last year. And then when the tariffs started launching, that became not so fun, let's say in February and March. And then now I think we are back to a pretty healthy place for crypto. And some of it is driven by the fact that we have a very pro-crypto SEC chair, right? And so, I think if you saw this week, Paul Atkins, the new SEC chair, put out some comments on how he thinks about decentralized finance of crypto and how decentralized finance is consistent with American values. And so when I saw that tweet, I thought, this is unbelievable. Like, we went from Gary Gensler to Paul Atkins, who is fully embracing crypto and decentralized finance. So I think that's kind of the undercurrent that many people are excited about, specifically for crypto. I think there's a lot of like macro uncertainty, whether it's like wars or still high rates and potentially weakening US dollar and all these different themes. But I think overall, crypto has kind of reached the point where we're not going back. And Bitcoin in particular, I think people have realized that this is an asset that's here to stay. So, the final thing I would say on this is that I think for those of us, like for you and me who are in crypto, we tend to operate on like a very fast time scale, right? Like things happen very quickly. But in TradFi and in politics, things take a really long time to play out. So even if, you think of Bitcoin ETFs, even if those have launched, it's not like the day after everything is like good to go on the TradFi side. There's still so much work to kind of make sure that these ETFs make their way into the right distribution channels, into like the right products that can be pushed, the incentives, like people have to be trained on how to sell them on the TradFi side. And so I think those changes take much longer time than maybe those of us in crypto realize. So so I think there's just like a generally like steady rising tide when it comes to crypto from the political side and from kind of Wall Street and the TradFi side. You also see this with these digital asset treasury companies, kind of like MicroStrategy and so on. That's becoming a pretty hot topic. So anyway, I think overall things look pretty bright, and like crypto is not going away anytime soon. I think we've kind of reached escape velocity, and finally on the political side and on the TradFi side, people have kind of realized that this is the future of finance.
And those macro, do you see any effect on your customer? Do they change any behavior on new customer?
We've been I mean, like, transparently, 2022 and 2023 were pretty rough given how the industry went. And in the last almost 2 years, things have been pretty much up only when you look at the business metrics internally. So whether it's, our validator and staking business, which has grown from $60 million of asset stake to $2.5 billion in 9 months, which is kind of unheard of, like 40x growth pretty much.
Wow, congrats.
Or on the analytics side, where we have obviously more and more subscribers signing up and more usage. But also now with some of the launches we have around AI, whether it's the MCP or this new API that we have in private beta, these are also things that have like a lot more interest now than they had a year ago or 2 years ago.
Exciting to hear. And with the recent news, I guess not that recent, but as you said, crypto move fast, right? You acquired stake with us, and then that has been major shift with you growing strongly. And happy to hear about 2.5 billion staking. Congrats on that again. Would you see more integration between? I mentioned the stake with us acquisitions that led to new business. Would you see more? I would say integrations and synergies between your strong analytics in crypto and investment business more to come from Nansen?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, let's think about it from the user's perspective, right? What is the thing that the user tends to do in the context of Nansen? Well, the first thing they do is discover tokens to potentially invest in. The second thing they do is to decide, right? Perform due diligence and figure out, do I buy this or not? Or do I sell this or not? Then once they have decided, they go ahead and actually execute a trade, right? They go and maybe go to Jupiter, they go to Uniswap, or they go to centralized exchange, Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, you name it, and they execute there. And then maybe if it's an L1 token, they will stake the token. Now they can do that directly with us, right? Self-custodially. There's no custody. You can hold the tokens in your wallet. You just select Nansen as the validator that you delegate to for proof of stake. And then finally, you can track all of your holdings on chain. So those are like the 5 things: discover, decide, trade, stake, and track. And so we do all of those things except one thing, and that is the trading part, right? And so you can sort of imagine, given how the infrastructure has improved, you have very low gas fees now, you have great DEXs, you have DEX aggregators. You can kind of imagine that like the next obvious play would be to do something in that area. But we do 4 out of 5, right? We help you discover, we help you decide, we help you stake, and we help you track. The only thing that's missing is the trade piece, which incidentally, arguably, is the most valuable piece and where most of the value is captured, right? When you think about the revenue and so on. So yeah, I think we're going to be making moves on that front, maybe sooner than people expect. But that's something
guys.
that's something that I'm very excited about personally.
Exciting to look forward for that integrations or new innovations from Nansen on that front. Wow, a lot of things to share from Nansen, and seeing outside we only see the product, but learning the engine, the visions that shape whole company excite me, honestly. And let move to the next questions. Remember, there was old predictions that you say quote unquote from one of the old predictions in 2025 being the mother of all bull markets. And that was maybe like in a few quarters ago, based on on-chain activity. With current situations, would you change your mind, or would you make another bold predictions? What you thought about this year and next year on bull market?
Yeah. I was reflecting on that prediction recently, how accurate it was. I mean, we did reach an all-time high, and I don't think we're done. I think we will reach new all-time highs for sure. And there are some assets that have done incredibly well. If you think of Hype, for example, and even Sui and many other kind of upcoming L1s, for example. I think we're gonna keep going up. No investment advice here, of course. People have to do their own research. But I think all the undercurrents are there to kind of help elevate our industry. And what I would say is, I do think there's a lot of noise in our industry. There are a lot of projects that frankly are not, if I can put it bluntly, should probably never exist. Or they have a token that should never exist. And so one thing I look forward to is more clarity from the SEC and other regulators around the world on, how we can actually create valuable tokens, right? Because now we're stuck in this interesting catch-22 where the only tokens you can create to some extent are valueless tokens, like meme coins, for example. But to me, it would be cool if you could buy Nansen equity on Jupiter or Uniswap, or tokenomist tokens that represent equity in the business, right? But that's pretty hard to do from a regulatory perspective today. And so you would have to see some changes there. But like my broad kind of vision overall for the future is that every asset is going to get tokenized. And so your equity in your company or my equity in my company should be no different. We should be able to trade these things on chain. We should be able to collateralize our equity in DeFi and so on and so forth. So I think that's one area that I'm personally very excited about. And I think we will see maybe more development in that area than people think. The one company here I think is interesting is Superstate, which is the company of Robert Leshner, who is the founder of Compound. And, full disclosure, Robert Leshner is on our board. But he is doing some super interesting things in Superstate and kind of creating a path for companies to tokenize their equity. I think personally is very exciting. I would love to own a piece of, Wintermute or Cumberland or, great companies that would just tokenize their equity. I'm not saying any of those companies will do that, by the way, but I would love to as an investor. And I would rather own that than own some kind of meme coin or excuse the language, some kind of bullshit token that frankly doesn't do anything, but kind of LARPs as equity, right? So when we think about the market going forward, the thing that's really going to 10x or 100x or even 1,000x the value that's on blockchain is if we're going to get things like equity and other real world assets on chain. And to me, that's frankly more exciting than a lot of the, so-called protocol tokens or, meme coins that you see.
Speculations and
exactly. It's more speculative, but it's understandable how we ended up there because there was no way to actually tokenize valuable things because, the SEC and other regulators made it very difficult to get the regulatory clarity. So the thing that I think is really going to drive the next phase of crypto is to make that possible. And I think now you have the right political environment to make it happen. And if it does happen, then, the next years are going to go way beyond our wildest dreams.
That's true. I do agree with that, meaning that there's a not valuable coin for us to like hold and get the dividends equity value type of thing from the traditional finance, and having that on chain will drastically make the crypto industry totally different. And as we're wrapping up, thank you for sharing vision and insight on this market and sort of also macro things, AI things, that exciting things that Nansen also pushing out. I believe the crypto folks and data folks will learn a lot from here. To wrap up, any things you want to say to audience? Our audience may be builders, investor, and if they want to build or looking to invest in the scene, what should they be watching in 2025, or what should they expect to see Nansen? Please have a final thought on this.
I think obviously go to nansen.ai, which is our website, and you can see what we do there. We have an API that's coming out, which will, I think, be interesting for a lot of builders, but also for funds and in some cases individual investors, because now, because of vibe coding and because of what you can do with a lot of AI tools, something as technical as an API suddenly becomes much more accessible. So that's one thing that I would encourage everyone to check out. And then, the MCP as well, I think is going to feel revolutionary once we put that out. We've already been using it internally at the company. So that's another thing I would encourage people to check out. I think the name of our company is Nansen. We also have the domain nansen.ai. And, sometimes people are like, what does Nansen have to do with AI? But the interesting thing is we've been using AI behind the scenes to power our product for so long, for example, for labeling addresses and a bunch of other things. But I think increasingly now the AI part of our company is becoming part of the user experience as well. And so it's kind of nice to be able to finally live up to that name, right? And that's one thing that's something I'm very excited about, to make sure that we are kind of at the forefront of embracing this new paradigm, which is a more AI native world. So what are you excited about, if I can ask you the question back?
Likewise, the MCP totally changed and reduce the gap to knowledge in my perspective. AI gonna help human get to the knowledge faster than ever before, either through query, either to learnings, and that will be a big shift on both our industry, crypto and data, and the area of digital asset. So likewise, Alex, I'm excited for MCP and how users behave on this realm. And thank you for the time today. And be sure to check Nansen out. Exciting things coming in. From my side, yep. And thanks for your time, Alex, for sharing insight.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to have this time. And also, I'm glad to be here and I speak to Alex and get his thoughts. So hope the audience enjoy and learn more about that. Be sure to check tokenization.ai as well. We build and collaborate with Nansen. There'll be new exciting things that we do together with Nansen. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind, maybe I can share with the audience that we now have an integration with Tokenomist, and that means you can see some of the great analytics that you get from Tokenomist directly within Nansen's Token God mode. So that's been great, and I've been using it myself quite a lot actually. So hopefully that's useful for our end users, but also hopefully it creates more users on your end as well who will come and check out your great product.
Yeah. Thank you for this, Alex. Great chat.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
See you
Take
again.
care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, Umar. How are you today?
Good. Hey, Melody. How are you?
Hey, very, very good. Nice to see you again. This time, not in person, but we're in the opposite side of the world. Yeah, very excited today to have this conversation with Omar. We've known each other for a long time. Spartan has invested in Chaos a couple of years ago and have seen witnessed the growth and also change at Chaos. So I'm very excited to take a deep dive with Omar. First of all, I do want to kind of take a step back and look at the entire overall things that Chaos is building. So when I come to the website, right, I see three products. There's Chaos AI, there is Edge, there is Chaos Analytics, and they sound all very different. So I want to address this first because I hear that a lot. What exactly is Chaos? Like, are you an AI company or are you an Oracle company? How do we think about, you have such different products under one roof, and what does that mean for you?
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's actually like a good volley for what Chaos Labs is, and but what are the different kind of technology that we built and products today that actually under the hood power um, the vast majority of leading protocols. So I think what Chaos Labs has always been known for is our risk platform.
Yeah.
We have a financial risk platform that powers applications like Aave and Jupiter and GMX and DYDX and EtherFi and Renzo and Layer Zero and a long list of customers and partners that we're kind of very proud of. And when we think about financial risk and the kind of the parameters that fall under this bucket, it's really the underlying parameterization for all of these protocols. So if we take Aave as an example, as a lending protocol, and you think of all of the components that are core to Aave, you think about what are the assets that can be listed. Can they be listed as cross-margin or an isolated asset? If an asset is listed, what's the loan to value ratio? What's the liquidation threshold? What are the interest rates on this type of asset? All of these parameters in Aave, as an example, are streamed in real time by our AI-powered financial risk engine and put on chain. So that's like kind of the first thing. When you interact with your favorite applications, be it Aave, EtherFi, Renzo, Jupiter, GMX, trading, loans, stablecoins, in the end, the pricing of that asset, of that trade, of that position has been likely priced by Chaos Labs. So for everybody listening today, if you've done anything on chain with those protocols, under the hood, you've interacted with kind of the Chaos Labs product set. So it really started with this financial off-chain engine, which was like the brain for a lot of these DeFi protocols. But we wanted to take it a step further, and that's where the oracles came into play. For the first few years in the industry and when we started the company, all of kind of risk management and kind of smart contract adjustments were done very, very manually. So this meant that every time that a new asset wanted to be listed, or we wanted to increase or modify the leverage settings or interest rate settings, an engineer had to actually sit on the other side and manually create a Solidity payload and deploy it on chain. This is incredibly prone to error. It's very slow. And effectively, it meant that at the time, every single application was static in nature. So in order to enact a change, if there was a black swan event, if there was a heightened volatility, you needed a human to sit on the other side and deploy some Solidity code.
When you say a human on the other side, what do you mean? Is it typically the protocols themselves have somebody sitting on the other side and they constantly tweak this? So somebody from the core engineering team always have to, because they cannot rely. There's no one third party can provide this. So all of them has to do their own way, right?
It's exactly that. Like no third party can do it. And so imagine that like all of the protocols that I mentioned before had like a team of engineers who were on call 24/7. And they would get an alert from like the notification from the Chaos Labs risk engine that said, hey, the market has shifted and we need to make these updates. And then they would have to go write pull requests, get it reviewed, maybe get it audited. Basically extremely kind of tedious multi-step process just for simple changes. They're simple changes, but ultimately like they have massive impact on the risk exposure of the protocol. So they were basically, Aave in itself was doing thousands of these updates a year. But Jupiter, GMX, EtherFi, Renzo, Athena, all these teams were doing many as well. So obviously this didn't scale, and this needed to be real time. Like when you think of risk, when you think of security, you think of the ability to process information real time and adapt to the market. And that's when we decided to actually build the Chaos Oracles, which today are live. The Chaos Oracles have 3 subcomponents. They're basically price oracles. So I think today this is the most, I guess, popular type of oracle when people think of the category. But there are risk oracles, which are the oracles which stream the strictly financial parameters to the application. And there's proof of reserves.
So let's go back to the price oracle. You said, this is also what most people understand oracles by, right? Because I think the first one we heard is probably Chainlink, and then you had Pyth, and you had Redstone. So are these only price oracles? That it's only part of what Chaos provides? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So I mean, I think basically like we look at the space like fundamentally different when it comes to oracles, and I think the price oracle is comparable to kind of the other protocols that you mentioned. The risk and proof of reserves are not. We're the only ones, for example, who provide the risk oracles. But our approach on price is different, and it's also pretty relevant. In our eyes, like there should be no such thing as discussing price without factoring in and considering risk, right? So like when you're looking at the price of an asset, you also want to understand like what is the depth of liquidity for said asset? What would the price impact be on specific kind of transactions? And these are really important from a protocol perspective on the security and the robustness of the protocol, and therefore the users. And I'll give kind of a few examples. Let's imagine, and this is actually not a theoretical example because it happened last week and something the industry was talking about. Let's say you're providing a feed for a price feed for a stablecoin, right? And the stablecoin should be, as the name suggests, stable, because the usage of that feed is actually dependent on that, right? So typically when a popular trade that people do is they loop stables on lending applications in order to kind of juice yield. With the belief that unless there is some black swan or catastrophic event, the price should be stable, because in most cases a lot of these assets are fully backed by tokenized funds or something sitting off chain. However, a lot of teams will price the stables based on their secondary market liquidity. So say the price of the stablecoin in real time as shown in a Uniswap pool, right?
Mhm.
Now this pool might have very thin liquidity, and a relatively big trade could move the price on a single block
Yeah.
for a few seconds. Now, this price or this spike in price, especially if it's only been there for a few seconds on a single pool out of many, should not, move and liquidate all of the users who are looping with the stablecoin, right? Like
Yeah.
this is just like a temporary market dislocation, which reflects an arbitrage that is kind of going to happen. And fundamentally, you also should have the understanding and instrumentation to know that the coin is backed, right? It's redeemable, and this is
Yeah.
just like an organic market movement. So 2 weeks ago, in a Chainlink feed, in fact, this happened on Avalanche, and over $500,000 were lost by users in the Euler protocol as a result of this. So this is an example, right? Like if you have the full context of the market, the oracle, the manner in which it's going to be used, certainly if you would have asked the founders of the Euler protocol or the curators or the
Right.
users, like, is your expectation to be looped if like the price moves 3%
Mm.
because of in a single block before it reverts to what it was? The answer is no. Like the asset is fundamentally backed. And we'd want kind of different, maybe more strict conditions for showing this. Maybe it actually needs to happen on more than one pool, not a single pool for an extended period of time. And this is the stuff that you can't do when you're simply a pipe. So
Yeah.
most of the protocols are in what I call the V0 of price oracles. They're like great infrastructure providers. And kind of the way they think about it is like, we're going to connect to these various data sources and APIs.
Yeah.
And we're going to spit out exactly like what those APIs say, maybe take a
Interesting.
median.
Yeah.
But we're unopinionated on the data. Like that's not
Yeah.
our domain expertise, where we don't understand the risks, we don't understand the markets. We're just a reliable relay. And for
Really
us, we're saying
yeah.
you're securing hundreds of billions in volume, and the use cases for these oracles, they're nearly completely financial. And you need to understand the data that you're using. You need the ability to put some type of business logic into these oracles that ensure that they're working in the way that they are intended to work, and that any price dislocation or deviation from what is expected is indeed backed by conditions which necessitate it. So that's the long
Yeah.
and short of it. We care about the actual data. We have a risk engine and AI workflows that sit on top of our price oracles. So while it's comparable, the approach is simply different fundamentally.
Yeah.
And we think that you need to look at all of these things holistically.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think adding the business logic part to a simple, so it's not no price is equal. Adding the business logic, right, to how you interpret the data, which triggers very impactful financial decisions. That's what you're saying is really differentiates Chaos Oracle from others more simplistic price Oracle. So in terms, so just I actually want to ask you, like, so what is the size? Like, what is the so you said what was the financial impact for that example? Was it in the tens of millions, or do you remember?
Yeah. I mean, on the example that I gave of last week, or I think like 8 days ago now, of that single mishap with over $500,000 that was lost
Yeah.
in 2 minutes.
Wow, okay.
But over the years, I mean, it's certainly hundreds of millions. Like I think a lot of attacks fall into Oracle attacks and market manipulation, or oracles that can be pretty easily kind of moved in favor of an attacker. So, I mean, a classic example is the Mango Markets attack, where the exploiter on Solana put Mango, which was a governance token at the time on the Solana network, as collateral, had only, I think, like 30K market liquidity, spent 50K or 100K to pump the price like 300%, borrowed hundreds of millions to over $200 million in Bitcoin and Ethereum against his unrealized P&L, and then defaulted on his position, effectively bankrupting the protocol. So like that is like an example, and there are a few others examples. I think more and more the industry is coming around to understanding that this is like a critical vector that could destroy your application. So we're seeing more awareness, but at the same time, I still think it's like one of the most prevalent attack vectors that we see being exploited in one way or another over time.
It's quite scary. I think on-chain finance or DeFi, on one hand, is very open. Anyone can build it. They can easily fork a smart contract on Solidity, launch it on a new EVM chain. And these engineers might not have the financial experiences, right? The risk experiences from not even say TradFi, because that's important, but even for some of the more simple things, it's like you think it's simple, but lending markets could be, extremely vulnerable, and the exploits can come from different places, right? Even, some of the most experienced builders, even Hyperliquid was exploited because, different people there are hackers trying to, well, not hackers, but exploits, right? Trying to manipulate the smart contract and how you design the logic. If you don't know or anticipate all of that changes, the loss could be in the millions or if not more. So I think this is a lot of people don't realize. I think the risk is probably the most important piece of information to get right in financial products. Without truly understanding risk, there's no way you know how to price any financial instruments. So which is also why, like when we first learned about what you guys are building, we're very excited about someone who actually addressing the risk assessment problem for all of DeFi. That's really helpful. So let's move forward a little bit. So you started with a bit more manual, right? Risk consulting kind of an assessment, and then you move on to a bit more scalable, like decentralized Oracle, but more generalized kind of use cases. And then why are these important? Like why is that something you can now say, okay, now I'm building AI? Like that's a pretty big jump, but how did you get from one to the other?
Yeah. I mean, it's so maybe like it could seem that way on the surface, but like fundamentally, like if you go back to the core of what we do, which is calculating these financial parameters in real time across 20, 30 plus blockchain networks, across different types of financial instruments like lending, derivatives, perps, stablecoins, options, spot. The only way to do that is by kind of building these statistical machine learning driven models. And that's been at the core of our technology for the past 4 years. So we built an agent-based Monte Carlo engine, agent-based before agents were in fashion. And prior to the existence of LLMs, the engine primarily took into consideration quantitative signals. And it worked. It worked enough to secure the biggest protocols in the world. But ultimately, when GPT-3 came out, we realized that this was a potentially huge unlock that would now allow us to extract signal from unstructured data, starting with text, and use that to drive a lot of the recommendations as well. So basically being able to take in more high quality signals, cover a larger set of parameters, and also increase the quality while reducing kind of the latency here. And that's what we built. We kind of expanded the capabilities of our engine that had already processed and was responsible for securing several trillion in volume across loans, liquidations, volumes, direct trading with the price oracle, and more. And that was pretty great for us. And what was also very interesting about this technology, and this is just the nature of language models, was that we had an opportunity to build something pretty unique, which is Chaos AI, because of the business we had built before. So in order to do the risk, we had built out a proprietary data lake with very clear data and signals from all of the leading blockchains, centralized exchanges, more traditional markets, as well as a layer that connected them semantically so we could understand the relationship between all of them. So we had kind of this data advantage and understood that kind of models today, the general ones, were not trained on this type of blockchain, order book, just general kind of trading data. But we also had, I'm potentially biased here, but one of the best research teams in the world that could teach the models how to think given that data, which is the other area which is incredibly important. So with this together, we realized that we could build a product that addressed a broader market. And that's how Chaos AI was born about over a year ago.
Yeah, I think the LM and the GPT moment was profound for all of us. And it's, I think, definitely one of the most exciting or most ambitious vertical or industry to solve is finance, right? I think crypto ultimately started to try to solve the problem of money, and most of the products in blockchain which have found product market fit is around solving finance and making it more efficient, more transparent, and also more accessible. So like what does that mean, like when we build this? So you're saying we have now collected more data and we have better research teams to train this model. What do you think are the hardest part? First of all, like what are the hardest part to build? And is the on-chain finance different from Web2 finance? Because I'm sure the interesting thing we're seeing is right now, most of the applications are still purely on-chain, right? All the assets being used and traded are purely on-chain. Massive amount of RWA are coming. Well, if we think about stablecoins, that's probably all backed by Treasury. But there's a lot of efforts, right, in putting tokenized money markets, tokenized everything, stocks, everything on-chain. So that's not here yet, but we know billions of dollars are being deployed, right, to bring all of that on chain. So when you're like building, I'm sure your ambition, I hope, is not just, only crypto assets, it's expanding into, right, traditional assets. Do you see a benefit of all of them on chain? And is this where the most efficient way to build this product? Or do you think these two are quite different and you will, I guess, you secure yourself on chain, but all of the other TradFi financial models and how they trade is very different? Like, how different are these two, like building for these two worlds, I guess?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think on the surface, it might seem like they're like very different. I think in practice and in reality, they're not too different. But I think that like in order to reach that conclusion, yeah, you need to have a system that's built kind of with the right abstractions and kind of right layers. So at the end of the day, when you're building a system that is built on heavy pipelines, ETL, data normalization, ultimately with various transformations, and of course it's not one-to-one, but the data ends up reaching a structure which is quite unified, and allows you kind of look at the data in ways that kind of make a ton of sense. So yeah, I mean, at the end, it's financial instruments. They're, for the most part, kind of like rational trades. There are differences, for example, like spot exchanges and CeFi that run on order books, and we have AMMs. But once you kind of pull the data up and clean it, you can kind of look at them pretty similarly. And a lot of the principles remain the same, right? So like at the end, and everything we're doing in on-chain finance is we're trying to build like a better financial world, but ultimately like the instruments and the service that we're trying to provide, the ability to swap, the ability to lend, the ability to borrow, the ability to transact is very similar to what we have in traditional finance. So it's all in the same domain, definitely. And then also like whether or not you want to look at everything, you don't really have a choice if you're doing this seriously, because as you said, I think the number now is around 10 to 15% of global crypto market cap is in fact tokenized assets. So you can't live in a world where you're only looking at the Bitcoins and the Ethereums of the world, and you're not thinking hard about like, what are these stable coins backed by? What are these tokenized money markets backed by? So an AI that, or what we're calling AFI, artificial financial intelligence, which is truly state of the art, can really reason and think about both as first-class citizens and not only think about them individually, but also understand the relationships between them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's kind of the ultimate vision that we're all kind of coming from, right? Crypto rails replacing the legacy and archaic financial rails and improve the efficiency, right? And then you apply AI on top of that, even bring more, I guess, interesting applications or faster executions or more intelligent decisions. So I mean, the AFI or the DeFi, or actually DFAI, right, has been something like, I think that if you are deep in crypto, you hear a lot about people are trying to build, and yet today we haven't seen that many successful projects. Do you know why? Like, do you feel like, oh, I know the reason? Is it just because it's too complicated, or is it because LLM is not really good for building or being used in financial applications? Like, what is the reason why some of these finance-related agents haven't done that much impact or hasn't been as successful as people want? You know, compared to the social agents, right? The Twitter agents. That's like first came in, that was really hot, and it just sounds like a human, that's really funny and it's really productive, but the financial agents really haven't really broken out in our industry.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that look, at the end, like the language models are great. It's a technology which I think more than anything I've ever seen before, demos really great. So it's like very easy to build like a quick demo which communicates or conveys like a point of what you can do about it. At the same time, there's a massive gap between a prompt that looks useful to a product which is battle tested, hardened, and ready for production and able to secure kind of billions of dollars in flow. And I think that's what most of the builders have discovered. They're actually discovering that AI is great, but it doesn't allow you to skip the hard parts of building a great product. You need to have an incredible attention to detail, like incredible attention to craft. Still need to do all of those things. In many cases, plus now mastering like a new technology, which isn't necessarily well understood globally. So it presents a challenge, and it's one that I think is definitely going, like there will be teams, and certainly we're working on it, that are able to meet the challenge and put something together that's great, but it takes time. And yeah, so I think we are going to see, by the way, I don't think this is like specific to crypto. Like if you really kind of like look at what are the breakout apps that we've seen globally in the world of AI. So yes, you have like the cursors and primarily developer tools, which have emerged as like a good use case with good products. But there's really not a lot besides that right yet, besides like the toy use cases of generating like funny images and memes and helping you with your emails. So I think it's clear to everyone that like this will allow for developers to create game-changing technologies and experiences, but we haven't seen it yet. And it's going to take a little bit more time outside of developer tools. And I think it's going to be a similar kind of trajectory and timeline for the world of finance and specifically crypto as well. The bar here is also higher. Like you're touching value. So you're not rewriting emails, you're not making up jokes, it's not entertainment. It has to be right. So we'll get there. I'm confident that we're going to get there. And that what we're seeing internally with our research team and with our AI stuff makes us have very high conviction. So
and then in terms of your approach, right? Because I've seen, I mean, after I guess there has been, AI, or people in crypto have been trying to use AI to build trading agents, for probably the past 12 months. I've seen, different projects come and trying to solve it. What I'm seeing right now is that application or that use case are becoming more and more specific. Because before people are like, oh, I want general trading agents. I prompt I want to trade this, and agents will go ahead and find a strategy and execute it, right? And in the chat sort of interface, kind of like the early stage of Griffin, right? Some of these like a wrapper. But then, that didn't really take off. You didn't really see people use it for what we initially thought people would use it for. And now what I'm seeing is they're either more like a machine learning kind of AI agents, right? To do specific strategies, they're looping or they're optimizing yield, or some of them are analyzing liquidities. And so I am seeing that teams are being more specialized in what they think AI can be effective. I think it's probably the right way to approach it because each application is so different. You're using AI to enhance either the workflow or trying to understand the context better. How are you guys seeing it? Like, are you like I want to go under the hood a little bit more on you thinking about AI, right? Because are you thinking about a much more general way of designing your intelligence, or is it you think it will be many, many like refined or fine-tuned small models on top of a general model that solves specific problems? But then even if I use one prompt and it might pull like maybe not hundreds, but maybe 5 different mini models to kind of accomplish one task.
Yeah, I think that so I think internally we're not really speaking so much about like models anymore. It's more of like AI systems. And ultimately, like when you look at like a use case like trading, or more generally like finance, or some of the other industries like medical or accounting, it's a really big surface area. So I don't think that you're going to have like one massive model that does everything. You're going to have a system which is built from several different components that is just working together. I'll give like one trivial example, like fetching and streaming real-time financial data from hundreds of data sources across hundreds of markets, consolidating, normalizing, doing all of those things, super important. The end result should be fed into the model to give it the correct context, but it's not part of the underlying model itself, right? So the approach that we've taken is we're building an AI system. Today we're using about 15 or 16 different models. Also, these models are trained and perform differently across different tasks. So you have like one model which may be very fast and cheap at extracting a user intent. So given a query, reformulating it in a way that is easier for the model to understand and extracting that single intent. You might have another model which is good at writing responses. So like given all of the information and research that you've done, this model can like write in a way that's very kind of easy to understand and clear. Those are 2 examples, but there are like literally hundreds of other examples. You might have other models that are kind of better at dealing with math because kind of models are notorious for being pretty bad at them.
Yeah.
So it's a system approach, and you try to choose like the best tool for the best task. At the same time, like you're also kind of fine-tuning different smaller models, but a user is interacting with a consortium of models versus a single one in our product.
Yeah, makes sense. And when we talk about like people say, I think when AI first came out and crypto media, like, oh, there's a lot of problems, right, in the current AI technical stack, right? Very centralized, owned by a few big companies. The more proprietary data you have, or more proprietary research you have, the more you're going to own. What do you think about that kind of opinion, right? Because if I go to there is definitely a change, right, from like 12 months ago when I started hearing about people talk about decentralized AI. It's really about that. It's like, how do we decentralize compute? How do we decentralize AI models? How do we decentralize inference? How do we decentralize data ownership? What's your thinking, like as somebody who's building one of the most critical applications using AI? Are these something that you think user cares about? Do you think this will need to eventually be, kind of like, we started with centralized money, we're moving to decentralized money creation, right? Bitcoin. do you think this will happen kind of once we figure out some of the applications before like, oh, the applications are figured out, let's then figure out how do we further decentralize stack? Or do you think, because right now a lot of people don't care, right? Most people in Web2, well, most people in the world don't care about decentralized AI. What's your view about building both application as well as being so deep in crypto and seeing and being steeped right in this kind of ethos? Like, where are you in decentralized? And what does that mean to you?
Yeah, so I mean, I think for me, and the company are extremely product driven. I think we always have been, and like we always think of it in the lens of like what is the value that the consumer, the protocol, the partner is getting at the end of the day. So I mean, bluntly put, like, it's not something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, like today, like decentralizing training and inference. At the same time, and we know this from the financial use case, like it's all fun and games and it's not important until it really is. And when it is important, then you really wish you had alternatives. So we're not focused on decentralized training right now, but I do think there's value in it. And I think that over the past year, we're learning that smaller teams that are very capable can compete across specific use cases with some of the larger foundational models. So I think it's also like plausible to a certain extent. Does the user care? Like, I think if the trade-off is waiting like 3 minutes for a response or waiting 3 seconds, they'll pick 3 seconds like every time. So it's something that we're thinking about. We're starting to look into it, looking at the different subnets on BitTensor and some of the other solutions there to see whether we can get, like extra compute at reasonable prices under good SLAs. But I think it's something that we're going to spend a lot more time on once kind of V0 and V1 are in market. And now we're in a stage of, okay, let's actually spend more time thinking about optimization, decentralization, and a few other things. And I also don't think, by the way, that this is like, I think that's pretty common today in the market, right? Like, say what you will about Hyperliquid, for example, but they are not the most decentralized perp DEX ever. Maybe they will become over time, but I think as just like a builder, you first want to care about product market fit and not like religious like dogmas. And once you have that, then you can kind of progressively decentralize and move towards that. So yeah, that's how we're thinking about it. First, let's build a great product with really high craft. Then let's start seeing what the most interesting, highest leverage areas are to kind of decentralizing it and giving it to the people.
Yeah. No, I really like this approach. I deeply agree with a lot of the things you've said. I mean, I've been in the space since 2017, and so many early decentralized projects, especially that's application-driven projects, just they lose the momentum and the execution excellence, right? Once they start to decentralize too early, before they find, not even before they find product market fit, and before they define their leadership, right? Before they become the number one, number two in the category. Early decentralization just means you're losing a lot of momentum. You're losing a lot of, you are losing attention and focus. And that resulted in, before you know it, you're outcompeted, right? By somewhere like a competitor, you don't even know where they came from. I think people can easily say like Hyperliquid now is a bigger or a higher FTV L1 than many of the other L1s. And it started with one application, right? So even you look at your things that Hyperliquid is centralized, even Sui is centralized, right? And they had an exploit and they wrote back the blocks and, they invalidated the exploit transaction. And if I'm a stray investor, is that what I like, or do I want somebody to steal $200 million in Sui and start dumping Sui on the market? So most people still prefer, right, actually a centralized team being responsible for this. And me as an investor actually feel more comfortable, right, with a centralized team who's responsible for this.
Yeah, and just like also, like I agree with everything you said. It's just like important to keep in mind that decentralization is a spectrum. It's not like a binary switch. And like already having everything on the blockchain, being more transparent, that is already leagues and above, what we get in TradFi. And you can always make that better. But at the end, what comes first is building a great product. It'll happen over time, I think, in due course.
I agree. So, I mean, we don't have that much time left. So moving, I guess, looking forward a little bit, would be the first product that we can, when I guess we can try it out, Chaos AI, and what do you think are the best, like, because we talked about different applications, right, using Chaos AI. What do you think is the most exciting feature will get, better results as a user of Chaos AI?
So yeah, I mean, like as a company right now, we have like two core focuses. It's the oracles and everything that goes into that. So price, risk, and proof of reserves, and the AI, or basically our ability to kind of reason about data in a way that is more intelligent. Obviously, the oracles are better because of the risk and the AI engine, but then we also have the standalone AI product. On the oracle side, we have some pretty incredible partnerships that are going to be announced over the next few weeks. And I think today we're already the fastest growing oracle in the market, but we're going to continue taking more of that market share and delivering novel solutions to the best teams, applications in the world, which kind of to connect to the beginning of the conversation, the end users are going to feel. So that's really exciting. We'll say more about that hopefully pretty soon. On the AI side, where we are right now is we just shared over the weekend that we have over 1 million people on the wait list for it. So there seems to be some like real organic demand. Yeah, it's real organic demand there. We need to figure out, we ran some basic extrapolation on inference costs for that. If we were to release it today and the users were real, it would cost us between 500 million to $1 billion to serve it for free this year. We don't have enough capital to do that just yet. So we're going to take a more of a scaled approach and roll it out. And that's already actually started. So we have like the first, I think we just cracked like 100 users on the platform. We're looking at the data, we're iterating on the product, making it faster, tightening up the responses, and we're going to continue rolling it out over the next few weeks and months. Certainly, I think over the summer, we want to get it into many people's hands. So if you're interested in using the product, Chaos Labs at XYZ/AI, the waiting list is open, and feel free to shoot me or the team a DM. We're onboarding people every day.
Oh, very exciting. I've already signed up, so I'm hoping to get an early access.
Top of the list.
Yeah.
Top of the list, yeah.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, I really had a good time. Yeah, thank you for taking us through your journey and also giving us a reason and to understand why, you can deliver a better financial intelligence by building for risk. Because I do think from risk oracle jumping to finance AI is something that most people's questions are like, how does that connect? How does that transition? And why does that even matter? I really like how you're building the foundation and also focus on application before purely thinking too much on the tokenized side. I think it's a right approach and delivering real values, and also having you being kind of you anchored in crypto, right? Also building for a broader finance market is something that I think is even more exciting for us being in crypto. Have that champion, right, from crypto to be able to compete with the big players like Perplexity or Gemini in the future. So yeah, we're rooting for you and excited for you. Thanks again for your time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Melody, and thank you to the SCB 10X team for having us. And yeah, it was great.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, good afternoon. Right. So now we're going to have a very interesting session. So I have now with me Adam Haley, who is the CEO and co-founder of Station 70. Right. And myself, I'm Janam Yong. I'm head of IT security at SBI Digital Markets. Right. And I've been in the security space for more than 5 years, and previously I was in the application development space. Right, and today we're going to talk about guarding crypto, right, and security in the digital asset world, right. Before I start, I think Adam, let me pass the mic over to you for a short introduction of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here, and I'm glad we're getting to spend some time together talking about this, especially in the current kind of threat landscape. I'm Adam Healy, CEO, co-founder of Station 70. We specialize in building a number of different security products that are very unique to the crypto and Web3 industries, spanning disaster recovery. We have some retail products that are coming soon, identity, and some other things to really add just to that overall security posture and make it more accessible for firms of all sizes.
Right, thank you, Adam, for that short and brief introduction. Right, so let us maybe start with the big picture. Right, I think crypto or digital asset, the space has come a really long way. Right, since we've always been hearing Bitcoin, it's the start of digital asset, right? And this until date, right, there's really 2.36 billion actually lost to the crypto security incidents, right? And it has been a space that is very widely targeted by a lot of threat actors, even the state actors as well. So how would you characterize the current state of digital asset security, and what's the most critical vulnerabilities that you are seeing?
Well, that's a hard question to say the most. There's a lot of vulnerabilities that exist. So I think the current state is better than it has been, but still we have a long way to go to really add rigor to the industry, to really shore things up, if you will. From my perspective, we've certainly have seen plenty of protocol-specific issues, compromises, vulnerabilities, smart contracts, protocol level things. Rarely, but occasionally, we might see something that's like a vulnerability in SGX or a widely used cipher. But from my perspective, and I think if we actually were to do like a forensic analysis of the last 15 or 20 large breaches that have resulted in either a loss of data, customer data, KYC data, PII, or a loss of assets for a firm, I think a lot of those are going to be traced back to what I just call like core 101 level security hygiene. And this gets into kind of the question you asked specifically around what are the things that I think are most impactful for an organization. I talk about this all the time with folks. I've posted about it verbosely on LinkedIn, and it's having a really strong multi-factor authentication for your employees, having really strong device trust, and having really strong cloud security controls, specifically network controls. If an organization is doing those things, it's really going to separate them from the pack. Because even today, a lot of firms, even some of the biggest brands in the industry, do one or two of those things moderately well. Very few companies are actually doing all three of those things really well. But that's oftentimes what we see. We talk about some of the large breaches that we've seen, even some that are allegedly backed by, the threat actors are backed by nation states. We look at Bybit. A lot of the things that happened at Safe that led to the Bybit data breach would have been solved with CrowdStrike and really good 2FA. But those aren't necessarily the coolest things to talk about. So the overall state of the industry is oftentimes focused on more of what I would just consider shiny objects instead of the basics. But the basics are what's going to keep us safe.
Yeah, so you mentioned it's interesting, right, that you mentioned about the basics and hygiene 101, right? And if we look at the previous Bybit hack and a few of the really big scale hacks, right, or even in the non-digital asset landscape, right, phishing attack and social engineering, these are very basic attack vectors, right? And in fact, thus far they have been really very efficient, right, in the compromises, right? And when you look at digital asset, the technology itself is secure, right? The private key is not or the encryption algorithm is not being broken, right? But yet, the compromise happened, and a lot of money is being lost in that, right? So, what do you think makes sophisticated institution users or institutions vulnerable to all these basic attack vectors?
Well, I think any security program, whether it's a large sophisticated organization or a small startup, they must balance between the speed of the business and the controls that they want to implement on that business. And almost by definition, a control is going to have an impact on the velocity of that business, right? It's called a control for a reason. Could be a legal control, could be a financial risk management control, could be a security control, compliance control. It's going to impact the speed in which the business moves. So balancing that becomes very, very difficult. And it's something that is not oftentimes well done and well understood, especially at more mid-sized and larger organizations. Does the board really understand that security trade-off that's being made? And I think the sad reality is oftentimes the case is no. I've spoken with dozens of boards in the last 8 years that I've been in crypto full time. Both boards that I've worked for, boards that have asked me to come in as an advisor and help kind of shore up security a bit or ask some good security questions to the CTO or the CEO or the CISO. And I think there's really a void of really good security knowledge that's pragmatic, meaning balancing the business with the control frameworks present at more of those senior leaderships of the firms. Something that I'm very vocal about is, a lot of times you'll see a CISO reporting to a CTO, and I think that's just a very bad organizational chart, right? You can't govern your boss, and a lot of times the CISO's role is to kind of govern the state of the security program, and the CTO and the CISO have oftentimes different goals, right? Security versus shipping product. So I think there's a lot that could be done there to across all sorts of organizations of all sizes to really just invest more in understanding and education and getting the right people involved with the roadmap and also the right people involved with the security roadmap and also the right people involved with those risk trade-off decisions, because at the end of the day, it is really hard to do. I've seen this firsthand personally in building a security program and then having to balance the speed in which the business is growing. I often think about a time at BlockFi where I was CISO for 3.5 or 4 years. And there was a point where our retail business was growing at about 20,000 retail signups per week. That's a very quickly growing business that isn't seen often in Web3 or in the crypto space, and having to balance the security program trade-offs that we were making to facilitate the platform scaling at that speed was very difficult. I think we did it very well. I'm obviously biased, but it was something that took a lot of partnership across the executive team and is something that we were very lucky because we had the right folks in the right seats. And I can't say that every organization has that at all times.
So yeah, and then I think you brought up a very, very good point, right? I think in a lot of the places that I've been to, right, even big established companies like Singapore Exchange, where I've been there for about 5 years, right? This is really something that is very challenging for the company itself to do, right? To balance between the security risk versus the business growth, right? And it's a sad truth that most, if not all businesses, really just focus on the business growth, right? And they'll want to look at the security risk at a later stage, right? And I think to make things worse, right? I think what we have seen so far, or more and more, right, are third-party risks, right? And these are actually having a very great impact on the company itself, right? Because it's not something that they can control. It's not something that they have even oversight over sometimes, right? And it leads them to the company to being compromised. And in that case, since you have first-hand experience with all these security breaches, what do you think these third-party vulnerabilities create cascading risk for the entire crypto system?
Yeah, so third-party risk is a huge topic. And before I answer that, I would just kind of circle back for just a second on what you said at the beginning of this question is, when you're thinking about risk, and you're thinking about security risk, right? The outcome of that security failure, right? You have data that's compromised, you have assets that are lost or stolen, and lost or stolen. So sometimes they're stolen by a bad actor, or sometimes the keys are destroyed and therefore the assets are locked. The manifestation on the risk scale of that is not necessarily security risk per se. It's more of, regulatory risk. You're going to get fined. Reputational risk. No one's going to want to work for you. Or legal risk. You're going to get sued. And those are really like the manifestations of bad security risk management. Now, yes, certainly data being out there, all of the realities of having a data breach, whether it's assets or data, are true, but the real manifestations of those that impact the business. And I think this is something that a lot of CISOs have a struggle with when explaining this to the board or to their colleagues in the C-suite. It's how this manifests as regulatory risk, as legal risk, as reputational risk, and how those then materially intersect with impacts to the business. I think those are three risks metrics, or three, like, I think, risk paradigms that are a lot easier to explain than, hey, we're gonna have a data breach and then this database is gonna get compromised, and then, like, you go down that path. And most of your executives that are not technical, and most of your board members who are certainly not technical, aren't going to get it. But if you can tie it to those three parameters, those three themes, I think you get a lot more traction with building a security team or building a security program. But to your question about third-party risk, this is something that is really the big question, I think. How do we solve for third-party risk across the industry? It's not unique to crypto. And frankly, very few industries do it well. The part that makes it especially dangerous in crypto is the fact that we deal with bearer assets every day, right? That private key, or that, in many cases, username, password, or API key that allows you to interact with a wallet or an exchange or a custodian, or if you're doing self-custody, the actual on-chain keys themselves, those are bearer instruments. So that key is worth however much assets it controls. That's very different than like a traditional financial services where you get, there's some fraud or social engineering and you send a wire and then you have to call, JP Morgan to get that wire clawed back. It's a very different paradigm when you're dealing with bearer instruments in the crypto space. So that's where I think third-party risk becomes especially paramount. And unfortunately, it's really hard to do right. If we think about this through one of the kind of analogies I use often is every line of code is a unit of risk. Now, how many lines of code are in your environment that your engineers did not write? Third-party libraries, third-party SaaS products, third-party tools. Third-party libraries is a huge topic because a lot of times those open source libraries can be vulnerable to other attacks that then ultimately make that repo, the integrity of that repo is compromised. Therefore, there could be malicious code introduced to that repo and then making it into your environment. I've only ever met one organization in the entire world that audits every single line of third-party code they introduce into their environment. And I've worked with some of the biggest companies in the world, and I've only met one company or one organization that does audit every single line of third-party code. And unless you're doing that, you can't be secure. You can't say you're secure. Now, doing that has impacts on the business, and it's just not possible. It's not tenable. It's not reasonable. So there's ways to offset that with compensating controls, but you can't say I'm running code from an unknown third party and we are secure. Those two things are not compatible with each other. But every company in the industry is running code from a third party that they haven't audited, without a doubt, especially third-party libraries. And that's just the reality of the technology world that we live in. We outsource so much of our security model and so much of our security boundary to third parties. Third-party libraries are top of mind, but also SaaS products, right? The 2-3 years ago, there was a data breach at HubSpot that specifically targeted 14 CRM data for 14 crypto companies. So that wasn't necessarily code running in the crypto company's environment, but it was a SaaS product that they pushed their sensitive customer PII data into. So it's a really hard problem to solve. It is having good third-party risk management is the kind of hallmark of I think that and insider threat are the two hallmarks of very sophisticated, very well-functioning security programs. And it's a really high bar to get there. And I think, just sadly, what passes for third-party risk management today is we're going to send you a 300 question questionnaire, fill it out, send us your SOC 2, and as long as it looks like you answered most of the questions right, you got a green light, you can be a vendor, or we'll integrate you into our platform. That's ludicrous, like in my opinion. That is a total, what I would call security theater. It might look good to auditors or to lawyers, but very, very, very little real security moving of the needle, if you will, occurs with the 300 question questionnaire. It's just very little real security impact. And also a lot of firms game the system. Like I have personally reviewed in 8 years in crypto at a couple different brand name firms, I've personally done diligence on pretty much every exchange, custodian, MPC wallet provider, disaster recovery provider, trading venue. I've pretty much done diligence at some time or another on every single one of them in the industry that exists today. Custodian, everything. And a lot of times when my security team would be doing diligence, and sometimes I would get involved very hands-on, depending upon the firm, we would get questions to our very abbreviated questionnaire that we thought really just cut to the heart of the 35 questions that were really the crux of like risk calculus. We would have to have follow-ups. We'd have to go, they would answer it through kind of a gaming of the system with their standard cookie cutter answer. And then we would ask a very detailed follow-up. And then they would give us an answer, and then we would ask a detailed follow-up. So security diligence requires that level of rigor. That comes back though to how scalable is that to run a business? It's hard. It's very difficult to do, but a lot of firms are answering or asking their third parties a lot of questions with very bad signal to noise ratio. They're getting back answers. They're not interrogating those answers with a sufficient amount of rigor, and then asking follow-ups as many times as it takes to get the data points that they need to really understand a risk calculus of working with that third party. And just sadly, like very, very few, if any, shops are operating with that level of scrutiny.
Yeah, I totally agree with actually what you have mentioned, right? And even myself, I've seen either on either side of the third party management, right? In practice that we do, right? A lot of it is regulatory driven, compliance driven, right? And all those questionnaire, all those checklists that go through and forth, all the questions that's going through and forth, it's really very onerous. But in terms of improving or getting the visibility and oversight over what we are using, right, in terms of third party, actually it's really not that much of a value add, I would say, right? So now let's shift the focus a little bit, right, onto disaster recovery systems, right? Do you think that in the digital asset space that important, and if it is, why do you think that the institution grade backup recovery is it neglected, and if yes, why is it neglected?
Yeah, so this is also a very good question. So I'm biased, right? At Station 70, our kind of flagship product is a product called Bunker that does institutional grade disaster recovery. We're the only institutional grade disaster recovery product out there. And I know that because I've looked at all the other ones when I was a CISO at different firms. So I can say fairly authoritatively that we built our Bunker product and broadly Station 70 through the lens of a CISO. These are the things that I would care about. And these are the things that I think everyone else fails at. And now let's go build this product. So, to your question though, it is something that is still ignored today by a lot of firms, or it is not paid the appropriate amount of attention by a lot of firms, even after an event that was as catastrophic as, say, Prime Trust, or some of these, Stakehound, or there's a number of examples that exist over the last few years where firms have moved assets to wallets and they thought they had the keys, or the keys were corrupted and the backups didn't exist, or the backups are on a USB drive and it's passcode protected and the person that knew the passcode is gone. And they forgot it. Like there's several failure modes that have been realized by the industry to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, probably hundreds of millions in aggregate, where disaster recovery, an effective disaster recovery program capability within your broader security program would have solved that problem, would have prevented that problem. I talk to firms every day. It's what I do, and at least a couple times a week, I'm talking to a fund that has north of $100 million under management, in some cases over $1 billion, and you start to talk about disaster recovery. And their answer to that is, yeah, our CTO's got a USB drive and a safe in the New York office. It's totally fine. Like, we're good. Well, when was the last time you tested it? How do you prove that there hasn't been any insider threat or collusion among employees? How do you prove that those keys still work? Well, what happens if that office has a fire or a flood or gets hit by, that region in New York gets hit by another Hurricane Sandy, and no one can go to that office for a month, and that's, as Murphy would often have it, when you need your backup. So there's a lot of problems, I think, with not treating disaster recovery in crypto, because again, back to what I said earlier, these are bearer instruments, these keys that are oftentimes worth millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. So not treating that as a first order problem, as important as the disaster recovery of any critical business system, is really a failure mode, and it's a dice roll. It's gambling. And unfortunately, we've seen this play out where it's gambling with customer funds, or it's gambling with LP funds, or it's gambling with some other type of investor funds, and it's something that I think a lot of firms don't take as seriously until something bad happens. And oftentimes when something bad happens, it's too late, right? You can't solve the problem retroactively oftentimes. So that's partly why we built Bunker, is to provide that capability. And just to I know this is largely institutional focus, but to think about this also through the lens of retail products, because a lot of institutions use ledgers, use MetaMask, use more retail focused wallets to run some of their internal operations. So we have to actually expand that aperture of how we think about disaster recovery to include those retail products, such as Ledger, such as MetaMask, Rainbow Wallet, Phantom Wallet, the long tail of retail wallets. And we noticed this very early on, that the same problem around disaster recovery exists for either firms that are using retail technology or just the everyday retail user. And at the end of next month, early August, end of July timeframe, we're actually launching another product called Foundation, which solves that problem in the retail space, or at least the retail technology space, we'll say, because again, some institutions use retail tech. That is very similar to our Bunker product, but specifically architected for those retail technology wallet providers.
Yeah, I think that's very very interesting knowledge on backup and recovery, right? Yeah, even in the non-digital asset space, where I've been in Singapore Exchange and all those, right? I think backup and recovery is something that I would say some folks are still in denial, right? They always tell you that, oh, we have configured redundancy, we have HA that's there, backup is the least thing that we will need. We can talk about it and another day. Let's get this in production first before we talk about other stuff, right? And when things happen, that's when they start to panic. But usually it's too late, right? Right. So I think what you have mentioned at Station 70, what you guys do, in terms of your product Bunker, right? Are you able to probably give us a 1 minute walkthrough on how does zero knowledge backup and recovery actually mean, right? In this context.
Yeah. So, without getting too deep into the technical side of it, which I'm always happy to, and anyone's welcome to go to our website or email us, and we can always set up an in-depth product demo. But at an overview, is we have direct integrations with a number of the leading wallet providers: Fortify, Fireblocks, Utila, some others coming this year. And for those wallets that we don't have direct integrations with, we have a kind of custom upload functionality that we can work with customers to onboard through. But at the end of the day, we ingest ciphertext from wallet providers based on how their existing wallets are architected. And we use a combination of HSMs, we use a combination of Nitro enclaves within AWS, And then we use a combination of hardware tokens that our customers have. Either we can ship them hardware tokens, specifically YubiKey devices, or they can procure them on their own and go through a device registration process in our portal. But across that kind of various technologies, specifically within the Nitro enclaves, we are able to take and ingest backup packages that arrive to us as ciphertext from the wallet providers, wrap them, we'll unwrap certain aspects of that cryptography without ever exposing the keys to us entirely, and then rewrap them using customer managed quorums. So a customer, as part of their onboarding process, will set a quorum threshold, and the quorums can be different based on wallet or based on workspace or any number of different parameters, 3 of 5, 5 of 7, 4 of 99, whatever the customer wants. And then each of those individuals that's part of that quorum has to have a hardware token, specifically a YubiKey. And then through a specific function within WebAuthn, we're able to include that customer quorum as part of the wrapping of those backup packages within Nitro enclaves, in addition to our HSM infrastructure and some other technology that we have to then safeguard those backups as we store them in our infrastructure in a way that we don't have access. So the customer is always cryptographically involved, whether it's in an enrollment, so getting that backup package and that security policy applied initially, or what we would call a recovery, when the customer needs that backup package and needs to go and execute a disaster recovery or a business continuity plan based on a wallet provider having an issue. One of the things that we've just released, and we've only started talking about publicly recently in the last few weeks, is a piece of technology called SWAT, Secure Wallet Account Transfer. And it's actually a feature within Bunker that not only allows that same security wrapper to be applied to any backup package that is ingested by Station 70 from a wallet provider, but allows us, through customers' hardware-bound cryptographic approval, to move that backup package over to a secondary wallet provider. And then that secondary wallet provider that we've integrated with has the ability to then run through an import process to get that customer back online. So think about this through the lens of, you have a primary wallet provider who has a operational outage. They have a cloud failure. They have something that's going to be 12 or 24 or 36 hours before they're back online. Well, the market's moving. You need to trade. You need to run your business. You have customers that are processing withdrawals, whatever the case is. You need the ability to now have a standby wallet in place that can, in a zero knowledge way, ingest the keys from that original wallet provider and get your business back operational. Now, that even becomes more pronounced in the case that your primary wallet provider has a data breach. So in that case, you essentially end up in a race condition where you need to move your assets out of addresses that were managed through that primary wallet provider before the bad guy can do anything. So that same model of using SWAT to move your keys in a zero knowledge way over to a secondary wallet provider, run through an import process that's secure, and then being able to then sweep your assets to net new addresses that were never touched by that primary original wallet provider is a very powerful tool. And it's something that took us a long time to build. And now we have this, now a customer can actually use that technology and shift keys between a wallet providers in around 5 minutes, which is a very powerful capability to have.
Well, that sounds very interesting. I think after this session, we should have a workshop to really understand how the technology works and how it can benefit us, especially when we also using wallet technology to do custody as well, right?
Sure.
So I think we all know that MPC technology is getting more traction, right, in terms of institution key management, right? And what I've heard from you so far, right, in terms of the solution and the backup, does it complement the existing MPC solution, or it competes with them? Because now you have the backup, you have the full key, right, and you can move things, right, and essentially you don't need the wallet provider anymore.
Well, you do need the wallet provider. So we don't provide wallet services. We don't provide trading services. We don't provide exchange services. We are purely a disaster recovery platform for the MPC wallet. So if you think about it through the context of a wallet provider or a customer of a wallet provider, if you're using a wallet provider, you don't then want to rely on them to provide disaster recovery. right? It's like the example I always use is you don't buy fire insurance from the arsonist, right? You need to have an objective third party that is not on the same infrastructure, under the same corporate structure, under the same legal entity for any number of reasons. Could be operational issues, could be technology outages, could be data breaches, could be legal or regulatory or bankruptcy problems. You need an agnostic third party to store those backups for you in a secure way that allows you to manage insider threat and recovery protocols and thresholds and quorums and all of these things. But that is separate from the wallet provider. So we collaborate with wallet providers. We work with some of the biggest in the industry, and there'll be more announced this year. And we really are a complementary feature to them because, again, you wouldn't want to trust the wallet provider for your disaster recovery if you're worried about the disaster being caused by your wallet provider, right? Like it's kind of this circular logic that you need to break out of and then use an objective third party that has totally separate technology and a totally separate company to really provide yourself that continuity, that rigor around safeguarding those assets. So yeah, to answer your question, we see the wallet providers as partners, and in many cases, we see them as partners in the sales process. Like a lot of our largest deals have originated from wallet providers sending us business saying, hey, you're onboarding with us, you need to talk to Station 70. They're really the only institutional grade disaster recovery platform, and you need to use them as part of your onboarding process with whichever wallet they're going with.
Yeah, I think that's useful knowledge as well, right? And I think recently you guys have a partnership with Fireblocks, right? And how does that how do you guys balance between being wallet agnostic and still while still being able to provide integration with the major custody providers?
Yeah, so Fireblocks is a phenomenal partner, right? Like I've known the Fireblocks team, Michael specifically, for years now. Not only are they our original wallet partner, they're also an investor in Station 70, a small investor, because again, we want that third party kind of agnostic, but a small investor. And I think part of their investment thesis was there was no good solution in the industry. So hey, let's back somebody who can actually build this. So we have a very good relationship with them, but they knew from day one, the very first conversation actually I had with Michael about this was, this is an industry problem. This is not a wallet. This is not a problem that is unique to any particular wallet service. And if we all agree that data breaches are bad for the industry, massive outages are bad for the industry, losing assets in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars scale is net bad for the industry. If we all agree on that, which we all do, then this service that Station 70 is building should be available to any of the wallet providers. And that they knew that very early on. And yeah, we had a partnership with them from really since day one. And they've been a great partner, and they're still the biggest provider in the industry. And I previously have been a customer of theirs. I think at BlockFi, we were top 3 or top 5 customers for a number of years in terms of assets under management. So I know their platform incredibly well. I know their security program very well. I know their CISO very well. And we were thrilled that they wanted to partner with us from day one. And also that they were willing to understand our view of it, which was this is an industry problem, and working with other wallets like Fortify, for example, what was always part of our plan.
Yeah. So I think with that, right, in terms of regulatory compliance, right, now that there's a backup, an institution grade backup that Station 70 does, right, and then you have a wallet provider that's out there. So a lot of the responsibilities from the financial institution is actually being outsourced, right, and more and more third parties are coming in to provide different kinds of services. So I'm sure regulatory compliance is going to get more complex as well across different jurisdictions, because the interpretation of digital asset across different jurisdictions is very different as well, right? So how does Station 70's architecture or solution actually address the needs for things like geographically diverse storage, and to meet all these regulatory requirements?
Yeah, so this is something that again we built Station 70 through the lens of a CISO. Like, what would I have wanted in a backup provider? And one of the big pieces of that came from how do we support and how do we enable customers to comply with regulations? So that could be specific regulations in the US or in Europe around business continuity requirements and high availability and things along that nature. It could also be requirements that LPs or other investors have mandated around access to funds and being able to do any number of different things in terms of auditability. But from a regulator perspective, one of the things that we built is within Bunker, one of the features that we have is this concept of verification reports and check-ins, which is very powerful because what it allows customers to do, again, this is all customer configurable, to set monthly, quarterly, or yearly intervals where all of their recovery team, recovery quorum participants they get prompted via email and they have to log into the platform, touch their YubiKey, sign some messages. We do similar things on the back end with HSMs and rehashing of backup packages and a number of different things. And then we produce an end-to-end cryptographically sound verification report that you can hand to your auditor or your regulator and say, hey, we can attest with cryptographic level proof that everything still works, that all the keys are still there, that everything still computes, and if needed, we can execute a disaster recovery in short order. The other side of kind of the regulatory compliance that we wanted was the only other firm in the industry at the time basically was just like glorified safety deposit boxes. They'd get USB keys from like Walmart or wherever, and they'd stick them in safety deposit boxes wherever. And, in order for them to spin up new locations, they would have to get safety deposit boxes and legal entities in these other countries. And it was very complicated, very legacy, very like Web 2. And I wouldn't even say Web 2, maybe like Web 1.5, because I still think safety deposit boxes are like, I don't really know who uses those today. So our view is if you're going to trust an MPC wallet provider, that implies certain things. It means you trust cryptography, you trust cloud, you trust trusted execution environments. So as we were architecting our solution, we said, okay, we're going to assume those things are true for our target customer. So what should also be true then is a different but similar architecture would be agreeable in a disaster recovery context. So if that's true, then what we can do is we can deploy instances of Bunker in any jurisdiction that it's needed to be. So one of the jurisdictions I think that is most topical is, say, Singapore. So we can deploy an instance of Bunker in Singapore. So now, if you're the MAS, for example, not only is the entity in which you regulate, the hedge fund or the trading firm or the whomever, the exchange, is under your purview, under your jurisdiction, because they're headquartered in Singapore, or they have some material nexus in terms of physical footprint in Singapore. But now, rather than you having, in the event that there is a disaster and you need to get involved as the regulator, rather than you having to reach out to a foreign jurisdiction, a foreign regulator, spend months negotiating, lawyers, all these things, those backups actually sit within your jurisdiction in the Bunker platform because Station 70 is able to deploy instances of Bunker in any major jurisdiction under any regulatory purview.
Interesting. I think that sounds quite complete in terms of the thought process and how the solution is actually being built. Right. So we have covered the past, right, the present, right. I think now let's talk about the future, right. And we're looking ahead, right. I think beyond MPC and zero knowledge proof, right. What do you see some emerging technologies or game changers that could happen in the institution digital asset security space?
It's a weird paradigm that we live in, right? So one thing, on one hand, as we open this discussion, we said, there's a lot of basic security 101 level stuff that's still not getting done in the industry. One of the things that I always kind of laugh about when I'm talking to a board or a firm has asked me to come in and provide some thoughts on security roadmaps or security program design is a lot of times the firms that are very interested in anything AI security still don't have just basic phishing protection on email. And it's like a lot of times you get, and it happens a lot more than you think. They're so hype cycle oriented that they forget the basics. And so I would like to see in the future a real doubling down of basic security hygiene across the industry, hardware-based 2FA, device trust, network egress controls to a default deny architecture in cloud environments, better utilization and better hardening of identities. I'd really like to see that. And at the same time, if we were just to think really forward looking, I think there's a lot of things that are happening in the industry to facilitate stablecoin use cases, to facilitate better KYC and onboarding. Because at the end of the day, we have a very significant like UX challenge, right? Crypto is still inaccessible to a lot of people just from a tooling and a UX perspective. So as some things, and we can talk a little bit about AI and how that impacts crypto, as some things like AI become to be more and more prevalent and integrated into some of the back office tech, I think we're going to see that barrier to entry, that accessibility problem from a UX perspective go away, because things like onboarding and KYC and AML and BSA compliance, that stuff's going to get easier. Things like regulatory compliance are going to get easier because you can have an LLM help significantly with things like audits and SOC 2s and regulatory inquiries and other things. So I think we're going to see a lot of stuff yet to come. And I think we'll be in many cases, along that journey with a lot of other fintech companies and industries out there. So I'm pretty excited about it. But if I had one kind of call to action for anyone that sees this, whether you're a CEO, a CISO, a CTO, a board member, or just an average everyday employee at any company, I would say really be serious and be reflective about how good is your basic security hygiene, because the last thing the industry needs is another Bybit style hack that could have been easily prevented with some 101 level controls.
Yeah, and then totally agree with what you have mentioned, right? So coming down to actually Station 70, right? Is there any thing that upcoming product launches or any new interesting developments that you guys have? Maybe a sneak preview for our audience here.
Yeah, so a couple things are happening. So we continue to build features on Bunker. Like I said, we excuse me, we recently released the SWAT feature to do cross wallet platform key management, key transfer. That took a lot of work. We have some additional features coming. We have some additional wallet providers coming with direct native integrations this year. Very excited about that. The other piece on the retail front. So end of next month, early August kind of timeframe, we're going to be releasing a retail product that we're very excited about, still solving some of the key backup, key management, zero knowledge security around retail key management. We have some other use cases that we'll be addressing with a new and upcoming identity product that will be shipping into beta in Q4. We're really excited about that. We'll actually end up being users of that internally pretty extensively beforehand. And there's a couple other notable firms in the security side of the industry that have already volunteered to help us test that identity capability we're bringing. So, our vision has always been, let's start with some problems that we know really well and start building products. But we've never had the vision of being a one product company. We think there's a lot of security challenges in the industry that are solved by just good technology. So we're just kind of on that journey of becoming a multi-product company and getting to that point where we have solved institutional use cases, retail use cases, and some broader use cases across the industry. And that's kind of where we're heading. So it's been a great journey so far, and we're looking forward to kind of this year and going into next year.
Well, interesting insights and a sneak preview. I think I'll be stalking Station 70's website for more details. Right. I think we are close to the end of the session, right? And to wrap up the whole session, maybe what's your one-liner takeaway from this session for our audience, right? If they can't remember everything that we have said, what's one thing that you want them to remember?
Yeah, I would say something I talk about often is there's a much higher probability, in my opinion, and this is not financial advice, and I'm not qualified to give financial advice, but in my opinion, there's a much higher probability that Bitcoin goes from where it is today to 1 million than it is from where it is today to 0. And if we all are in this industry because we believe that, that means there's a substantial amount of growth yet to happen across the industry, both new companies to start, new technology to build, better UX to deliver to customers, retail use cases, institutional use, like there's so much left to do. My kind of call to action would be for people to do that. Build important things that matter to the growth of the industry and don't become myopically focused on the shiny object of today. Many of us have been around the industry long enough to have seen several cycles across the industry and many bad decisions that led up to some of those cycles popping and many bad products and many bad companies. And my kind of call to action would be take security seriously, but maybe more importantly, build products that matter and that help us go from where we are today to $1 million per Bitcoin.
Thank you, Adam. I think I totally agree with that, right? Too many times we are very focused on driving the business, building what we need, so focused on that, and that we actually ignore the broader picture, and the bigger industry. And in fact, that is, the broader picture and the bigger industry is what actually helps us, right, or helps the industry as a whole, right? Especially in the crypto world, where any breaches, right, is actually bad for the industry as a whole, right? So we've come to the end of the session. Thank you for all the insights and what we have been discussed, and I hope this is useful for our audience as well. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Luca. Welcome.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for joining us this year. Shall we start with your story? You had this fascinating story moving from traditional finance from Morgan Stanley to MakerDAO and now founding M0. So what drove you to focus on this infrastructure layer of the money itself? And what was that the critical moment when you realized that the current system need to be rebuilt?
I think as always, it's easier to connect the dots backward. When you are in the middle of it, you just do the things that you enjoy the most. But it's good to look back. There are a few reasons I think that caused this transition on my side. I've been focused my entire career on financial services, right? I used to be a financial institutions banker, a consultant for financial institutions, an investor in financial institutions. So I knew money transmission intimately, more than products built on top. And for a very long time, even during the fintech revolution, so to say, the way money is created in the first place, like the hardcore engine of money never changed, right? There were good front ends on top, but the core remained the same. And I think DeFi, my encounter with DeFi and MakerDAO was the first protocol I got involved in, was the first time I had this realization that somebody was really trying to recreate the checks and balances that are composing our financial system from the ground up. And it was very, very fascinating. And there is also a personal side to the story. At that time, this was 2020. I had free time, fortunately or unfortunately. I am a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed with blood cancer actually the first week of COVID lockdown, which was an interesting let's say, an interesting timing to go through something like this. So I had to step out of from work for a few months to cure myself under chemotherapy. And at the time, I was spending more time in front of the computer, and I was studying more what was going on in the world of decentralized finance. And I also started to write. I started to write and publish a Substack called Dirt Roads that became very respected in the space.
out of isolation. Probably nobody knew. And then things went very fast. When I recovered, I decided to dedicate myself entirely to this new sector where I saw immense potential. I started to advise some of the largest funds in the space, continue my research, participate in some of the largest protocols, including MakerDAO. And then at some point, I had the realization that these protocols were early day attempts, but they were not ready to scale. And with Greg, who is the other co-founder of M0 and a third founder who left earlier this year, we decided to found M0. And then we have been building head down since then. So like a lot has happened in the last 5 years of my life.
Yeah, very inspiring story, Luca. Yeah, and stablecoin is one of the hottest topic this year. And on the market side, it has gone to over 227 billion. But still, I think the problem that you mentioned in the beginning is still like dominated by like centralized player, like Stablecoin and Tether. And just for the context, for the audience, imagine that 80% of all the digital payments are controlled by just two companies. So that's the reality of like today that we have. So Luca, what's the fundamental problems that you see of this concentration problem that is kind of create the problem for users, and why should user care if we want to decentralize it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are a few aspects, but I think that the stablecoin sector is evolving. First of all, like stablecoin, as you said, is a very hot topic because it is very clear that building on digitally native rails, it's simplifying our lives. It's moving really financial services into the internet era, while financial services were really sitting behind. And many of us have worked in financial institutions, so we know for a fact that it's a very, very different way of doing business still. But in this early phase of the life of stablecoins were used for very simple reasons. And the simple versions of stablecoins were good enough. And there were two players that were serving their purpose. But with time, these players became very, very big. They became very, very profitable. I don't know if the audience knows, but Tether makes more profits than Goldman Sachs, which is incredible if people thought about it like 2 years ago. But that's the reality. So I think that obviously nobody wants a sector where money is controlled by two players only, and especially when this sector becomes global and much bigger. I actually wrote a piece that I discussed with some central bankers who reach out called the network theory on money recently, that discusses money topology and the risk of concentration of signal in a few players. But I think there is something else that is changing, that is evolving and this is where M0 is playing also, is stablecoins are not a payment tool. Stablecoins are a platform, is a technology platform on which financial services can build products. So if you want to have a platform, obviously a platform needs to be more open, more accessible, more fair in distributing the economics share. So there will be an evolution with more players coming, more traditional players wanting to issue stablecoins, and more distribution partners or applications willing to embed those stablecoins in what they do. The system will become more open. And this is also the origin of crypto per se, right? It's funny that crypto was born as a non-custodial, permissionless, decentralized ecosystem, and where the vast majority of the money is actually managed by one company. It's kind of weird. So I think that the sector will evolve with the evolution of the product itself. Stable coins are becoming more platforms, technology platforms to build financial use cases on. And now that the number you quoted in terms of stablecoin float is actually larger now, I think it's more than $250 billion, will probably go into like the trillions in the next few years. So we are really looking at massive paradigmatic shift in how we manage money and how money is embedded in technology, and stablecoins will play a big role in it.
And you also have described M0 as the offshore dollar market for the digital age. So for the audience, just for context, so the offshore dollar market is currently like trillion system where dollar are held and traded outside of the US banking system. So can you walk through your analogy of like creating this digital platform outside of the US?
Yes, I can, and I also
Sorry.
yes, and I can. I also want to give an update because things have changed since we made that quote on the good side on the regulatory front. So first of all, as you were suggesting, there is a huge sector, a huge market, currency market called like, the offshore dollar, the euro dollar market. And that has nothing to do with Europe. But these are the dollars that are originated and used outside of the regulated US banking system. Nobody knows how big it is because it's very fragmented. You mentioned trillions. It is. I think the estimates are between, I don't know, 7 trillion and $20 trillion. And stable coins like Tether, for example, are great players in this space. Like, they aggregate liquidity in this offshore dollar market and make it way simpler for players outside of the US to transact in dollars. And who are those players? I mean, this could be retail living in high inflation countries, but could also be companies that transact in dollar denominated terms outside of the US or financial institutions that hold some of their balances in dollars. Stable coins are great for this because they're global, they are easy to move, they are atomic in their settlement, so the counterparty risk is way lower. People who have been sending money cross-border, they know how painful it is, like using the SWIFT system. When you send money, it takes a week. You don't know how much you're paying. Sometimes they lose your money. It takes another week to find it. It's really like medieval. So stable coins are great for this. The reason why most of the stablecoin players started offshore is that onshore, let's say within the US and also in Europe, the regulator was way more protectionist vis-a-vis traditional banks to give the ability to stablecoins to grow. This, interestingly, has changed in the last few months. So people know probably that under the Trump administration, the US are actually passing stablecoin regulation that gives the ability to stablecoin issuers to issue stablecoins in the US without folding on the banking sector, which is a big change. That means also that stablecoins will not only be most probably offshore and also M0 offshore dominant players, but also replace some of the traditional banking system onshore, within the US soil, which is very big. So how we want to play it at M0 is a bit different from the incumbents, from Tether, for example. I think that what we want to do is create technology that allows issuers to actually issue high quality, very transparent digital dollar form. But the issuers are not the distributors. Like if you are a bank, you're not necessarily the fintech creator of the applications that actually people use. Like, I don't know, they pay P2P applications, the digital wallets, the exchanges, or whatever, like the e-commerce platforms, whatever you want. So what M0 is trying to do is creating this connecting tissue for issuers to issue of a digital form of money, fully transparent. And on the other side, applications to actually take this money and embed money in their stack just with code. We were focusing on the offshore market, but most probably we will have onshore issuance in the US as soon as the regulation passes in the next few weeks or months.
So looking forward to more progress. Yeah, and you probably know that our theme this year is building through cycle, and we have seen a massive ups and downs in the crypto markets lately, but stablecoin on the opposite, kind of like growing during the downturns, and people want some kind of like stability during like volatile markets. So how do you see that impact your protocol design and market adoption? And what does it mean to build the infrastructure that works in both the bull and the bear markets?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that what is happening now is that we are confusing the investment asset class with a technology. The same happened with tech, right? When you were in the 90s or early 2000, I remember, I'm 42, so 2001, like at the top of the tech bubble, I went to university, right? And we were confusing tech as an asset class with the technology behind it. And the asset class was very volatile. People were investing in tech stocks, were gambling on tech stocks to go like 1,000% up, and this was very, very volatile. But the technology behind it that was being created was real. And over the medium term, this technology completely transformed the world we live in, as we know. I think the same is happening in crypto. The crypto assets as an asset class to invest in are very volatile because the market gets excited or depressed. But there are teams that are building the technology behind it that is going to transform the world in the same way the internet has transformed the information age. And this is how we approach it, right? Like M0 has raised significant amount of capital for long-term building. We are building financial infrastructure from first principle perspective. We think this financial infrastructure is going to change the world and will make of M0 obviously a valuable project over the medium term. But we are trying to stay away, for example, from the hypes of the retail market. So M0, for example, while M0 is governed by utility tokens, doesn't have listed tokens yet on exchanges. We are trying to protect the morale of the firm against this bull and bust processes. But in my opinion, like stablecoin is the first example in crypto of a technology that is really acyclical, right? Like, as the stable coins have been growing in the bull market of crypto thanks to leverage, they've been growing in the bear market of crypto. They will continue to grow because it's a technology platform that makes sense. So we think that this is one of the areas in the sector which is less sensitive to cycles. Still is, right? But definitely less than others.
Yeah. Can we dive into the technical architecture of M0 a bit? So one of your unique tech architecture is the multi-issuer model, and that is very unique compared to like the centralized stablecoins model and other decentralized approach like DAI. So in simple terms, instead of one company issuing all tokens, you have multiple minters who can all issue the same tokens. And so I want to understand how does it work technically? Like how do you actually have all the minters issue dollar that work everywhere and can be like exchanged across like jurisdiction?
Yes. Interestingly enough, there are multi-issuer models already in the world. It's just like they're not very transparent. Like Circle, for example, doesn't have one issuer. Circle has two issuers. One is in Europe, the other one is in the US. They issue the same token. It's just very, very, very cumbersome to understand what is issued where. So what M0 wants to do is M0 wants to be this platform that allows different issuers very, very transparently to issue a same form of liability, a same token. Now, through technology. Now, how do we achieve this, and why we think it is important, and how we ensure that the quality is preserved across the network? I think we achieve this by enforcing the same standards for issuance to all the players that want to issue into the M0 market, so to say. So the standards are very, very strict. Currently are like to issue, you need to provide an over-collateralized reserve of US short-term treasury bills. So to issue $100 million of M token, which is a wholesale stable coin that is issued by the protocol, you need to pledge $102 million worth of short-term treasury bills, US, under 6 months of residual maturity. And every issuer needs to provide ongoing proofs of reserve every day to the protocol by a third-party validation that the reserves are there. This allows, like, certainty across the network that the quality of the reserves is the same. why we think it is important and what is going to happen on the issuance side. So I think that what is important is that we are diversifying centralized counterparty risk by having more than one issuer issuing. But also we can have access to in different markets if some markets require issuance to be done in their territory and not outside, with the reserves sitting in their territory. But at the same time, we can achieve this without breaking liquidity and fungibility of the token. You know, like the most important thing in money is interoperability and liquidity. We cannot really live in a system where there are like 1,000 different forms of money and they are not really the same, because we're gonna get crazy. Like in the system we're used to, every bank has de facto a different version of money, because every bank deposit you have in a bank has different counterparty risk profile, but they're all interoperable, right? If I send money from my bank to your bank, it's the same dollar or the same pound or euro or Thai baht or whatever. So I think that that interoperability we want to achieve from the protocol. We think also that in the long term, issuance itself, which means parking the reserves and creating the digital version of the reserves, is going to be a very commoditized business. It's going to be a business that creates, you know, single digit basis points or like 20, 30 basis points of profit. Is going to be done only by technology with some licensing. Most of the fun is going to happen in the connectivity downstream with the people who use this money. So that's why we want, that's also why we created the protocol the way it is, because we want to make it future-proof. We think that the issuance of stablecoins will really radically develop. Currently, how does it work? Like, you are a company, a regulated company, you have a balance sheet, the regulator is checking your balance sheet, and you create a token, which is a digital version of a liability, and you distribute it on chain. So it's very old school, right? Most of the technology enabled stuff is happening with the token. I think also the issuance can become way more advanced, right? You can have this done in an automated way, as long as the securities that are composing the reserves exist in a tokenized form, which is happening. So I think this is going to have a lot of fun on that side as well. But so, for example, more pragmatically, currently M0 has around $250, $270 million of outstanding issuance. We started like 6 months ago, so we've been growing quite a lot. The issuance is entirely done in offshore with a BVI issuer, but now we are waiting for the legislation in the US to be approved, and we will have the first issuer minter in the US as well, that is going to issue using similar standards for the US market, for those that need to actually acquire stablecoins in the US market.
Yeah, and another disruptive component of M0 is your revenue sharing model. You already mentioned about Tether earning more than Goldman Sachs. That's by just keeping yields from all the reserves that they have. And that's the area that M0 want to flip. So can you share a bit about the model that you want to share with the yield with earners, especially the company and platform that want to build on top of M0? How would they benefit from this model?
Yes, absolutely. And yield is an important feature, of course, but is one aspect. I think the most important aspect is, more general aspect is control. And I will make an example here. So let's say that you want to create a credit card app for your phone that is based on stablecoin rails. So you can actually, behind the scenes, who is the technology that is managing your balances are stablecoins. There are a lot of those players now, right? Some are also partnering with us. Cast, for example, is a big player, big in Asia as well, and they're partnering with us. Now, if you are using USDC, for example, or USDT from Tether, you are giving up entirely the control to that issuer. That means that the issuer is keeping all the money for the reserves. The issuer is deciding what is blacklisting and whitelisting the compliance, and maybe the requirements for a player in Singapore are not the same requirements for Circle who sits in the US, right? You are giving control over additional features, the brand, and many other things. So the stablecoins are today, the centralized stablecoins are not programmable because they're only programmable by the issuer, not by the application. And we think this is wrong. So we think that the entire control of how a stablecoin, of the digital money behaves, should be at the distribution network. So that you are a distributor, you can actually take M, which is a wholesale asset, wholesale stablecoin that is created by the M0 protocol, and you can extend it, you can personalize it, and you can control everything of it. You can control blacklisting, whitelisting features, you can control the brand, you can control other behaviors, and you also can control the yield distribution. So the protocol is streaming down to approved partners, so to say, the vast majority, currently the totality of the underlying reserve yield. And then this distribution partner can decide how they want to bundle this. They want to pass it to their users. They want to create some sort of yield products for the users. They want to keep it entirely for themselves, etc. They want to use it to incentivize certain actions. So we want to give total flexibility on the control of the behaviors of the money, including the yield, to the distribution. And this is very compelling. And again, I stress control because yield is important, but there are so many other features beyond the yield that are important for somebody who actually welcomes digital money on their platform. And so that's what we're trying to do. We want to give like a toolkit to distribution partners to fully control money when it sits on their stack, and not just to forgo the control and the economics to a third-party issuer who is not doing most of the work. They are doing most of the work.
And if this model works well, do you see incumbents like Circle and Tether trying to like provide flexibility or control, give control back to the partners or like the users? Or what would be the key technical barrier that would stop them that M0 already like built? Yes.
So there are technical and commercial barriers, and these players are very different. So Tether, for example, is a very different business. Now, Tether was very early here. They have a very strong brand. People are using Tether because they want to use USDT. They have a big liquidity network. People are not using Tether the retail users are using Tether. It's a great position to be. That's why they will keep most of their yield. That they also want to stay outside of the US. They really want to dominate the offshore retail market. I don't think Tether is going to pass the yield down anytime soon. They don't need it. They can do other things, but I don't think they do. They can, and they will continue to grow, and they will be a very profitable business. But obviously, the sector will be way bigger than that, right? Like currently, Tether is, 70%, 60% of the market. In my opinion, this market is going to 10x, and Tether is going to be 20%, 10% of this market. Still great company. With Circle is different. Circle already does that a lot. So Circle is already giving back a vast majority of their reserve to big distribution partners. People know now that Circle is public that a big chunk of Circle's revenues goes to Coinbase. So all the USDC that sits on Coinbase, the revenues are Coinbase. The same for Nubank, the same for Binance. So Circle is already doing it, but in a very old school way with like paper contracts for very large distributors. What we want to do we want to do this entirely with code, and we want to do this for everyone. So any type of player that wants to build an M0 network has full control from day one. They don't need to talk to us or to our lawyers. They can do this entirely with technology. So on the traditional players I think it's difficult for them to do it because they don't really have the technology to do it. They have a very weird legal setup where it's difficult for them to do it, but most importantly, they don't have the intention to do it. Their business model is built around something different. We see some more traditional players trying to go that way. For example, Stripe has created their own stablecoin offering with this idea of revenue sharing, but also like their technology is not really, let's say, crypto native. It's not technology first approach, but their attempt is in that direction. So it's going to be interesting to see how large players are approaching this control sharing, revenue sharing model with their partners.
Yeah, and next I want to talk a bit about your fundraising and investor. You have raised 57 million from top tier investor, including the large market makers like Galaxy and Wintermute. So how important is it to have like alignment and support from the market maker in your protocol? And how do you see this participation in the funding side signal about the market adoption potential?
Funding is very important. I think having if you want to build something for the long term, you need money and you need to have like good partners. So we curated our cap table from the very beginning, and our cap table includes, as you mentioned, some of the largest market maker in the world, like it's Galaxy, Wintermute, but also GSR, Caladan, some of the largest crypto investors in the world, like Pantera Capital, Rode, Parafai, Standard, and traditional fintech large investors like Bain Capital, Air3, and a few others. We think that this combination is super important because every investor understands different things. Market makers really understand market structure and liquidity. Traditional fintech investors understand how to scale tech companies, and crypto investors understand crypto and have connections with the ecosystem. So this has been very, very important for us, and the size of the rounds has been important for us as well. This is not going to be the last round. Most probably, something is cooking for 2025 on the fundraising side, but soon we will share a bit more. So it's very important. On market makers, we've been working with market makers very closely, especially with Galaxy. There are a lot of things we can do with their businesses. They can use our product. They can provide liquidity. And I think these guys have a more flexible balance sheet compared to traditional venture investors that they invest in equity and token form for the long term. So having a very diversified pool of capital providers is very important for the success of a business, in my opinion.
Okay, we get back to the milestone topic later, but we understand that one of your vision is to become CBDC coexistent, and you already mentioned speaking to like some of the central banks. So but at the same time, a lot of CBDC projects are advancing very fast this year, and you have mentioned that it's not gonna compete. So, and how do you see this coexistence like playing out, especially in the region like Southeast Asia, the offshore markets?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in the advancement of CBDC projects, and I believe in the coexistence between public and private, and I explain why. First of all, CBDCs ultimately are some new iteration of treasuries. What I mean is that it's a new money market instrument that is digitally native, which is way better than having a treasury bond sitting in an SPV with an IOU, which is digitized, but it's still like a secondary claim. So I think CBDCs will absolutely replace wholesale money repos between central banks and commercial banks or private issuers, and just do the connectivity between the public and the private. So I absolutely welcome those efforts from central banks, and I think these central banks will continue to build in this front. At the same time, apart from certain exceptions, like China probably is a big one, but I think there is always been a very clear divide between the private sector and the public sector when it comes to money issuance and credit creation. It's very difficult for the public sector to substitute itself, to inject itself into the role of private players to distribute money, deal with customers, and allocate money, etc. There are a lot of like adverse effects and moral hazard that happen all the time, as we know. So we think that this is absolutely going to continue. You will have private networks that actually embed CBDCs as their reserve asset, so to say, and then enhance their functionality and interconnectivity for the private players. So I strongly believe in this coexistence. Now, if you look at what was happening in the past, you had the central banks behind the scenes, you had the commercial banks that are were the distribution partner, let's say, to deal with the public, and then you have the public. Now we will still have the public, we will still have the central banks, but then the role of the commercial banks will change dramatically, and I think will be unbundled. You will have technology, front-end technology and back-end technology to manage money, which is going to be less monolithic than what commercial banks are seeing today. So in my opinion, the big part of the market that is going to be revolutionized is the part in the middle, which is the commercial banking distribution model, which is going to be more technology. So like the private leg of the private-public partnership will change significantly. So I think there is absolutely a future for the coexistence of public versions of money and private versions of money, as we have seen in the last 100 years around most of the world.
Right. Since we already touched on the regulatory and the public side, I'm curious, how do you mentioned that only 1 in 5 companies see that regulation is a barrier, but it's becoming less these days, and more people starting to navigate through like compliance. Curious how M0 help companies navigate compliance across different countries and regulations, and how how do you maintain the decentralized principle while help companies on compliance side?
Yes. So there has been a lot of discussion about regulation and compliance in crypto, which is kind of like monolithic, but is a bit more nuanced, obviously. In my opinion, there have been mainly 3 drivers of discussions on the regulatory side in crypto. The one is as AML and compliance, anti-money laundering and compliance. The other one has been issuance of money, like let's say money transmission, whether the banking world, how it impacts the banking world, and the other one has been securities, SEC securities, customer protection. I think that all those aspects will require a lot of innovation on the regulatory front. The AML and compliance, the AML one is actually the easiest, because most people who are not familiar with crypto, they think that crypto is very good to launder money. Crypto is very bad to launder money because you can see everything that people do around the blockchain. It's way easier to do the bad things through traditional rails or through cash than crypto. So there has been a lot of evolution here on tooling to do good AML and compliance in crypto. Will continue to be like this, and our modular approach in M0 is facilitating actually onboarding those tools on our stack. We're already doing it for some partners. On the big innovation though, the securities part of customer protection is still in flux. I think regulatory changes will come very soon. But the big change I have seen has been on the money transmission banking side. Up to recently, in some of the largest geographies, issuing stablecoins was a banking-only activity. So you ultimately needed to have a partner bank behind the scenes that was managing the reserves and that was managing the entirety of the yield. This is horrible. It's horrible because it's giving so much exposure to the customer. You don't know what type of counterparty risk you have, and ultimately it's something that has been done to protect traditional banks rather than be a friend of the customer and the innovation. There is also a positive side. If stablecoins are absorbing a lot of liquidity, they can create problems for banks, and your regulators want to make sure, and for the economy, regulators want to make sure that this transition is smooth. But certain areas have been more protectionist than others. Europe has been very, very protectionist. The MiCA legislation has been not great for stablecoin builders. The previous administration, US, has been very protectionist as well across the board. But now we're seeing a lot of pro-crypto stance. So even in the US, the Genius Act or the Genius-related bills are really allowing stablecoin issuance from a first principle perspective. That's why we are entering the US market very soon. And also there is a different stance and posture from large countries towards crypto as a sector, right? It was very difficult to build in the crypto sector in the US, and the US is a big market, right? So very recently, because it was just difficult, right? Like the regulators were trying to make your life difficult, and this has changed, right? Like the regulators now trying to do their job, but they're way more pro innovation, which is a good thing, right? I don't have political affiliations whatsoever. I'm just saying what I see from a builder perspective, and I personally think that the more this business matures, the more we will see constructive relationships with regulators. We're seeing this in the US, we're seeing this in South America, we're seeing this in certain countries in Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Europe is still behind. I'm European, so I can criticize Europe. Europe is always behind when it comes to regulation. But I think this is a trend. So the vibe, the environment from a regulatory risk perspective has significantly improved over the last 6 to 12 months, like massively.
Yeah. I think we at the last 5 minutes of this session. So I want to wrap up by hearing about the upcoming product launches, partnerships, or any exciting milestone that you have that you can share with the audience today. What should we be watching for?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, M0 wants to democratize digital money control and give the possibility to anyone who to build cool financial applications and control entirely the digital dollars they manipulate, right? We are convinced that tech and fintech are merging, and behind fintech there will be crypto rails. Most of the financial technology will be non-custodial, and we wanna power most of it. That means that we are agnostic when it comes to the use cases that are built on top of M0. We launched a few months ago, and we already reached almost $300 million of float with two partners, right? One is a DeFi protocol, the other one is an issuer of stablecoins for the Cosmos ecosystem, which is a large crypto ecosystem, actually very, very prevalent in Far East Asia, in Korea especially. We have 30 more partners coming online over the next few months. So we have builders building stablecoins for the Hyperliquid ecosystem, which is Hyperliquid is one of the largest perpetual exchanges, decentralized exchanges in the world, the largest decentralized exchanges for purpose in the world. We have credit card issuers like Cast building on M0 stack. We have gaming, open source gaming platforms like Playtron, building their digital wallets on M0 stack. We have large distribution networks that we cannot still announce, but I think there are a long list of players that are building a lot of cool financial applications. Ultimately, the end users will not know we exist. They will just interact with the front end to do very cool things and to send money or to store money or invest it or buy things. And behind the scenes, this will be powered by M0. So that it's very, very exciting times for the sector and very exciting times for us as a company.
Yeah, we're excited to see all those exciting innovation coming out of M0 as well. Thank you so much, Luca, for today. Very insightful session. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to Redefine Tomorrow 2025. My name is Michael Bridey, and I am a foreign exchange economics and crypto market specialist here at Bloomberg. And I'm really happy to be joined today by Jonathan Levin, CEO and co-founder of Chainalysis, for this fireside chat, talking about on-chain compliance. Thanks, Jonathan. How are you today?
Doing great, Michael. Great to be here.
My first experience with Chainalysis was on Tracers in the Dark a few years ago. Definitely learned a lot from that book. Got into the weeds, but it's just quite amazing what the company has done. I know you recently transitioned to CEO in December of last year, after co-founding Chainalysis well over a decade ago. But let me ask you, how has this on-chain compliance landscape evolved since those early days when you were responding to things like the Mt. Gox hack? And what does this tell us about where this industry is heading today?
Yeah, I think that when you look back over the last decade, really in sort of cryptocurrencies, so much has happened. Everything from all of the different use cases that people actually use cryptocurrency for today has changed, and all the different blockchains that now exist, all the different payment options that now exist, stable coins now exist. So like the whole landscape has changed, and so has the entire world of compliance. And ultimately, compliance is all about putting controls in place around what are the use cases, what are the risks that are involved in cryptocurrencies. And so I think Chainalysis, we've kept up with all of the different developments over time, and the different types of risks have changed so much. So when we started Chainalysis in 2014, the main thing that people were worried about at the time was really, darknet markets. And darknet markets at the time were these underground marketplaces where you can buy and sell, contraband and drugs and things like that online. And really, that was sort of the main vector of crime that was involved. And when you look at sort of what's happened with cryptocurrencies, is that it's actually now intertwined with all of the ways that people transact in the world. It's part of remittance corridors, and it's part of business to business payments, and it's and so the compliance needs of all of our customers have become a lot more sophisticated. And the types of enterprises that Chainalysis works with today are not just early stage crypto exchanges, but actually some of the largest banks in the world, some of the largest fintechs in the world, across all of the different business lines that now involve blockchains in some way. And so we've had to really adapt to that and adapt with the times.
Plus globally, I mean, it goes without saying, we probably should just address this right out of the gate, because I know your firm works in many, many different countries and jurisdictions, but with the new U.S. administration, establishing this working group for digital asset markets, and the SEC creating its own crypto task force, how is Chainalysis adapting its priorities, to strategize and navigate this shifting regulatory environment, which seems to be changing all the time?
Yeah, we're moving quickly across all of the different geographies that we serve. I mean, one of the things that people who run businesses like myself think about is like, how many different countries do you have people in? So we have people on the ground in 32 countries around the world that actually serve local markets with local domain expertise about what does the regulatory environment look like, what are the particular national security threats that people are dealing with, and what are the national priorities that are present that is worth us tackling. So this is where I think Chainalysis has done a really good job of actually being able to be on the ground helping our customers, whether those are on the public sector side or on the private sector side of our business, and that helps us stay that helps us really make sure that we've got tailored solutions to our clients in those different geographies. So that's and I would say today what we're seeing is that the US administration is setting a very aggressive agenda It's having a big impact on markets. It's having a big impact on Circle's IPO last week, and that's really something that is exciting, that the US is back open for business. Meanwhile, we've seen sort of growth in all of our different international domains as well. So this is something that we are very focused on, serving local markets with local talent, with local like nuanced understanding of the domain. And that helps us, serve our clients a lot better.
Yeah, so to build upon that a little bit, you mentioned that you have customers in many different countries, and not even sure how you guys do it with so much diverse global regulatory approaches. But right now, from your perspective, which jurisdictions do you see setting the best example for like balancing this new innovation and consumer protection?
What we've seen is that there have been a few different approaches happen across the globe, and I think Europe was definitely behind at a certain stage, but now with MiCA coming in Europe, you've got a single market where at least the rules are very clear. Now, you've got problems with that regime too, where it comes down to, particularly in stablecoins, about, how do you think about having USD denominated stablecoins in a European market, and how does that really work? And there's things around DeFi that are not nailed down in that piece of legislation. But I think when you think about having some clear rules of the road, you've got to say that Europe has caught up with some of the other jurisdictions around the world. So that's definitely a positive step in terms of being able to make sure that everyone in this 500 million person economic region is able to actually interact with the technology. The thing that's lagging in Europe today is actually giving licenses to businesses around in each geography. And so you've got quite a bit of discrepancy between France and Germany and Austria and other places where you've got some markets that are moving faster than others, but at least the rules of the road are clear. We've also seen, the Gulf be a particularly attractive point for people to get involved, and you've got ADGM and VARA setting a really high pace of standards and actually licenses and innovative takes on actually how to do regulatory oversight in those geographies. And so I think that's a space to watch, and it's been exciting to see those regulators actually come up with very innovative frameworks for how to actually oversee this market. We've also got Singapore and Japan, and I could go on, but the interesting thing is that actually you've got some cohesion happening on the type of activity that regulators want to attract in their geography. There's some level of coordination and cohesion on the expectations on licensees. And really, I think that's going to continue to increase as you get more and more guidance out of these different countries.
Yeah, it seems like the use case for this technology is changing pretty rapidly. We opened up talking about tracers in the dark and illicit activity, but I read recently, and correct me if I'm wrong, that less than 0.5% of cryptocurrency transaction volume is illicit activity. But it seems like in some cases there's a different perception. So as TradFi gets more involved in this space, how do we adjust this disconnect when working with traditional finance, who are finally now considering crypto adoption?
I think that there's a couple of things that are changing in the perception that I think is important. Number one, the absolute number in terms of illicit activity is still on the rise, and so I think that's something that people look at, and that fuels some of the perception. But people need to understand that this is now like a much bigger and much more useful set of payment rails than have ever existed inside the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And so the percentage take is an important thing to look at, as well as the absolute numbers. So that's like the first sort of piece of it. The second piece of it is that I think that as cryptocurrency gets more and more integrated into traditional payment rails and traditional financial institutions, that that perception is really, something that is being felt by those people in particular, because
Right.
some of the fastest growing parts of the criminal ecosystem have direct impacts on those communities. And I think that this is a really important point that both the financial system in general needs to think about, but also the cryptocurrency players themselves, is that really, as cryptocurrencies get more and more intertwined with traditional finance, there is the impact of abuse actually crosses the boundary between those two worlds. And so this is something that we observed is like the fastest growing aspects of cryptocurrency related crime have been scams and theft. And the reason why that's super important is that actually this impacts the wallets of consumers around the world, and not just people who have cryptocurrency wallets, but also those who are getting scammed in traditional financial instruments when money is being laundered into crypto. And so the fastest growing fraud vector out there today is authorized push payment fraud. And authorized push payment fraud is not a crypto phenomenon. It's actually, what some people call the scamdemic. It's actually, scammers online.
It's incredible.
Tricking consumers into
Good.
paying
They're
for
really good. They're really good at it.
It's really believable. I mean, it's getting worse. It's this thing where if you've now received, a phishing campaign, or you've received a phone call, or one of your loved ones has received a phone call, really, really good impersonation. I mean, once they have biographical data about you or your loved one or a child, and you get contacted about them with those details, it's led to really successful campaigns of scams. I mean, not just that, though. I mean, we see a huge proliferation on scams in terms of tickets, in terms of, goods being sold online. And really, the hard thing for all financial institutions today is you cannot detect authorized push payment fraud effectively by evaluating your customer who has fallen victim for one of these things. Because, Michael, if you are a victim of this scam, you authenticate into your bank account or into your cryptocurrency wallet as Michael, and then go through the same payment steps with your full intention of making a legitimate payment. It's so difficult for a financial institution to help prevent you falling victim for that. And that's what we realized at Chainalysis, is that instead of just being the people that report the news on how much scam activity happened last year, actually we needed to help equip financial institutions with the tools that they need to actually prevent some of this activity from happening. And so we purchased a company called Alteria. And what we've been doing is actually going out, meeting scammers across the internet, whether it's on scam websites that they run themselves, whether it's social media, and really at scale, talking to scammers and getting all of the infrastructure that they are running on, whether those are bank accounts, cryptocurrency addresses, emails, phone numbers, and building like the largest entity graph of scammers online and giving that information to banks, fintechs, and cryptocurrency businesses to help curb the growth of this, because it's only getting worse with AI, and the scammers are leveraging the best technology, and we have to do the same too.
Yeah, it seems like it is It is a little scary out there. And it also feels like there's a big education gap. And I think your firm is really trying to fill that in a little bit too, because whether it's TradFi or retail, it seems like there's an education gap on like what to look out for. And I do want to talk about Terria for a second, but staying on this compliance idea, obviously we just went through a bunch of scenarios how dramatically this landscape of technology has evolved since, I don't know, probably 2017. So can you walk us through a little bit how the analytic capabilities have advanced since then, particularly in times of, I always hear cross-chain hacking analysis and how you guys have been able to do that?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we have seen in sort of our evolution as a business is that there needs to be a real focus on quality first. There is definitely AI is a great technology, and I think it's going to produce a lot of really good and interesting automation and workflow improvement. But one thing it doesn't do a very good job of is actually label blockchain transactions with evidence that you can hold up in court. And one of the things that we have spent our time doing at Chainalysis is making sure that we have a very deterministic approach to labeling transactions that we believe are associated with particular wallets. Like, this has been our approach from the beginning. We've said, there is room for a lot of, machine learning and AI for a lot of workflow improvement. But when it comes to your core data set, when it comes to the data that you make a decision on, programmatically, or even the thing that you feed into one of those models, you need to be very sure about the method that created that label in order for you to be able to scale it with the type of machine learning models or AI models that you're running on top of it. And so, this is something that we've done for 10 years at Chainalysis, is really made sure that we have that as the base level of the way that we build our products. And then it's about, finding ways to think about cross-chain transactions, or, being able to develop what we call signals, which are probabilistic labels that we're applying to, for example, personal wallets or different types of illicit activity. And really, our approach has been that in these circumstances, we then allow users today in Chainalysis products to look at multiple different blockchains on the same graph, multiple different currencies. We allow for these things to be collapsed and reimagine really what a multi-chain universe looks like. And I think that for people that are less familiar, there are lots of different reasons why people use different blockchains, and some of that is speed, some of that is convenience. And we have found that we need to meet our customers where they are, where they're adopting these different currencies in those domains, and give them the tools that interpret a specific transaction, or give them a US dollar version of the graph, because it needs to be put in context for people. And so really the goal of Chainalysis in this new domain has been ensure that the base level of the data that we collect and label in our products is as reliable as ever before, despite moving to 20 different blockchains. And secondly, where we are actually providing insights and labels, make it very clear where we're using probabilities and where we're using, a machine learning model or AI. And I think that this is really the best practice that, we help set the standard for. And then, people are then able to complete their work a lot faster using those insights as things get a lot more complicated in, the blockchain ecosystem.
Yeah, Chainalysis has done an amazing job of keeping up with the speed of the way things are changing, for sure. You had mentioned Alteria earlier. I know Chainalysis has made some strategic acquisitions recently, Hexagate for smart contract security and Alteria for AI-powered fraud detection, which you previously mentioned. And this represents a little bit of a shift. You're being more from kind of reactive analysis to proactive prevention. And I think that's what TradFi is looking for. But what really drove that strategic pivot?
Yeah, I think we were talking about it earlier, is that like the two fastest, crime types that were emerging for us on the blockchain were, you know, hacks and scams.
You're right.
And when I look at that and I look at it and I read our report every year about, the trends in crypto-related crime, I get very depressed when we don't do something about it. And I saw an opportunity and I knew these founding teams and I said, well, if they were actually inside Chainalysis, could we actually make a dent on preventing this number from actually increasing? Could we get to be part of the proactive solution to preventing more victims from scams of losing their life savings online to some scammer? And could we prevent the next Bybit hack through providing tools to exchanges about how they sign transactions and the movement of funds between their wallets? And really, Exagate and Altaria are now within the Chainalysis product portfolio. And, it's not just about, ensuring that organizations are compliant, but actually, we are showing our partners and customers that it's possible for Chainalysis to be used to actually prevent bad activity from happening on your platform, that it can keep you safe from, all types of vulnerabilities that are targeted at your customers or your enterprise. And I think that this is like really a big shift in our DNA that is, we needed to move to preventing this harm from happening. And so that's what we've been focused on delivering on this year.
So you mentioned AI quite a few times there, and clearly there's going to always be a growing threat from nation state actors like North Korea with all these AI-driven scams. I mean, we must have used the word between us scams a dozen times already. And whenever you have new technology that's used for good, it's always going to be used for bad. So how is this artificial intelligence both escalating? Well, we know how it's escalating crypto fraud, but are you guys using it? How is it helping strengthen your defense tools?
Yeah, I mean, just to put a point on it, I think that we're starting to see AI used in many different ways, whether that is, for, analyzing code bases to find vulnerabilities, if you're an attacker, and using AI if you're a defender, where you're looking at, ways to look at code bases and vulnerabilities on the defensive side. And there's going to be a lot of dual use AI in that sort of way. You're seeing AI be used in compliance contexts to look for anomalies in identity and other types of things that we start to see. And all of those things essentially are sort of double-edged, where it's a perfect example of a dual use technology which can be used by both attackers and defenders. In our sort of specific domain, what I think is important for people to know is that when it comes to scams, attackers, fraudsters, scammers are using AI to build synthetic identities, to look up information about people, to gather social engineering information, and to write very well articulated and sometimes speak in a very well articulated way, in a way that is very familiar to people. And so this is only getting worse as AI gets better. What does it mean to use AI on the defense? Well, what it means is that we have to be scaling our defenses at the pace that attackers can scale their attacks. And so, when we used to do manual review of websites and look at different sources online, whether those are YouTube videos or Telegram channels or what have you, we used to use a lot of manual analyst time to review those things. Now, today, we've built a suite of tools that allow us to be able to leverage AI across the different parts of our workflow. And like that actually helps us move a lot faster through those pieces of information and get humans focused very much on what are the places that we really need human judgment? What are the places that we need humans to make sure that we've got checks and balances on that collection. And so this is something that we spend a lot of time on in Chainalysis. We're doing a lot of design work on how do we think about that from an intelligence production standpoint. When it comes to actually exposing this to clients, we've just started exposing AI to our clients. So we launched a product called Rapid this year, which is about giving people a basic insight into a cryptocurrency transaction or an address. And really that's about saying, we've built the deepest investigation software for a really long time. And, as cryptocurrency becomes a lot more popular, giving someone just a summary of, hey, what has this address been involved in? What does this, transaction mean? Like giving that interpretation, summarizing it, putting it in plain English is something that we think has been really important. And that helps, again, us scale the actual response from the good guys against what is a much, much higher scaled attack surface from the attackers.
I spent a lot of time with traditional finance firms, whether it's banks, institutional investors, hedge funds. The two topics that come up all the time is tokenization of real-world assets, and stablecoins. So as the tokenization of real-world assets accelerates and we start to use the blockchain more, and I heard a little bit, I don't know a lot about it, but you can fill me in. I know you have a new Sentinel product that kind of integrates with Tether's Hadron platform. How do we see stable coins and this broader tokenization trend of real world assets? Like, where is this headed in the near future?
I think that, clearly the market thinks that, we're headed to a much bigger place. I mean, if you look at, and again, I'll mention Circle's successful IPO last week and, what that looks like. I mean, valuing Circle at almost half of some of the exchange venues gives you a sense of like what the market thinks is going to be possible from a asset tokenization and stablecoin perspective. And I think that the mental model that I use and I think is useful for people is that stablecoins are maybe the first sort of RWA or real world asset tokenization that's really hit off into sort of the mainstream. And so I think that if you think about the this market as being very connected, you find that stablecoins are sort of the gateway into real world asset tokenization. And when you look at the success of Circle and Tether and the amount of stablecoins in circulation today at sort of north of $250 billion, you can see that is a significant level of demand to have a US dollar on a blockchain with all of the benefits from being able to custody it yourself, move it instantaneously, make atomic swaps for other assets on chain. And that's really the promise of real world asset tokenization, is that you can take an asset that perhaps had artificially low liquidity and change it in a way to have representation that actually increases the amount of liquidity or increases its viability or lowers the cost of compliance for a registration or what have you. And that's really the thing that I think is the promise of this, is that over time, things that have been artificially restricted from being able to be traded, or things that have been difficult to construct contracts over, become much, much easier with both the existence of stablecoins and tokenization more broadly. I think from a Chainalysis point of view, we look at this as like a major market opportunity that has now some different use cases. And again, we like to say that on the use case around payments in stablecoins, the biggest thing that people are worried about is fraud. And we make sure that we lead then with our fraud products to help combat, scammers from being able to abuse, stablecoins for that. When we think about, real world assets, it's a lot more stuff around, compliance, and there's lots of compliance obligations for all of those instruments that people want to move onto the blockchain. So we make sure that we've got the analysis that helps solve that problem too. So those are the things that I think are really important when it comes to actually helping institutions adopt stablecoins and real world assets tokenization.
Yeah, I think stablecoins, we're a lot closer to using them in more meaningful ways, which is a matter of integrating. And I've heard you say several times in some of your other interviews in the past, the term, you take traditional finance and crypto native, essentially they're going to get married at some point. I mean, it's less of a revolution, more of an evolution. I guess I question a little bit, are the in-laws ever going to like each other? And I think that we'll figure that out down the road a little bit. But you mentioned, so how is Chainalysis helping build that trust and that compliance infrastructure, necessary for those two families to kind of get along?
Yeah, I would say there's a couple of different ways. I mean, for the traditional institutions that are looking at stablecoins as a really interesting market, of course, compliance is top of mind, and they have all these new questions about, okay, so I understood e-money as a sort of concept in Europe if I'm in Europe, or equivalent sort of systems around the world in terms of stored value, but all of those systems are closed loop systems.
Sure.
And so I've got these risks of merchants, and I've also got these risks of consumers, but I kind of know what the universe looks like. When they step into a stablecoin flow, sometimes they've got sort of more open loop elements to it where anyone can access this payment rail, or any merchant can automatically accept a payment. And so that's something that they need to sort of grapple with, and we're building the compliance systems to be able to do that. The one thing I would say is that is changing, that now we have moved much more into fraud, is that we're able to actually close the loop between some of the fiat transactions, some of this traditional instrument transactions, and the crypto side of the fraud. And Chainalysis is very uniquely placed to actually help fraud departments across traditional finance understand both the elements of cryptocurrency related fraud and traditional payment fraud. And that's the thing that I think Chainalysis is very uniquely placed to do, that will help bridge the gap between sort of where we are today, where fraud departments are very nervous about stablecoins and the prospect of push payment systems coming in that are instantaneous and make any sort of fraud department very nervous. And then also making sure that we've got compliance systems in place for open loop systems compared to closed loop systems.
Yeah, and that gets back to education, making sure these people in compliance really understand what they're looking for and what to be aware of. So you see the world, especially when it comes to cryptos and cryptocurrency in the industry in general, through a different lens than I do, probably for the most part. So looking ahead, let's say 2 to 3 years, what do you see as the biggest opportunities? But also on the flip side, what are you worried about? What's keeping you and your firm up at night?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's lots of opportunity. I think that what stablecoins today are demonstrating is that there is a huge amount of different use cases that they are solving today. I mean, when we look at our data, we see that there's a large amount of the volume that is being used as settlement currency between venues that is more efficient than traditional rails. There is a lot of stuff now happening in the B2B landscape. There's certain remittance corridors that are exciting. I think all of those uses in terms of real world utility of stablecoins is a very large opportunity over the next few years. And as the US finally gets legislation around this, that's a huge catalyst to the growth in that space that I think will start to really drive up, the amount of utility that we see even in developed markets for this technology. So I think that that's clearly one of the things that I think is, exciting. Maybe to throw something like even a little further out, again, not necessarily in 2 to 3. It depends how optimistic on AI you are. But I think that there is a real, new type of payment that will exist beyond what we think about traditional payments today. And I think that, this is where we judge sort of the success of some of these new technologies. Like, if a technology is able to increase the number of transactions itself beyond just replace existing transactions on new rails, that's where you start to get sort of real interesting scale. Yeah, really interesting scale. And so I think that one of the things,
Yeah, speed and security. No, please continue. I agree with you 100%.
And so like the way that you're seeing at the moment is that even, today when you look at stablecoin payments in crypto, you've got trillions of dollars of transactions. Not all of those transactions are displacing, Visa and MasterCard. Like Visa and MasterCard are seeing transactions grow. You're not seeing transactions drop off that. So those are net new payments that are happening, in today's world, even in existing stablecoins. But what happens if you move to a world where actually, humans aren't the people who are responsible for a lot of those end payments? Like what happens when, agents are actually responsible for, making those payments? That's something that is suddenly a lot more interesting in terms of like scale and volume than what we already have today. And I think that, maybe this is more than 2 to 3 years out, but actually it makes a lot of sense to me where you've got a stable coin as a store of value, as a rail that these agents can be using, where it looks a lot like humans browsing web pages, which now, will be a decreasing phenomenon in the future. Like our days of, at least my days of scrolling through like countless web pages to find what I'm looking for is kind of over. And, I definitely get this feeling of like, actually, websites and content are increasingly being built for machines rather than human consumption. And, I think that's like a really interesting area that I haven't, we haven't seen yet fully exploited, but actually paves like a way for like a very exciting prospect for, technology like stablecoins.
Yeah, I've gone down that AI agent rabbit hole quite a few times, and it's the future is going to be interesting. And we talked about traditional finance, we talked about crypto. Most of the TradFi firms that I speak to, they're, whether it's on a massive scale or a very small scale, they're all exploring digital assets, right? So what role do you envision TradFi playing in the future of crypto, or is this going to morph into one new way of, how we do business? And so how does a compliance technology, how are you guys going to help that transition? Like how is Chainalysis going to help that transition?
Yeah, I think that like the easiest analogy here is like everything that we had to do with sort of, moving online. And so, a traditional bank that had a compliance department, in the 90s, a lot of the compliance systems were around, bank branches and manual checks and, maybe even, it's pre 9/11. So, it maybe wasn't even, that intense at that point in time. But essentially, even as we went through the early 2000s, those systems and those processes were all incredibly manual, incredibly reliant on sort of looking someone in the face and, judging, whether they are exactly who they say they are. But then, everything moved online, payments moved online, payments got faster, payments got cheaper. We had like a complete explosion of financial technology, and compliance needed to keep up with, the changes in technology. And so, I think that it's a very similar sort of transition where, today, all of the compliance systems for all of the banks are essentially adapted for onboarding users online, managing users online, apps and online payments and faster payments than what we've traditionally been used to. And compliance teams have to adapt to that. And now they have to adapt to the reality that money is going to move on and on the blockchain. And so having the specialist tools to be able to do that effectively are really, really important. But I think about it as this evolution from, building a, digitally native compliance program into a blockchain native compliance program that we'll see in the future.
You mentioned earlier about the amount of volume going through on credit cards, how it's just continuing to exponentially grow. So that's not much of a threat, but the same is kind of happening with blockchain-based, value of transfer. I'm sure you guys are seeing this scale moving very, very quickly as well. Will it ever catch up to the speed and the amount of volume that we need? And with this volume increasing now, are your systems able to handle this type of volume?
Yeah, so I always say that we build our systems to be more scalable than the blockchain systems that sit underneath it. So we make sure that we're ready to handle that type of volume, and so we have been tested a little bit now with high throughput blockchains that exist out there, whether those are the Solanas of the world or Ton of the world. And so I think that it is really important that we Chainalysis build for scale, and that's why I'm very excited about our acquisitions and our push into the domain of actually being able to prevent illicit activity, not just detect it afterwards, because as the scale of these things get really big, just detecting it afterwards becomes an even less important problem if the scale has gone up that much. And so I think that's definitely something that we've been thinking about. But I do really believe that we're approaching a world where actually making transactions on the blockchain, the cost of that is falling lower and lower, and that means that we are scaling the underlying blockchains, which actually is really exciting for people who are stepping into the space, and the use cases around that are definitely exciting for people.
Yeah, so when we think about cryptos in general, they go through crazy different market cycles, and that kind of aligns with this year's Redefine Tomorrow market theme. How do you see compliance requirements evolving in these different market phases that we're going through?
I think that one of the things that I think is important that again compliance teams around the world are going to be looking at very closely is that I think we treated crypto with one brush, and there was crypto compliance means one thing. I think that what you'll see over the next couple of years is that use cases really matter. The different risks that are present will be different in these different use cases, whether you're talking about payments, whether you're talking about remittances, whether you're doing investments, all of the different aspects of compliance will be different for those different use cases of the underlying technology. But the common theme for me at Chainalysis is that we're here to be the data partner for all of those different use cases. And so I think that it's really important to think through what is the risk appetite per use case, and what is the data that we can bring to bear from the blockchain itself that actually helps us solve that problem in the most meaningful way. And so the thing that I'm really excited about is that over time I could totally see us being able to offer a lot more bespoke solutions because of AI that we couldn't do beforehand in solving really this risk appetite of our different clients in those different geographies for those different use cases. And so I think that's something that gives me a lot of excitement, where Chainalysis continues to focus on what we do best, which is gather the data about what happens on the blockchain, and then really technology helps us deliver that in a very bespoke and tailored way to each of our customers' mission as the amount of different use cases around crypto continues to explode.
So let me ask you this. So earlier we were mentioning, for the amount of information that's out there from a consumer standpoint, and how AI could, use this data, how do you balance the need for transparency, which the blockchain offers, and compliance, with legitimate privacy, that's expected from users. It seems like there's like two forces working against each other there a little bit.
So I think that actually, and this is something that traditional financial institutions understand really well, is that traditional financial institutions are really the custodians and trusted partners to provide financial privacy to all of their customers, but ultimately take on the obligations of ensuring there is compliance and controls in the system. There will be parts of the economy in crypto that are peer-to-peer that won't fall under that same regime, but there will be lots of people who really want financial privacy and want that financial privacy ensured by the same people that they entrust today. And so I think that that's the opportunity again for traditional financial institutions inside the cryptocurrency ecosystem is that maybe institutional players won't want to transact on chain themselves in the open. Maybe they will want to go through one of their trusted institutions to make trades and move assets on chain. And I think that that's again an opportunity, a service that TradFi is traditional institutions are going to be offering their clients.
Jonathan, this was a great conversation. As we wrap up, what should the audience here know about any upcoming, you guys are moving so fast, I don't know how you do it, but what should the audience know about any upcoming Chainalysis developments, products, initiatives, or, we're halfway through 2025 already, it seems like a flash. What else is coming that should be watching out for in 2025?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we are talking to our clients a lot about is prevention from a holistic perspective. So don't just think of us as compliance. We are helping with fraud prevention and security for the most complex cases around the world. And so that's sort of our main focus. And you'll see lots of experimentation with AI this year. And so I won't give too much away, but you've seen us launch one product, and you'll see us do a lot more around that in the coming months.
Well, I think the world will be comfortable that knowing someone's trying to work on anything to do with breaches and fraud. Jonathan, we covered a lot today. I really want to thank you for your time, and thank you for all the work Chainalysis has been doing. Really appreciate this conversation. I definitely learned a lot, and I look forward to catching up in the near future.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining Swiss Digital Banking, Sygnum's regulated approach. Hi, this is John Lagman. I've had the honor, this is my third time actually moderating. I'm the APAC, FX, and crypto market and product specialist for Bloomberg. I've been in this role for about 11 years, and I have the honor today of having Matthias Imbach. I hope I pronounced that right, Matthias, the CEO of Sygnum. And maybe if you could take a little bit of time and introduce yourself, and for our listeners today that may not be familiar with what Sygnum does, can you give a kind of quick intro of what you guys do?
Sure. Thank you, John, and thank you for the invitation. Great to be here. I'm Matthias, one of the co-founders and group CEO of Sygnum. Sygnum is a digital asset banking group which has, from the very beginning, when we launched in 2018, had the kind of the idea to assume that future requires and has heritage. That means if we want to have true adoption of blockchain and crypto and combine it with where the assets are today, then we need to go the full-on regulatory approach. And so Sygnum today is a Swiss regulated bank, as any other bank, following all the same rules, and then also has expanded to the UAE, goes to Europe via Liechtenstein and Luxembourg, and also since the beginning been a licensed entity in Singapore. So it's been our approach to operate across Europe and Asia, and we have an all-in-one account approach towards digital assets, that is custody, trading, various asset management products, but then also a lending infrastructure with crypto as collateral for Lombard loans, and a tokenization engine. We do that for institutional clients and high net worth individuals, and also have a B2B offering where we empower more than 20 banks to offer also crypto to their clients. Last thing I want to mention maybe is that while we are a crypto-focused, digital asset-focused bank and digital asset banking group, we also are fully integrated with the fiat world. So you can have the 24/7 conversion. We are a deposit-taking bank. And of course, you can also invest in traditional securities if you wish so.
Great. So, let's get going, I guess. Matthias, now you guys were founded in 2017. I mean, if you think about it, wow, that means 8 years is like a very long time in crypto, a very different era. Everyone's talking about trustless, decentralized systems were like the dominant narrative. What was it that drove you and your co-founders to basically do something kind of opposite, look for a regulated banking approach? When the industry seemed to be moving away from this kind of traditional or TradFi kind of institution.
I think it has a lot to do with our backgrounds here for co-founders and on our stories before Signum. So in my case, for example, I was managing a family office of an Indian industrialist, Ratan Tata, who passed away unfortunately last year. And I've seen what it means to invest as an institutional investor into structures, into startups, etc. One of my co-founders is Luca Müller, who has been a lawyer in Switzerland at the very forefront of establishing or leveraging the Swiss Foundation as a vehicle to launch permissionless blockchains, with the first one being Ethereum. So Vitalik and co, they basically knocked at his door and said, we want to do this. How do we do this legally? So he had this viewpoint. The third among us, Manu, has been the technologist, has always operated across banking and finance. And Gerald, the fourth, has been operating as also someone managing the private markets portfolio of a large family office, and before for institutional investors. So we've had this kind of institutional mindset, understanding what it requires. And we actually initially wanted to set up a fund, and then realized that there's no infrastructure to do this right, so that we could go with good conscience to family offices and real institutional investors to actually get their money and run the fund. And so that was one driver. Second driver was we were all involved into, for example, also the whole ICO craze. I personally was very libertarian. I love to invest in many ICOs because I love that democratization element, only to then realize that it was also a bit detached from reality. And the moment these developer teams wanted to have a bank account, for example, they would not get a bank account for simple salary payments because they were blockchain crypto related. So all of this together we came to the realization we need infrastructure, we need to accept that future is heritage, and we need a crypto bank. And that's how the idea for Signum started. I also want to mention, luckily, I've never worked in a bank before, and hence I did not know what it would take and what it would require to build a bank, because otherwise probably would not have dared to start it.
I was curious. You mentioned that originally you're going to do a fund. Was it more like a VC or liquid markets kind of trading fund originally, or?
It was really a fund investing in tokens, right? And this can include, then increasingly, that was an early time. So it was mostly the Bitcoin and Ethereum, plus then ERC20 based ICO related tokens. And then only over time, obviously, this would have included other layer ones, etc. As you know, as the ecosystem has evolved, but it would have been a token fund, which was very difficult at that time to set up.
I see. I understand. So now, one of the things I remember at the start, you kind of were talking about, I mean, it's pretty part and parcel of banks is regulation. Obviously, just in general, it's very hard to get a banking license in places like Switzerland, Singapore. Can you kind of walk, someone who maybe, who knows, maybe very entrepreneurial and really thinking of maybe someday doing something like this? I mean, what were the kind of regulatory hurdles you kind of faced? Especially given that we're dealing with digital assets, and maybe kind of like a part two, maybe now that you've already set up and whatnot, given that you mentioned UAE, say you're in Luxembourg, Switzerland, Singapore. I mean, how do you kind of navigate all the different kind of regulatory requirements? So yeah, sorry, it's probably a long question, but more about the setup and then now how you kind of go with the regulatory environments that you're dealing in.
Yeah, so the first step was really to find an environment which was susceptible and also willing to go through that approach with us. And I think at that time in 2017, 18, and 19, that was the time when we were applying for the banking license and also various licenses in Singapore. This was a time where the regulators were susceptible and open towards true technology neutral regulation and wanting to push into that direction. In particular, in Switzerland, there was political support for that. And quite frankly, because you mentioned current or future entrepreneurs, right now, quite frankly, this wouldn't be the case. It may be counterintuitive, but it was easier then than today, probably, even though many years have passed. It is just today it's much more difficult because after 2022 and 2023, there's been all these hacks and these scandals. As a result, there's a lot more reluctance. But what it required was openness by the regulator, and then us abiding by all the rules and regulations, saying that we're applying all the rules that are counting today in traditional banking, also into crypto banking. And that led to many workshops with the regulators on an ongoing basis, sometimes 8 hours, full day workshops to go through compliance. How do we apply travel rule? How do we do the risk management process so that we could apply and write the policies that would fit today's rules, but applied to this new technology. And then how do we apply this across different jurisdictions? Again, it's fluid because over time, different jurisdictions are changing their stance towards regulation and regulating or not regulating digital assets. So it's about being agile, about being there where it matters at the right time, but also at the same time taking a long-term approach. So for example, the UAE over a few years ago started to really embrace the technology and starting to create frameworks. We liked the ADGM, the Abu Dhabi framework, a lot. So we decided we're going to go there, double down, go through the regular process. And now for, I think, almost 2 years, we are licensed, regulated there. In Singapore, it was a bit similar. We started with the CMS licensing regime, then the payment services licensing, the major payment services license came, which when we started was not even a framework. It was not even in law. And so it's about adjusting constantly. And then, but we never went away from our core principle that everything we do is with the regulated first approach. So the moment we decide we want to go to a new country, we check whether there's a regulatory framework which lets us do this, and otherwise we simply don't go there.
I understand. Okay. Well, let's talk about your day-to-day business now. I mean, I think I saw some numbers for 2024. You obviously had impressive growth metrics. I think spot trading volumes doubled. Your derivatives trading increased by 500%. And what's driving this kind of institutional demand? Has a lot of it come from, you think, the approval of the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs? I mean, has that been a major impact on your business?
I would say yes. There has been, obviously, the beginning of last year. Well, I mean, look, if we even take you a little bit further back in 22, 23, obviously there was this huge loss of trust in the industry. And so this had to be rebuilt, and we had to go through that bear market and rebuilding trust. By the way, this process is still ongoing. And the big elephant in the room was, of course, the US. The US, which had this regulation by enforcement approach, which was also politically driven. And so that held a lot back, because whatever the US does, other jurisdictions and also institutional investors will listen and look very carefully. With the approval of the Bitcoin ETF, I believe it was in February 2024, this was a wake-up call for many that, okay, this is now really turning into an asset class that is here to stay. And that triggered the demand in the month to come. And then, of course, when the Trump administration won, and then all the promises, which so far actually seem to be followed through on, this was then all just significantly increasing the addressable market and the addressable market. And we saw that in particular in our conversations with B2B clients, with the banks that now had the air cover to say, hey, if the US is doing this, we should also do that. And in Switzerland in particular, we already have the framework in place, so that in Switzerland now, it's actually impressive. About 40 banks in Switzerland are dealing in some shape or form with blockchain. I think there's probably no other country where this is the case. It will change fast now, though.
Yeah. And I guess, as you said earlier, the key is to be able to adapt to the environment. I think you were saying earlier with the regulatory part. I'm curious. I mean, obviously, if you look at ETFs, they're kind of really a more kind of passive exposure. Looking at all the other services you have, it seems much more active. Things like staking, lending, trading. How do you? What's the kind of value proposition when you're talking with clients that that they pose compared to ETF products, and what are the kind of things you found that why certain people or institutions choose these kind of more active management over these traditional like passive exposures like ETFs?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, one has to say, and I'm happy to say that for particularly the BlackRock IBIT launch is, I think, the most successful launch ever, right? And now I think they surpassed 70 billion, which is just unbelievable how fast that went. So I would say this obviously opened the doors for everyone to really get an allocation and fast. And I think that will continue. And there's also nothing negative to say about this. It increases the pie, it increases the access to the masses. So great. Obviously, for those who are doing that next step of really wanting to understand digital assets and then wanting to do more, for example, having 24/7 trading, not linked to bank days and 9 to 5, but also on the weekend, or they want to use crypto as collateral for lending, or they want to stake to create a yield on top, etc. There, you then have to go beyond the ETFs, and this is kind of the area and the client segments that we're focusing on. This would be crypto foundations, founders, Bitcoin maximalists, Bitcoin whales, larger Bitcoin holders, etc., that require the full set of banking services tailored to these needs.
I see. Did you find? I mean, obviously, having operations in multiple jurisdictions, was there almost a geographical kind of split on your business lines, or is it pretty much the same in all the locations?
I mean, first, there's a split in terms of where our revenues globally would come from. Again, it's about 50% Switzerland and about 20% Singapore, and then the rest is Europe and other parts of Asia. No US, as we've never focused on the US. And then in terms of the types of revenues, that obviously is quite different. What you generally can say is in Asia, it's it's a more risk-taking approach. It's more trading heavy. Versus in Switzerland. In Switzerland, given we have the broadest portfolio of offering, the full banking offering, it's just generally more things that our clients do. Sometimes they would hold both crypto, fiat. They would have some ETFs in traditional finance, but then add some derivatives overlay with Bitcoin as underlying, etc. And take a loan to buy a house. So it's that bundling of services that is at the core of what we do here in Switzerland. Interestingly, one of our closest or fastest growing segment is actually more going towards prime brokerage products such as Signum Protect, where we provide an off-exchange custody solution for people to keep assets with us off balance sheet, so bankruptcy remote, but still have access to the large crypto exchanges to where they get a virtual margin to then trade. So that is kind of also a bit in the vein of professionalizing and institutionalizing the value chain for institutional investors in crypto. And I think we're playing an increasingly important role in that.
Nice. Now, another kind of product line, which is very different from what you'd see at a traditional financial institution, is tokenization. Now, definitely seems something you guys are focusing on. I believe you had a recent collaboration with Chainlink and Fidelity. Can you kind of explain maybe for the audience, how bringing these kind of net asset value, data on chain stuff is very foundational for scaling tokenization, and what type of traditional assets you see being tokenized next, I guess?
Yeah, so when you said it's a focus from us, it's certainly something that we've been investing in from the very early days, about 7 years already now. And the reality is that if we look in our revenue mix, it's still a very small part of our overall revenue mix. And why is that? It's probably true that many have predicted for tokenization. If I look a few years back, right? Many people have predicted already 5 years ago that by this time we would be like trillions of dollars would have been on chain, etc. That never really materialized. And one of the reasons, to answer your specific question, in my view, was exactly that the infrastructure was not in place across the entire value chain for this to happen. What I want to say with this is the moment you tokenize securities, you're getting into securities laws. And that's from, the entire value chain. Who is even allowed to distribute? How are they distributed? What is suitability for clients? The compliance environment, etc. It just gets very much more complex than if it's a non-security that you're trading. And as a result, the whole infrastructure across the value chain needs to be in place. And what we did with Chainlink and Fidelity International is exactly one additional such element by making sure if we have an asset on chain, of course, you also want to have the NAV on chain. Otherwise, you cannot reap the benefits of it being on chain. And as a result, that was the breakthrough that we did there. So it really depends on that part so that we can see true adoption. This year, end of last year and this year, I believe there is a bit of a breakthrough that we've seen the fastest growth in tokenized assets, particularly when it comes to US treasuries and money market funds over the last 6 to 9 months. Certainly also what we have focused on, for example, with Fidelity International was basically a treasury fund. And the other element we're focusing on would be debt structures for SMEs with real cash flows, etc., that can be tokenized. And the third one is access to private markets, where we cooperate with Hamilton Lane, where we could bring down the investment into a private markets fund from 250,000 to 1,000 a piece because of the efficiency of the subscription and redemption process, just to give you a few examples.
Yeah, I'm curious, since you mentioned, obviously, as you said, there was a lot of expectation about the size of the tokenization market and whatnot. I mean, if you're looking like, say, 5 years ahead, do you think that the infrastructure is catching up, that we may make that kind of exponential growth, or is it still maybe a bit, not going to be as big a jump as to the next level as some people think?
So I want to be honest. I may not be the right person to make even more predictions about it, because about 5 years ago, I made quite lofty predictions that did not happen. So I accept that I got this one wrong. What I'm quite confident about is that for the reason I've mentioned before, at some point there will be that inflection point, because enough trusted nodes in the traditional financial world, that is, banks that have the infrastructure to even custodize and accept such tokens. The moment you have enough on-chain NAV, to the topic I've mentioned before, the moment you have people that know how to create such prospectuses, the legal side of things, people that have thought through the risks, etc. The moment that value chain is on-chain, there will be that inflection point. And then it can go very fast. So when that exactly will be, I think we're sort of at the beginning of it. And I would be very disappointed if in 5 years we would not be significantly further down that road. But overall, we need to accept this is kind of bringing the entire financial market infrastructure end-to-end on-chain, right? And that is a lengthy process which will take years overall. But when we see what's happening in the US, also now on the legal side, right, with the stablecoin bill advancing, market structure bill in the making, etc. So that is very encouraging, again, because it's the largest financial market in the world that is trying to take the lead here.
Right. So, if we continue to look kind of ahead, if we try to find the next phase of, say, digital asset banking, I mean, how do you envision, the relationship, as you said, maybe it's we should focus on the US market or wherever, the relationship between, say, centralized regulated institutions like yourself and maybe decentralized finance protocols evolving. How do you kind of see the relationship in the future?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think there's going to be, what we're in the midst of is a convergence of TradFi with future finance, more the DeFi side of things. And the first step of TradFi of getting involved with crypto and blockchain was really about creating the base layer rules for banks and other regulated financial institutions to get involved, to have clarity on what it means to custodize such a token, to create brokerage, to broker these tokens, to trade them. At the same time, also the handling of stable coins, of what it means to tokenize these assets. And I think the next step will be what does that mean for staked assets in detail? And then, very fast, it will be about how can we maybe connect the more decentralized world with the TradFi world. We are also experimenting with this and want to stay at the forefront on this. But obviously, this poses significantly additional topics that need to be addressed. How do we ensure that if you interact with the more decentralized pool, smart contract based, to just give you a few examples, with the travel rule, which the FATF is just there, right? That you need to collect certain information about each party involved in a trade. But also, if it's a smart contract that you're leveraging to match as a matching engine, in the banking world, there's this this notion of material outsourcing, and if you outsource something to a party, you need to do financial due diligence and operational due diligence on an annual basis. So we have received questions such as, how do you do that on a smart contract? Look at the circular, and how do you apply that? And you get in all sorts of sometimes almost funny questions, but these need to be worked through, and we are in the midst of this, and other players as well. So,
but when you were saying that, I was thinking about what you said earlier about how when you first got into this space, it was like certain parts were sort of detached reality, and you had to bring it back into the kind of infrastructure of a regulated kind of framework and stuff. So yeah, definitely should be very, very fun and challenging and rewarding if you can get it right, for sure, and stuff. So for sure. So yeah, this year the REDeFiNE Tomorrow theme has been building through cycles. I kind of mentioned earlier about entrepreneurs, but someone who struck out and built a great bank. What advice would you give to, say, entrepreneurs, institutions looking to build some kind of sustainable, regulated approach to digital asset kind of innovation or building?
What do you mean? What would be can you repeat again? What exactly is
any kind of advice you'd give to someone? I mean, maybe not exactly for something like in a bank or whatnot, which we kind of mentioned earlier, but anything else that that you would tell people given the current environment, because as I said, that the whole theme of REDeFiNE Tomorrow is building through cycles. Any kind of advice you'd give someone that is building through I guess a up cycle and whatnot.
So I think one thing I think is very important is that if you're an entrepreneur and you have an idea, challenge yourself whether the idea is good enough and you have the energy and the belief in the idea that you can exactly build through cycles. Because if your motivation is to make a quick buck or to flip something fast, the chances that you fail are so high, because it's very tough to build through cycles, and you likely will have to build through cycles through the ups and downs, and particularly in the crypto industry where you are basically with 24/7 immediate liquidity, particularly if a token is involved, it just lends itself to hype and booms and busts. So I think at the core, it's about building a culture which draws people and attracts people that are willing to keep both feet to the ground every day, so that they don't have to panic when things look a bit shaky, but at the same time also don't lose ground with reality when everything is flying top and to the right. And we've gone through as Signum through exactly all such phases. I remember when we decided to launch or start to build and go to the regulatory process, that was after this huge ICO bust, right? And we had to basically build through it. And still, when everyone told us people will only use permission blockchains and nobody will work with, I remember all of these discussions, and you have to have that belief and to not give in. So that's probably to stay humble and to have the strong enough belief to see it through is probably the most important advice. Then the second one is there is a certain bit of luck also involved, in the sense that you are at the right time at the right spot. I mean, I had to realize this myself, and I mentioned it today. I would not have to want to start the company we started 8 years ago in Switzerland, I believe it would not be possible given the regulatory environment that we're currently facing. So it is also then you need to have that gut feel and that nose for value when you should start what. And that is more art than science. And then, you need to have the right partners and friends and that back you through the process.
See, yeah, it sounds like, I guess, if I could say it, belief, perseverance, and to a certain degree, luck. I mean, I guess being in the right cycle and whatnot. So, yeah, I mean, maybe finally, any what should our audience kind of know about Signum's upcoming initiatives? Any kind of product launches, opportunities, any other kind of things you wanted to talk about at this point? Yeah, so, sorry, I didn't know if you had heard me. So, maybe we could start focusing any kind of upcoming initiatives, product launches, opportunities. Like, I mean, obviously you can say names, but any potential collaborations or things that as you continue to kind of expand globally.
Yeah, so you mentioned it at the end. It's about global expansion. So we are in the midst of getting ourselves MiCA ready for Europe. So that's a big focus for our international team. We do this via Liechtenstein. Then it's about further basically loading our platform. We believe we have the base, the core product portfolio works. We have product market fit. So it's really about scaling, about making our operations or go to markets more scalable and more effective. And there I could differentiate between three kind of broad customer streams and what that means. So on the B2B side, as mentioned, we have more than 20 banks that are already relying on us. We believe there's a few very important banks also in Switzerland, EU, Asia, obviously also in the US, currently getting ready to also offer the base infrastructure, and we are positioning ourselves as a key enabler for such players. Here, I obviously cannot name the names as you suggest, but you can be rest assured that we are in these discussions. So that's one. On the prime brokerage side, it's really targeting and tailoring our products even more towards the large institutional investors, very much also increasingly into traditional market makers, etc., that want to start trading and interacting with this ecosystem. They have very different requirements in terms of how they interact with counterparties, etc., and we want to be that trusted counterparty they can work with. That's the second key focus, and then third on our direct clients or high net worth individuals, founders, but also just crypto companies. It's just, continue to build relationships, being on the journey with them. And what we see increasingly is that they're significantly professionalizing their treasury management, particularly foundations. And so we have, on the basis of working with more than 70% of the top 50 projects, we have created our own treasury framework where we can help these foundations to holistically manage their wealth for the long term in the interest of their community. We bring together their CFOs on the regular basis for experience sharing, etc. So that's maybe what I would highlight on the third pillar.
I'm curious, coming from, if I recall from the start when you were talking about how everything started, a lot of your partners, you all came from dealt with like family offices or high net worth. You were talking about kind of professionalization of some of the treasury foundations. Is it almost becoming like a traditional in EAM or external asset manager type of focus, where really it's more about pricing and stuff? They kind of are doing their own kind of analysis more and more?
Yeah, I would say what has happened notably over the last 12 months is that many have hired, particularly in CFO, sometimes also in CEO roles, seasoned professionals from TradFi, or some. What you've also seen is that many who have with large TradFi players had a digital asset related role or were in the innovation team. They've basically jumped into the more DeFi or more foundation side of things for layer ones, and they obviously bring a very different mindset. Again, a much more institutional mindset. They're about, again, how can they squeeze the last bit out of their treasuries? How do they diversify their custody exposure? How do they manage their counterparties? How do they integrate for reporting, for tax? as a huge step change. Yes.
I see. From a lot of you had also mentioned during the trading that there was other kind of differences or things that are changing. I was curious that more and more in even like TradFi, you're seeing more and more quant, for example, quantitative, like whether it's banks with APIs and everything's becoming a bit more systematic. Are you getting more and more? Is there becoming a even larger technology kind of upgrade that you need to do with how you're approach or how you're actually transacting with some of these individuals?
Yes. So I think I would say our technology investments have not stalled. They have stayed steady to increased because we believe that right now is a lot about getting ready for the future. We need to always stay 2 to 3 years ahead of traditional banks not focused on digital assets in terms of our infrastructure and tech readiness, because the base spot Bitcoin trading, just to name you a sample, this will be an absolute commodity in the future. So we need to we can only grow by gaining a big share of the B2B pie, enabling banks, and then on the other hand also investing in technology for specialized solutions for players such as the ones you mentioned, traditional market makers coming in, and then giving them the tools that they need to have an impact. So yes, so in that sense, technology spending in our an investment is a core for our future success.
Understood. Now, I think that you kind of mentioned a couple of times about how you wouldn't want to have to start from scratch in the current environment. Maybe taking it kind of slightly different. Another thing, I believe your CSO, Thomas Eichenberger, I read mentioned that he sees a lot of the international banks will start offering crypto services starting from the second half of 2025. I mean, how do you guys look at the competition from these traditional financial institutions? What kind of competitive advantage do you have, you think, already being in this space?
Yeah, first and foremost, we should be and are happy that this is happening, because if the key players in the ecosystem are not getting involved, then this will not be a growing pie. And, I sometimes wonder, or it's intriguing to see how emotionally and how much debate there is about crypto and Bitcoin in the even traditional press, given it's still, if you compare it to other asset classes, minuscule scale and size. So in that sense, it has an overproportionate share of voice and emotional triggering effect on people if you compare it to the actual size, right? And so yes, it's great that this is happening, because we hope that at some point and very soon, this will be the most normal thing for a bank to have basic trading of crypto, because it's just another asset class. So that's one, because it confirms our thesis, again, that future is heritage and that this asset class is here to stay. Second, of course, we need to stay competitive, and we have the advantage of being focused on this, of having the networks and being intertwined. Quite frankly, also having followed and supported many of the projects since the early days, when others would shy away and not even touch their business. And so we have also built these deep relationships in the ecosystem. And then thirdly, we want to be a player, as mentioned before, who help other banks to get access to this technology in a faster way, because it is not just like adding another IC number. It is quite a different end-to-end infrastructure, compliance, risk, operational process if you touch crypto, given just the nature of blockchains. And so for many banks, particularly medium-sized, let alone smaller banks across the globe, they will never, in my view, it would not be a winning strategy for them to build it themselves. And so players like ourselves, we can help enable them. And with that, obviously, benefit for them growing pie. And then, as mentioned before, the third element is really to be more innovative and staying ahead of the curve with specialized products and services.
Understood. Now, one thing, it seems like you kind of expressed some concern that, Switzerland might be losing some of that ground as a preferred digital asset hub. Just focusing on Switzerland, I mean, what do you think for it to maintain its leadership position? Are there any kind of changes or certain things that need to happen? Or, assuming it is possible to maintain that?
I mean, yeah. So look, first and foremost, when it comes to the status quo and just looking at the letter of the law and the regulatory regime, we are, in my view, Switzerland is still very much at the forefront. but it has maybe slowed down the further progression a bit. And that requires a wake-up call. It requires, again, more political support. That means that players like ourselves and myself as an individual, we need to help educate or parliamentarians or executive branch of government to tell them that, hey, Switzerland has built here something. Now let's not give it up and let's not be overtaken. So there's a lot of communication and education that needs to happen. And then, yes, it requires the further evolution of the regulatory regime as the market and crypto, as you started off saying, it goes 8 years is a long time in crypto. Things evolve very fast, so we cannot just keep the status quo. We need to further evolve. But most importantly, probably it's a fact that governments, regulators, and all agencies, similar to companies, they're run by people. So you need just enough, the sufficient number of people in leadership positions that actually are open towards new technologies, to digitization, to change, the same as it is with AI. And that obviously, that balance changes over time. And so there's years where you have more of these people and then things move faster. And then sometimes you have in key roles people that maybe are a bit less open, and then it's a bit more tricky. But ultimately, that's part of the entrepreneurial challenge. And everyone has to deal with it and make the most of it, again, in both the up and down swings, right? That's just part of an entrepreneurial journey.
Understood. So, as we kind of wrap this up, I mean, any kind of final thoughts, any kind of topic, thing, that maybe we didn't talk enough about or we didn't mention at all that was on your kind of mind that, that I'm sure the audience would love to hear?
No, not really. I mean, maybe what I hope that as a next step is that we will add, as an industry, more use cases beyond that have real world impact. I know a lot has been talked about this and many talk about it, but right now we have two that really work and are real use cases. That is Bitcoin, just as an asset, and stablecoins, because of the obvious benefits. And we need to maybe leveraging these two tools and existing actual use cases to create more that touch more of people's everyday life, because that will be the key trigger for, again, more people supporting it and seeing value in technology, and this will only drive further adoption. So that will be my call for action.
Great. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time. If you're out in Singapore, I'd love to catch up for a coffee or something. And I'd like to thank the audience. Appreciate you tuning in. And I guess we're finishing a little bit early, but it was definitely a lot of things that we covered. So thank you, Matthias. Everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Pleasure.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pai. I'm the CIO at SCB 10X, and I'm thrilled to be here with Diogo, co-founder of Anchor Digital and general partner of One Ventures. Hi, Diogo. It's good to see you again.
How's it going, Pai? Great to see you too.
Yeah. So, Diogo, let's talk about this. So you have had quite a journey from being a security engineer at Square and Docker to co-founding the first federal charter crypto bank, and now transitioning to venture capital at One Ventures. What drove you to make these career pivots, and how has each role informed your understanding of what institutions really need from crypto infrastructure?
Yeah, it's been interesting because it's really been a career progression. At no point did I feel that I was doing something different, and I run you through why. So if you really think about my career, for the past 20 years, I've only really done one thing. So I started by doing research in distributed systems and security. I have a PhD in distributed systems and security. And so I was doing academic research in the same space. In fact, I was working on some of the core fundamentals that Sybil detection and Sybil protection that Bitcoin really started to solve. And one of the major innovations from Bitcoin back in 2007, 2008, before Bitcoin white paper was out. And so I was doing academic research in that focus. And then it wasn't really a pivot. It was just a natural extension of, I was a very early employee at a company called Square. So Square flew me out of Lisbon in 2011 while I was finishing my PhD. And so if you think about that natural transition was as an academic that I'd done research in this area, I really wanted to apply my knowledge and work on cryptography, work on distributed systems, build large scale systems, which is fantastic because I did get to do just that over the next 4 years at Square. And so I was able to lead the platform security team and protect billions of credit cards and build a platform in a fintech that still today is one of the world's most valuable fintechs and one of the largest fintechs ever. And then from that, I started my own company, and Nathan and I actually met at Square almost 15 years ago. And that progression was very easy because if you're an engineer and you're in Silicon Valley, you're inspired by all these other founders. So you want to be a founder too. You want to run these companies. And so I decided to do it. And that was a natural progression too. And then last year, I promoted myself to executive chairman of Anchorage, and I started dedicating my time more to investing. Why? Well, the natural transition also happened. I was doing angel investments. In fact, I have over 150 angel investments across all of my portfolio. And so it was natural for me to professionalize my mini golf into golf. And so to a large extent, I've only done one thing, which is I've been a researcher in security and distributed systems. I've been an operator in security and distributed systems. I've been a founder in security and distributed systems. And I'm also an investor in security and distributed systems. And candidly, what I've reached today is really an ability to operate, do company building stuff, and invest simultaneously with different percentages of my time, which candidly, I could not have created a more perfect job that suits my skill set and my likes.
Yeah, I think that's amazing journey you have. I don't think I've ever come across anyone with, research experience, operational experience, and now you start up entrepreneur experience and then move to investor. So you kind of have like full cycle of like, how to look at things. And then, yeah, I'm curious, like in 2017, you mentioned you and Nathan kind of found Anchorage, and you were essentially just two security engineers asking institutions to trust you with billions in digital assets. So what were the biggest challenge in convincing early institution clients, and how did you overcome the credibility gap that led to today's success of Anchorage?
So one of the things that was fantastic when Nathan and I started Anchorage was that there were no credible institutions that solved this problem, period. And so that gives you a major advantage because anybody that is half legitimate that shows up actually has a major advantage. It's not like at the time we were competing against, JP Morgan Chase had a crypto Bitcoin custody solution, and here comes Nathan and Diogo and tries to convince you that instead of using JP Morgan Chase, you should use Anchorage Digital, right? That's not what was happening. There were really no real solutions in the market. And the insight for us is that the real problem to solve, and that is still true today, was fundamentally a technological problem, and specifically a security problem. How do you protect keys that are worth tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, and are completely irrecoverable if you make a mistake? That is unlike the traditional financial industry, in which there's reversibility, there's chargebacks, there's all of these ways for you to just reverse mistakes. Here, there's no reversing these mistakes. If the Bitcoin leaves a particular private key and is transferred out of it, then all of a sudden you can't recover it. You just can't do anything about it. And so we looked at it as, who better than two security engineers that worked together every day for 7 years, worked on cryptographic systems, worked on hardware security modules, have built large-scale systems in very legitimate fintechs, are better to build one of these companies. And so that's how it started. In fact, the original impetus for Anchorage Digital came out of need. There was a fund that lost $1.5 million of a Bitcoin wallet and offered me 20% if I could break into it. That was really how the initial conception of very sophisticated investors were really not very sophisticated at private key management and operational security. And so there was a niche. So that's how it started. And part of the legitimization was exactly that. The hard problem to solve was not the regulation, was not the go-to-market. The hard problem to solve was, do you have technology that people can trust that won't have issues of loss or get hacked and ultimately leads to fund loss.
Yeah, so lucky to that fund that met kind of two security engineers that know how to solve
Yeah,
it,
it's
right?
kind of
Yeah.
funny. So I remember Chris Dixon at the time, I hadn't heard this in 2017, but Chris Dixon at the time, he was talking to me and said, hey, actually, this is an interesting one because this is a perfect founder market fit. That's how he described it. And so perfect founder market fit. Usually have perfect product market fit, but this case it was founder market fit. It was like we were the perfect team. We had worked in regulated entities. We had helped take Square public. We had worked on compliance. We had worked on hardware. We had worked on software. So it was really perfect founder market fit.
Yeah, I think that's perfect combination you have. And I think not only convincing institution clients, but you also successfully convinced a regulator as Anchorage became the first crypto company to receive a federal banking charter in 2021, which was a historic milestone. Can you walk us through that regulatory journey and the key factors that made the OCC comfortable granting that charter?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think about the path of Anchorage, it's kind of an interesting one, which is pretty straight path. We knew what we wanted to do day one. We wanted to solve the problem for large institutions to be able to participate in crypto with confidence. And the first thing to solve was the technical aspect. Can you build a custody system that can protect and withstand attacks at the level of hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars in the future? So that was really the problem to solve. Can you build a product? Can you support all these assets? Can you stake with them? Can you do governance and vote? These assets are weird if you think about them. Like they require active participation. There's lots of things to do, and all blockchains are different. So supporting them is a very engineering intensive effort. So that was the first problem to solve. The next problem to solve was an institution wants to work with another regulated institution. And in fact, many of them not only don't have the abilities to build this type of custody solution and security solution internally, but many of the financial institutions don't even have the ability of introspecting and doing due diligence on the technical aspects to really decide whether it's good or not. So the reality is that a lot of the market works in a very efficient manner. If a company is a public traded company, you know that the SEC enforces all of these rules and regulations around transparency and disclosure. So you actually can be pretty confident that the numbers around revenue and et cetera that are displayed on a K1 actually are real. So that's, you're borrowing confidence from the regulatory apparatus and systems, which is amazing because more confidence means a lot less friction in commerce. And for us, it was the same thing. The only better thing than a great security platform to custody for institutions was a regulated platform to custody for institutions. And that benefited us in two ways. Number one, it validates to the market that we went through all these audits and all the scrutiny from the regulators and continually do so. So it validates that we're doing what we said we're doing. But more than that, it allows people to trust the charter instead of trusting the technical security aspect. So to a certain extent, reduces the friction of a company having to come in and do due diligence because, number one, the regulators have done it. And also at this point, the largest financial institutions in the world, like BlackRock, have done so too, right? And so now it's much easier because people can borrow conviction and can borrow due diligence from all of the thousands of clients that Anchorage has had for the past 8 years, right? So that's a big advantage. Really, the goal was always, if we want to serve institutions, we have to build the right product with the right security, and we have to have the right regulation. And we did so, and we were the first ones, and we're still the only ones, which is kind of fascinating. Of course, right now there's, as you've seen with stablecoins, there's a big push towards regulated financial institutions that allow crypto rails to exist, and there's a big push for other OCC charters. And so I really hope that we are not the only one 12 months from now, because it's much better for the space to be under this regulatory regime. But it was amazing blazing that trail, and still one of the things that I'm the most proud of at Anchorage have been to kind of like run the OCC and really bring the regulators along us. Like the first time we were having these conversations, they didn't really understand what staking was, you know, like the conversations around Bitcoin were very early. So we've spent a lot of our time and effort bringing them along, showing them the technology, showing them that these things are not that scary, that we can meet all of the regulatory needs, all of the ML, all the KYC, all of the KYB, all of the travel rule. You can meet all of these regulations that exist for financial industry in the crypto world too. And so we were the first ones to demonstrate that.
Yeah, I think it always sounds easier when you talk about it now, but then I think the process will be, as I mentioned, it is pretty painful for you. Like maybe what advice you want to give for founder that, you know, like want to may need a trust like this in the future, and how to deal with regulator? Like any advice?
Yeah, so look, I don't know if there's advice other than persistent, but let me tell you, you're absolutely right. The way that I describe being an entrepreneur and being a founder is when you're a founder, you wake up and every day you get punched in the face. That's it. That's what being a founder feels like. And then being in a regulated entity as a crypto company, getting the first federal charter in the United States, you wake up, you get punched in the face, and you get punched in the stomach. So you get punched twice per day instead of just once per day. So it's much harder. And of course, like, capital intensive, extremely high scrutiny. As you know, the prior administration of the United States was not a fan of crypto. That brought in even further scrutiny. So it's not that Anchorage had to meet the rules of the road. Anchorage had to surpass all of them. We really were met to a much higher standard than even traditional banking was. And you can look at this in two ways. The rules are the rules, and they shouldn't have done it, and we should meet the bar, and that's it. And another way you could say, look, it's a new thing, and so the regulators are particularly extra cautious around this, so that they can actually understand what's happening. I think both sides have some good claims here, but ultimately what matters is that we're past that. We're very proud of the work. The thing that we know about humanity, by the way, is that the things that you remember and the things that are worth it are usually the things that are the hardest. If something is easy, it doesn't have much value. And this was extremely hard, which is part of the reason why it has so much value. So much value from a business perspective, so much value from, I guess, an equity valuation perspective, and also from a personal perspective, value in terms of like pride and the team rallying around it, and knowing that if you worked at Anchorage, you knew that you were pushing the boundaries of regulation, and you knew that we were doing the right thing to bring crypto into the regulated perimeter of the United States, which is something for a long time was the main criticism of folks outside of crypto, was that crypto was totally unregulated in the wild, wild west. And here we were, Anchorage Digital, getting a charter and meeting the rules that were there and meeting the exact same standard as traditional banks. And so, yes, it was hard, but it was worth it.
Yeah, I'm glad you made it. You kind of paved the road somehow for other startups, I think. And I can imagine you got punched at the face and the stomach many times because you actually been in multiple cycles already since founding Anchorage. And how has your approach to building custody infrastructure evolved as the market has matured, given you experienced many cycles? And what lessons have you learned about building resilient business models?
So I think the majority of the lessons have to do with the market and the volatility. The infrastructure itself, there's also been lessons there. And if you think about it, Bitcoin as a technology hasn't really changed that much from 10 years ago. There's been updates, but it's on purpose a technology that changes very slow, because the goal right now that a lot of people ascribe to it is this store of value, and we want store of values not to change and not to take dramatically risky positions in terms of technology and in terms of feature set. So that's why Ethereum and Solana and all these other networks end up showing up, is because they really want to be a smart contract platform and world computers, and Bitcoin wants to maintain itself in this in this corner of the crypto asset world. So that's important. That's important to note. So that has evolved. The technology has evolved. In the beginning, it was just Bitcoin custody, then it was staking, then it was governance, then there was all of these other complications from a technology perspective, multiple cryptographic mechanisms, people kept inventing new ways of doing stuff, smart contracts become very complex, there's bridges, from a technology perspective, things that evolved. But from a learnings perspective, I think the interesting thing is a founder in a traditional business it's extremely hard to be a founder in a traditional business. But now imagine a business in which every 3 years or so, 80% of your revenue disappears. That is founder squared. It's founder in hard mode. Because guess what? Your revenue disappears, but the number of people you have on your team do not. And so now you have a major mismatch in terms of what you've estimated. And it's very hard to predict. Like, people can't really predict macro. So it's extremely hard to predict, and it's extremely hard to deal with, because are you aggressive and higher? And are you in a situation where your burn just massively increases and now you're burning off money off the balance sheet? And so how do you deal with reserves? How do you deal with planning? How do you deal with treasury? How do you play the cycles? And also, how do you deal with the market itself? Not all crypto companies are like Anchorage, in which we are very exposed to crypto prices. Custody and staking are businesses that we do, and trading that are traditionally correlated to prices. When prices go up, we make more money on custody and staking. That's pretty obvious. When prices go down, we make less money. There's businesses that are just, recurring revenue, more platform type fees, something like Chainalysis. It's more resistant to market volatility, even though when obviously there's a bear market, people need less compliance tools because they're probably doing less business and not as many businesses are starting. But in general, it's much more resilient to the ups and downs. Anchorage in the beginning, it was just directly correlated 100% with the markets. And so it was, some multiplier on the price of Bitcoin. And that was what it was. So you really, as a founder and as an operator and as a CEO, have to look at your business and say, hey, how do I actually get this to be more predictable? Because ultimately that's what the public markets will demand of me, predictability. So how do you get it to be more predictable? How do you actually get to also make money when the markets are down? And so the learnings are about how do you turn a dominant position in a business that you love, that gives you a lot of upside, because we strongly believe that over the long term, crypto markets will continue to grow. That's a fundamental belief. But in the meantime, how do you maintain the business? So diversification of revenue, getting stablecoin like business so that it's dollar denominated, turning very high custody fees into actual platform fees, into recurring revenue, into things that have auto renew, and turning a lot of the business and a lot of the revenue into something that's more predictable, even though not all of it, because you still want to maintain that like massive upside to crypto. Can you have your cake and eat it too, is a little bit of the question. So a lot of the learnings have come from there. Also on culture. How do you have a culture in which when there's a bear market, not 50% of people don't quit? Because it happens and has happened to so many companies. In this 2017 bear market, specifically, people come in because crypto is running hot, prices are high, people are excited. The moment the prices go down for 2 years, it takes a pretty tough stomach to take that volatility and look at the company, and you no longer see hockey stick growth. And so you're wondering, what am I doing here? And so if you did not have a culture and you did not actually filter people for high crypto conviction initially when you hire them, you're going to get yourself in a very, very difficult situation when you start having churn that can go all the way to 40 to 50%. So how do you protect against that? How do you actually instill a culture and instill a hiring practice that actually maintains minimum volatility in terms of churn when people actually are disappointed with the crypto prices? How do you actually get to be inspiring enough to know that, you build into bear markets and you reap the rewards in the bull markets? And that's hard. And those were a lot of learnings that are not crypto specific, but definitely crypto requires of founders to be a lot more resilient in all of these than just traditional companies would.
Yeah, I think, managing the people, I think during cycles, it's a hard one. And I think also for business model side, I think you seem to be able to crack it, because I think for custody is take the percent cut of the AUC, and I think you seem to make it more stable by introducing like subscription model and those kind of thing. So now I would like to hear more about the evolution of custody tech. Diogo, from a technical perspective, how has crypto custody evolved from the early days of cold storage to today's sophisticated security architecture? Can you explain why Anchorage chose to move beyond traditional cold storage, and what advantages multi-party computation offers for institutional clients?
Yeah, so the technology has evolved quite a bit, but if you think about it, when we started in 2017, the gold standard, and many people still use this, was what I call pirate custody. It was literally the same technology that the pirates used in the 1700s to protect their gold coins. You have gold coins that you want to protect, and so you find a chest with a key and lock. You throw your gold coins inside of it, you bury it in an island somewhere, and then you create a little map that you save with your life on where you actually stored your treasure. That's it. That's basically how cold storage operates. There was, except that instead of treasure chests, it was safety deposit boxes, and instead of gold coins, it was USB keys with actual private keys inside of them, right? But it was the same type of mechanic, is what I lovingly call pirate custody. So that was hilarious. Obviously, we didn't do that. Maintaining something that is cold storage is extremely important still, but the cold storage parts that matter are You never connect a system that is a sensitive system directly to the internet. You never want to have that vector of attack. And you can do so by storing things in a safety deposit box, but you can do so in many other ways that are much more technologically sophisticated. And not only that, you can add all of these layers of security on top so that your authorization and all the logic of should this transaction move or not is not being implemented by humans with checkboxes, which is what cold storage is. It's a human with a checkbox that they go and did they do the right thing. And humans do the wrong thing all the time. They're distracted, they're sleepy, they do the wrong thing, whatever. So they have a bad day. Computers, on the other hand, if you build them in the right way, they always do the same thing, and they're never tired and they never sleep. And so we were able to replace both the policy engines and replace the human side of this and maintain the offline nature of the assets so that our assets at Anchorage would never actually directly touch the internet. So that was extremely important. It was a major innovation, is what we've built, the fundamental technology. And across time, that is maintained pretty consistent. There's been evolutions of this, but the core technology maintains to be very consistent. In the meantime, though, there's been a push for more active transactions and transactions that aren't online. Lots of exchanges, a lot of NFTs, all of these types of excitements have led to people wanting to do, instead of thousands of transactions per day, can we do millions of transactions per day? And so the technology has evolved and people started doing threshold signing, started doing multi-party computation. So many variant, multi-sig still existed and continues to exist, but many variations on can you actually split the responsibility to move a sensitive asset from one location to many locations? How can you do that? And there's many ways that you can do it. To a large extent, MPC is mostly a marketing term these days. The way that you implement MPC could be amazing and it could be horrible. MPC, you could have one host that runs all of the 3 MPC nodes on the same host and all the shards, and it's the same thing as having one private key in memory. So if you think about that, is like the implementation, the devil's all in the details. The implementation matters. Right. Of course, multi-party computation is a very powerful technique, and generally it's actually something that is great in your tool belt, but it's not really a custody solution. In fact, multi-party computation doesn't tell you how you store the keys. It tells you how you generate them and how you actually do the signatures, but it doesn't tell you where to store them. You still need a safe place to store them, the shards and how to distribute them and how to back them up, etc. So technology has evolved. There's lots more tools, and we're using all of these in our different products. Ultimately, what matters is still what mattered in 2017 when we started the company, which is great security engineering. Great view over what is the attacker model, what is important, not get yourself like pulled by the market into doing something that is wrong or into using a technology that is either not mature or there's not the right technology for the actual issue. So things have evolved dramatically. I think part of the push has been faster transactions, blockchains like Solana that are much faster than Ethereum and then Bitcoin. The throughput, like everybody wants to do millions of transactions, and obviously the amounts of money that are being moved have also increased. So all those things have created a little bit of a push for people to change the technologies and to change what they actually have done from an infrastructure perspective.
So more on like technologies kind of evolve to support more transactions and also more rules that people may want to set. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And really, if you think about it, the institutions that were here in 2017 are not the same today. BlackRock has very different requirements than, a small venture fund that was getting into crypto in 2017. So that has also evolved in terms of the APIs, the products, what you support, the regulatory stack. All of that is like inherent in technology. The compliance, how you do the travel rule, how do you do QIC, how do you do QIB, all of that also has had to be completely refreshed from 2017. So technology looks very different, even though the ultimate goal still appears to be the same, which is custody and stake and govern in a secure manner.
Yeah. Diego, another aspect that heavily impacts custody provider is the regulatory, and we have seen significant regulatory shifts this year, including the FDIC's new guidance allowing banks to engage in crypto activities without prior approval. How do you see these regulatory change impacting the custody landscape, and do you think traditional banks will become major competitors to crypto native custody providers like yourself? And do you see them, if you see them as competitors, what advantage do specialized crypto institutions maintain, and where might traditional financial institutions have the upper hand?
So they will come, and they're already here to a large extent. I think historically they haven't been successful. Part of the reason is because there hasn't not been clear regulation. And as you know, these banks are very traditional, and they're not going to do anything that is not extremely clear in terms of regulatory. So do I see them as competition? I think it's co-opetition, which is we compete in small slivers, but in general we collaborate. They hold our fiat, they hold our T-bills. We help them do sub-custody for some of these large institutions. And so it's really, we use specialization, and we specialize on what we do best, and they specialize what they do best. Ultimately, I think the big banks will come, but if you think about the risk posture, like some of them maybe will get to Bitcoin custody. They will not do staking. They will not do Solana. They won't go like, it'll take them a long time. They will do it eventually when it's become so mainstream that it's obvious, but it'll take them lots and lots of time. In the meantime, Anchorage supports thousands of assets, and they don't even support one. So if you think about it, it's not that you have to build the things that we've built to meet the level of product that we have, is that you have to keep pace. And let me tell you, the pace is extremely high. And so that favors small, nimbler teams, highly technologically competent, that have built these products that have already clients in the market. And at this point, we have the world's largest clients already, and we're onboarding them and continue to onboard them. And so to a certain extent, like they're already onboarded to us. So will they have, and will they favor the traditional relationships? Maybe in certain cases, but definitely not in all. And so it really is a competition, and we will use them in certain cases, they will use us in certain cases, and the clients actually have more choice, which ultimately is much better for capitalism and helps everyone. So I fundamentally believe that. From a regulatory perspective, we're in a very interesting situation. Genius Act passing is extremely good news, and custody is becoming even more exciting. Specifically, our federal charter. We're still the only federal charter bank in the U.S., and the Genius Act says that you need to be a federal charter to issue stablecoins. And if you could be a state charter over $10 billion, you have to upgrade yourself to the federal level of oversight. And so the reality is that all of these stablecoin issuers and all the excitement of stablecoins is directly linking back to custody and issuance, which then is directly linking back to the excitement of our business. So it's an extremely exciting time. In fact, I don't remember ever as more exciting time, because there's so many things. It's not just Bitcoin doing extremely well and reaching all-time highs. It is clear product market fit in stable coins, $250 billion of issuance, the largest players like Bridge, acquiring companies that just acquired yesterday, a company called Privy, which I was an angel and was on our portfolio. They acquired Bridge, which I was also an angel, was also on our portfolio. So they keep acquiring these crypto companies. This is one of the largest fintechs in the world, one of the largest private companies in the world that is seeing the future in crypto and is going like and acquiring everything that they can to really dominate. You've also seen Visa with partnerships, MasterCard with partnerships. All these things are benefiting us. Crypto is no longer one thing. It's so many things and many things that are working. And so, yes, it's extremely important to have a regulated partner that does the custody, does interaction with the blockchain. And so it's never been more exciting for custody than it is right now.
So yeah, I think it's co-opetition, if you call that, and then maybe take different piece. And I think.
But the
I
market
kinda
is also
see
getting
the
so much
same.
larger.
Yeah.
And you have to realize that we have advantages in the US, we have advantages in Southeast Asia, we're regulated in Singapore, but there's many, many other markets. And so there's going to be places for local players, smaller players, larger players. Some people specialize in high transaction throughput. Some people specialize in SMB, some people specialize. So you'll have all of the diversity that you have of current financial institutions in this world too. And the market is becoming so much bigger. So the opportunity is much bigger, even if there's more competitors.
I see. And I think, given Anchorage global reach, how do you see customer needs and regulatory approach in Southeast Asia differ from Western markets? And what opportunities do you see in this region that has some of the highest crypto adoption rates globally?
Yeah, highest crypto adoption rates, also of stablecoins. Lots of business. If you have a business center, you're going to have remittances. You're going to have cross-border payments. You're going to have pay-ins, payouts. And so that's part of the reason why Singapore is one of the biggest hubs for stablecoins right now is because there's lots of business. Whenever there's a corridor that is actually sending funds back and forth, you're going to see stablecoins in between and crypto companies in between. So there's lots of opportunity right now. In terms of regulation, obviously each regulator has to decide on their own. To a large extent, I think international regulators outside of the US, we're tired of waiting for the US. In many cases, the US regulates first and everybody copies. In this particular case, has actually not been the case. MiCA came first. Singapore was much earlier. Dubai was much earlier. And so now we have to make sure that these rules and regulations sort of like work well with each other. And so there'll be a little bit of emerging and of understanding of how they're actually supposed to work together. But to a large extent, we haven't won yet. There's a lot missing on how stablecoins should be governed. Stablecoins are inherently a global phenomenon, for example. So if I issue a stablecoin in the US, but it's mostly being used in Singapore for peer-to-peer payments, how does that work? Under which jurisdiction is it in? Who's the regulator? Where are those T-bills? Which company is actually being booked in terms of revenue? If it's like one asset, truly global phenomenon, how do you do this? It's extremely hard. It's an extremely hard problem. There's somewhat easy solutions, but ultimately the regulators have to collaborate on something that is actually approachable and that works for both parties. So there's still a lot of wood to chop, a lot of regulations to come. If you think about it, only the Genius Act has been passed. FIT 21, which is the infrastructure bill that told us which regulator actually regulates commodities or securities and what is what in a test of whether something is a security or a crypto commodity, that hasn't been passed. That hasn't been making that much progress. And so to a large extent, there's still a lot more to do in the US and internationally for sure.
How do you like keep up with all the regulatory change? And I mean, in terms of like adjusting all the business side, like, yeah, it's like, yeah.
I spend a lot of time on the internet is the answer.
Yeah, because I think by the time you see the internet, it's probably a bit too late, right? But yeah,
so one of the things that does happen, and by the way, one of the beauties of being an operator and being an investor simultaneously is that you get to see things very early. Either you get to see them because people want to be supported by Anchorage and they want us to custody. It's kind of fascinating. Anchorage is such a good brand as like the best institutional custodian in the US that if you want institutions to invest in your asset and invest in your project, you need to be supported by us. We've gone to that level. And so people come to us early and I get to see lots of fun stuff there. And on the other side, I have a checkbook, right? I have a checkbook at Hahn Ventures and we also get to see lots of early stage investments. So really these things work together extremely well and I get to see very early projects. And then, what a privilege it is to be a venture investor and to have the smartest founders come to you to explain in a very simple terms, such that a VC brain can actually understand it, what they're doing and why, and you get to ask questions. And that's such a privilege, and it makes learning so much faster. So it's part of the reason why I love this combination of the roles and love the role of doing early stage investment and late stage investment is that you get to see everything and you get to form opinions and you get to be candidly fed information, like high quality information, and get the ability to interact with these amazing founders. So yeah.
I see. Yeah. I think you touch on the competition with institutions a bit, but just would like to hear competition among your peers because BlackRock recently announced a dual custodian model with both Coinbase and Anchorage for their crypto holdings. And this seems to signal a trend toward custody diversification among institutions. And how should custody providers adapt to a world where clients want multiple providers?
That was already the case, right? It's very uncommon for people to just have one prime, for example. People usually have one or two relationships for redundancy, for obviously pricing power, all of these other reasons. So I don't think, I never thought for a moment in the beginning of starting Anchorage that there would ever be one. Think about the concentrating risk. On the other end, you don't want to have many because the reality is that from a security perspective, you want to use the best. And if you start going down the long tail, and instead of having one custodian, you have 10, now you're actually increasing the chances of having problems because you actually now are using the best, but also the 10th best. And so you're putting your assets in a distribution curve, which actually includes 8 that are not the best too. And so if you think about it, actually this increases risk. It does not reduce risk. Yes, it increases diversification, but it also increases risk. So people don't really think about it that way. They think just diversification is better, but that's not the case at all. There's a threshold of competence and there's a threshold of ability and a threshold of obviously like auditing and confidence that just is not the same for the top 5 than it is for the top 2. So if there's a duopoly here and there's 2 companies that win the biggest markets in the world, I'll be extremely happy to be number 1.
Just make sure you are in the top 2. Right. So another area that has exploded since last year is a crypto ETF. And you have noted that ETFs have been a really compelling vehicle for Bitcoin, but less perfect for Ether today without staking. And how do you see custody evolving to support more sophisticated ETF products, and particularly around staking and other network participation?
Yeah. So again, it's taken a long time for the regulators to be comfortable with Bitcoin and custody. And then all of a sudden staking shows up. It's not that fast from our point of view from crypto, but from the regulators' perspective, these things are still weird and awkward. And are they rewards? Are they interest? Are they, the technology is different. Something that is a staking that allows you to lose assets, for example, tombstoning, which doesn't exist in many of these blockchains. But if you stake and are actually putting some of the principal at risk, that's very different than if you stake and you're probably the rewards at risk. And how the rewards are captured, and is it block by block, and is it every 7 days? How does it accrue? When does it accrue? Like, it's complicated from a technical implementation perspective. Where are these nodes? Where are they running? Where are they physically located, geographically located? Do you have to claim the rewards, or do they just appear in your account? So all these things are just different, and they can't all be treated the same. But in general, it took a little bit for the regulators to get there. Also, obviously, there's very exciting assets like Solana and Ethereum that do stake, and you don't want to leave the staking gains on the table, especially for an asset like Solana, which yields around or generates these payments to the network for compensation for the consensus, and helping them consensus are like 5%, 7%. You don't want to leave these things on the table. They're very high. So it has taken us a while to get there, but funny enough, it is not from a technology perspective, because custodians like us already have APIs that deal with this, already do staking for all these assets. It's actually no longer a question. Custody and staking are one and the same if you want to think about it. Because you should never do staking. You should never do custody without staking, or at least allowing it to exist at the same level of confidence that you have the custody. Because it just makes no sense for a customer to have to custody with you an asset that doesn't actually allow them to capture the rewards of participating in the network if they so desire. They don't have to do so, but if they so desire. I think the hardest parts have been the trusts for these ETFs, and the way that Bitcoin trusts have been set up. There's lots of questions around the staking components, tax questions, structuring questions, and so it becomes more complex. But it's more of a regulatory complexity and a paper complexity around how do you structure this in a way that is actually tax efficient and it works for the way that we want it to trade. And that has taken a while because obviously the regulators have to agree and have to approve, and also they had to get confident with the technology and how these things work. And it's a one-by-one asset thing. Staking in Solana is different than staking in Ethereum. So we're getting there now, finally. And there's, as you know, submissions for ETFs that actually have staking, and hopefully they get approved, and we get to list them alongside the Bitcoin ETF, so that people don't have to do the trade-off of whether they, you have access and have exposure to custody or to exposure to an asset like Ethereum, but without actually benefiting from the participation elements.
Right. And from your perspective, spanning both operational experience and now venture investing, what are the key infrastructure gaps you are seeing in the crypto ecosystem that still need to be solved? Where do you see the biggest opportunities for innovation in crypto custody over the next few years?
So there's one base one which is perennial, because the blockchains are not static. They continue to innovate, they continue to evolve. There's bridges, there's intents, there's so much complication. They're becoming faster, lower latency, higher throughput, which means that you have to keep up. And that means that new infrastructure has to come up. The infrastructure that was enough for Bitcoin or for Ethereum in the early days was not enough to support the NFT boom, right? It was just not.
Right.
The transactions were very high. People couldn't handle it. Platforms were going down. They just couldn't handle the load. And so if you think about it, all of this has to evolve to keep up with the use cases. In fact, some of the use cases like stablecoins being extremely successful bring new challenges. So there's new infrastructure being built. As I mentioned, Han Ventures was an investor in Bridge. We're now investors in BVNK. So Bridge was acquired by Stripe for $1.1 billion. And BVNK is the largest stablecoin provider and router. And they're building routing that you'd expect, wait, why wasn't this built before? Didn't we already have crypto for so many years? Well, sure. But it turns out that when it's stables and you have to do FX and you have to connect these local on-ramps and you're doing remittances, there's lots of these things that need to be done that are just not just generic moving Bitcoin back and forth. And so all of a sudden, there's a whole new swath of infrastructure, the money routing infrastructure that needs to be built that wasn't built before. And like this, the next thing will cause it too. So the reality is that you will never have enough infrastructure, and every new use case will demand new specialized infrastructure. So we'll continue to see that. Get the new wave and understand, if you see the new wave coming, you understand which new infrastructure will actually be required. I think the needs have been decreasing across time. We're in a much better position from a block space perspective than we were 7 years ago. We have all of these chains that have high throughput, low latency. Those are amazing, and allows you to do much better things than having to wait 7 minutes for a block or what have you. And so we're in a much better state. And so maybe in that field, there won't be as much innovation, but there will always be the actual final consumer use cases and money application use cases that will require different infrastructure. And so people are building them.
So yeah, more infrastructure to support multi assets and then different
Oh,
use
well, if you think
case.
about it, there's so many exciting things right now. Prediction markets, huge,
Right.
huge market, and there's so much needed to be built there. The interaction with prediction markets and decentralized exchanges, like there's so many things to build there. On the money routing side, there's so many like different on ramps, FX, messaging layers, trade financing tools, different countries. There's people building layer ones for turning these stable coins into one another. There's lots of infrastructure on the consumer side. When do we have a global Venmo? There's no global Venmo right now. When do we have a global Venmo? There's so many applications that can be built. One of the coolest parts about stablecoins and crypto right now is that if you were a fintech before stablecoins and you wanted to be an international fintech, you had to go, if you wanted to be in 150 countries, you had to go to 150 countries, get
Right.
regulated locally, get partners locally, do the reconciliation, really deeply build engineering and product and integrate with all of it for the local ecosystem. And now with stablecoins, it's actually inverted.
Right.
From day one, you integrate with stablecoins, say USDT or USDC, and that is the Schelling point. You already have 150 companies that have 150 plus companies that are the local on ramps. They do everything for you and just give you what you want, which is this stablecoin layer, which is the Schelling point of trade. And so you could actually be global from day one. In fact, one of the coolest parts of being a venture investor is that for the first time, we may have a shot at the first truly global fintech. If you think about Revolut, they're dominant in Europe, but not dominant in the US. If you think about
Right.
Venmo, they're dominant in the US, not dominant in Europe. It's always been locality based for many reasons, but because you reach saturation and you reach network effects and you reach brand effects within your ecosystem. And when you want to hop to the next one, somebody's already occupied it. But from a stablecoin perspective, you're global from day one. So we may actually get the first truly global Revolut from day one that is built on stablecoins. And that's extremely exciting,
Yeah.
obviously, as a venture investor, because that's a very high return.
It's very exciting time for fintech, like you mentioned. And they think, Diego, we have a few minutes left. As we wrap up, like what upcoming developments should our audience be watching from both Anchorage and your investment activities at Horn Ventures?
Yeah, from Anchorage, I think you'll see a lot more. We acquired Mountain Protocol, that's public. You'll likely see more acquisitions coming. You'll definitely see a lot more stablecoin announcements and exciting stuff there. You'll see us pushing on our settlement. You'll see the company continue to grow. I think we're doing extremely well right now, and it's just been so proud of Nathan and the team. It's been an amazing journey, and I couldn't ask for a better set of people to work with. It's been obviously ups and downs of the volatility of the market, but again, the hardest parts and the hardest things are the things that that are memorable and that you really are proud of. In terms of the ecosystem, I think you'll see a lot more coming in prediction markets. You'll see these applications that are focused not just on the American and European and developed markets, but developing markets. You'll continue seeing stablecoins. I believe that stablecoins will likely breach the top 10 holders of US treasuries very soon, within the next, say, 12 months. That's going to be a major effect on crypto and the importance of crypto to the world. You'll definitely continue to see regulation coming out and the regulators jumping on the bandwagon, which is pretty interesting. I really hope that 2015 and 2016 are the year of the money apps, because right now we've had the money issuers, which generated all the revenue. Then we've had the money routers, which generated some revenue and have supported the money issuers. And now that we have them, we have the money apps, these kinds of global Venmos, peer-to-peer, these kinds of like consumer products that are building really cool experiences, global cards, global issuance cards, all this really cool stuff that has a lot of impact in developing countries. I hope that this is the year of the money app. And I am seeing a lot of inklings that it is.
Right, exciting. Any calls to action for founders or institutions looking to engage with you?
Well, if you're a founder and you want to look for something exciting that you should build your company on top of, look no further. Stablecoins are new money rails. They're actually changing the game on how these systems actually work. If there's a use case that touches cross-border transaction and changes countries, then stablecoins have a role for it, and you should be building on top of this new rail. And if you're building one of those companies, ping me on Twitter, send me an email, do something, and I'll take the pitch.
Well, thank you so much, Diego. Yeah, that's a lot of insights for the custody in the digital asset era. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
All right. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's doing well. Michael, it's a pleasure having you here. As a firm, we've known you for a very long time as both a customer and investor, and there's a lot of exciting history to walk through as to how you're able to build Fireblocks and get to the scale you are today. I'd like to first kind of take us back to the start, when you and your co-founders founded the company back in 2018. There were several quote unquote industry experts that expressed pushback to the vision and approach. And fast forward to today, I think we can say they were clearly wrong. What do you think those quote unquote experts missed? What are the misconceptions pertaining to Fireblocks that you most often come across today?
Yeah, first of all, Josh, great to see you. Thanks for being one of our closest partners, throughout the years, and probably one of the people that had the very strong influence, right, on how we navigated the space and what we were able to build, in terms of both being a customer, giving like a really good advice when things were not going to the plan, giving positive feedback when things were going according to the plan, and clearly, financially backing us. So appreciate the partnership. Now, specifically to your question, when we started in 2018, or actually like when we started to contemplate the idea in 2017, we had this sort of like unique insight that really brings us to where we are today, that what is actually important is basically the crypto rails, right? And not necessarily the just like buy, hold, or more kind of the speculative investment around the assets, and how the crypto rails can really from the financial rails to something that is compatible with the internet. Now, to be honest, back in 2017, 2018, I don't think it actually landed quite well with most of the people that we talked with, because first of all, there was large portion of the population that was involved were, I would say, the Bitcoin OGs, right? And the other kind of like side of that, or the extension of that, were a lot of the VCs that were investing in tokens, in ICOs, and so on. So effectively, like, most of their activity were concentrated in buying and holding assets, and less basically moving and actually using the rails. And a lot of the feedback that we were getting is like, okay, so why do you need this sort of like combination of high performance, high throughput wallet with some of the Fireblocks network and access that allows you to interact with the ecosystem and the market? Why can't you just basically use Zappo or Coinbase or BitGo that will actually like the solutions that predate Fireblocks, and just put everything in cold storage? By the way, like most people back in the days were still using Ledger Nanos, to be fair, even on the institutional side, and that's good enough. But interestingly enough, when you were kind of double clicking on what exactly going on with their activity, you would ask them like, okay, so when you need to sell, or when you need to transfer to an exchange, or when you need to buy the asset, what happens when you are interacting with your counterparties? What happens when you working with the deposit address? They're like, oh yeah, I'm just like getting a heart attack when I'm doing that. So we kind of knew from the get-go that we are onto something, but clearly we had to find a very small subset of early adopters that we were solving a big enough problem for them in terms of with velocity, and luckily we were able to find them.
No, that's very helpful, and I think it carries through to why Fireblocks continues to have so much demand, especially on the institutional side. Is there's a lot more to do with crypto than just hold it today, and obviously crypto itself has expanded to tokenized assets, to currency in the form of stablecoins, which we'll get to later. perhaps kind of in addition to overcoming that first setup of friction from how people perceive the use and custody of crypto, what were perhaps some of the other difficult challenges that you and your team faced in those early days, perhaps as it was working with some of the initial design partners and institutions?
Yeah, so the first thing that we had to navigate at this point already twice is the bear markets, right? We started Fireblocks in July 2018. I think Bitcoin at that point basically dropped from, I don't know, 16 or 18K, whatever it was at that that run in the high days of the 2017-2018 bubble. It basically was like at 8 or 9, right? And it was trending in the wrong direction. Basically, we had 10 design partners, right? When we started the journey, that each one of them, we basically told them like, okay, this is what we're going to build. How much would you pay for this? What are the requirements? We were working with them throughout the process. And then January 2019, the product is ready. I'm calling those 10 design partners, and 6 of them are out of business. Not like not interested. Maybe we'll do it in like 2 months. Like the usual issues that I was familiar with from just general enterprise or cybersecurity practices in my previous life and in my career. Is like, yeah, Michael, like I'm sorry to tell you, but we closed the fund or we closed the desk. Because Bitcoin was at 3,500, right? So just to give people some relative idea on what happened there. So we had to navigate that. To be fair, like 92 crisis with Terra Luna and FTX, and I think that taking a step back, I think that navigating those bear markets, especially when you are in our position, that there is very little room to escape, right? It forces you to do 2 things. First of all, to have like a really long-term conviction, right? And I think like, a simple explanation that you can explain both to yourself and to the team, to your team, why we're doing it and what we actually believe in, right? And why at the end of the day, it is like inevitable reality that this technology will be, one of the most important motions, right, that happening those days. So that's kind of like one component, and the second component is really to navigate within a very challenging environment, both from a go-to-market standpoint and product standpoint, to make sure that you have, on one hand, like sustainable business. On the other hand, you are not really marginalizing yourself into an area that, on the longer run will not be viable or big.
Yeah, 10 minus 6, so 4 surviving design partners, and you're now at over 1,500 companies worldwide using Fireblocks today. So definitely a different setup, including institutions like Boni, WorldPay, Visa, BTG. It's extremely impressive. The theme of kind of a lot of what we're discussing today is, how do you bring institutions into our industry, especially when it comes to kind of security and being able to access the rails in a compliant way. If you had to kind of sum it up, like how do you articulate the why in terms of these firms working with Fireblocks? Like why do they pick you? What are the competitive strengths?
Yeah, I think that fundamentally they need a partner that is able to understand what they're looking to do, what are the non-negotiable issues around their business and how they want to step into the space. And eventually, like, a partner that is a bit obsessed about their success and is also like, committed to be working with them on the long run on their requirements from a future-proof standpoint. Now, that's, I would say, like a lot of words, right? That eventually boils down to a technology selection. And the first pillar over there is really around security and trust and matching that with scale and resiliency. Those are some of the things that I think Fireblocks was kind of well known for from the very beginning, because as I said, the main initial value proposition of Fireblocks was really how do you manage security with being on-chain and with being transactional, which was kind of, I think, what we were able to figure out before anyone else. And we just like continued to push on that front over the cycles and over the development. The second component is really to build, I would say, a service organization that is really catered to institutional players. I think, Josh, you can probably kind of reflect on that from a operational standpoint on the other side, but I think it's non-trivial to be or to service people in an environment that transactions are settled instantly, that margin calls are triggered like within seconds, and that the underlying infrastructure that we are working against, which is basically like the various, this point, like over 100 blockchains, is not the most stable, or it's not designed actually like for the get-go for institutional grade, right? Like when you read the spec of when you basically read the Bitcoin white paper, or when you read the Ethereum white paper, or when you read the Solana white paper, none of them starts with like the enterprise or institutional grade infrastructure, right? They are not. This is actually not their primary, I would say, solution domain, right? They are very much designed for open access. They're very much designed for retail access, and we need to basically layer in the ability to service institutions with the right SLA. So I think that's the second component, and the third one is really I think partnership and alignment, that they view us as someone that is able to kind of cope with the various waves of adoption of what's happening in the market, right? And I think we started from CeFi trading or CeFi movement. Josh, I think you guys were kind of the guys that showed us the light of how we should basically move into DeFi. And I think the adoption of DeFi, decentralized finance within Fireblocks, has been, I think, a remarkable journey for us. I think we found ourselves being in the epicenter of stablecoins and empowering that economy across multiple different use cases. And some of those things were organic, some of those things were inorganic, like the payment use cases, and of course, what we're doing with tokenization. So our commitment to them, that we are going to be a long-term sustainable partner that is going to be a thought leader for them and a resource for them, and being able to work with them, from a security compliance regulation standpoint, but also to bring everything they need from an innovation, has been a critical part in that.
Yeah, one thing for us as a customer is the breadth of capabilities is truly impressive, especially given the size of the customer base you're serving. When us relative to like a large financial institution, we're going to be a little further up on the sophistication spectrum, where we need to do things a little deeper and closer to the rails. And the way that Fireblocks has been able to service someone like us as well as a large FI is really impressive, because you generally find a lot of companies either shift from one or the other and kind of aren't able to keep up with the breadth of different services that are required. But from stablecoin payments to DeFi, tokenization, you've been able to lead the company on multiple fronts and execute, which for a long-standing customer like us is great, because we can just continue to increase our usage of Fireblocks in different ways while not reducing our competitiveness as a firm, because we have to use something that's very clunky or slow, for example. So it's really been impressive in that regard. And yeah, I think that makes us and others a happy customer. I'd like to take a step back. You mentioned 2022. I believe this year's conference theme is called Building Through Cycles. The insolvencies and blowups of 2022 made that a very volatile and harsh year for our space. And kind of similar to your 6 out of 10 in 2018, a lot of companies didn't recover and come out of 2022. What was that year like for Fireblocks? Obviously, you guys recovered and came out even stronger, but it'd be great to kind of walk through the resiliency that Fireblocks had and kind of what drove that resiliency in such a tough year.
Yeah. So, for us, 2023, end of 2022 and 2023 was like, walk in the park, because once you have 6 out of 10 going bankrupt, 4 out of 10 is not that much of a issue. But still, of course, the stake was much higher, right? So just maybe to ground everyone, we kind of entering the business basically grows 5x in 2021. In 2022, we are on a path to more than half x projections in 2022, and those are not small numbers, for a SaaS or ARR companies, right? We already basically hovering somewhere between 110 and 120 million ARR, third year that we're shipping the product. So the stake is pretty high, right? And at that point, all the sequence of events that we are familiar with is kind of unfolding. FTX happens, and everything basically comes to, first of all, to a complete halt, right? But then, as things continue to progress, as I mentioned, I'll shift a bit, to kind of SaaS terminology, right? The gross retention drops to 60%, which is, in any other industry, right? If we were in the database business, if we were in a marketing, automation business, whatever comparable business, that's basically mean that your company is dead, right? That's would be, or it's full-on crisis, right? Which was, to be fair, not to undermine, the situation also for us, but kind of do a bit of a Quentin Tarantino here, right? So we'll jump to the end of that story, right? 2024, we somehow starting the year with the same revenue number, right? We started 2023 at 110, we finished 2023 with 110, and somehow in the middle, 40% of your customers disappeared into bankruptcy, because at that point we had pretty much everyone, Genesis and BlockFi and Voyager and Celsius and all the, luckily we didn't have FTX, but all the other folks that were eventually got caught up in this entire situation, they were our clients, and of course there was this whole kind of ripple effect over there that propagated through the industry. Now, what we've really done well is that we had basically two themes, right, or two beliefs, right, that eventually that has to from speculative or from a trading activity, we need to see a migration into real world utility. And we were asking ourselves, okay, what can be that real world utility? We already had pretty strong indications that one of them is going to be stablecoin payments, because we were A, seeing it through our data, and B, we already made an investment by acquiring a company called First, which became our payment engine and all the activity that we're doing around payments. So we already knew that this is already happening. It's just a question of time and I think regulatory changes. And the second bet that we placed over there was a bit kind of more on the non-financial use cases of gaming and loyalty and some of those things. So the combination of some of the recovery that was happening in the core markets, a lot of the companies that went into bankruptcy, I think the people that left those companies, they started new ventures. They were already familiar with Fireblocks, so they wanted to partner with us again. That helped with the recovery. And of course, our ability to push and actually secure some of the most amazing partners that we have right now, on the payment side. WorldPay came out that year, Checkout came out that year, Visa came out that year. Some of the indirect relationship through Zero Hash into Stripe came out that year that eventually translated to Bridge. So that was actually working quite well. And on the non-financial side, also, we managed to partner with companies like Flipkart, out of India, for those who are familiar with Sony. So all those things, they basically started to emerge back in to Adidas and so on in 2023. And that what really allowed us to, I would say, continue to build towards what we believed was the inevitable future and where the demand is going to be, and B, which I think was important from financial KPIs and just making sure that we are not dropping the ball on our execution as a company, is actually to be able to keep the revenue at the high watermark that was, I would argue, somewhat exceptional. And once the market came back, we've seen the market starting to come back early 2024, mid-2024, we were in this great position that I think we were way ahead of everyone else in the domains that we thought domains.
Yeah, I think the one thing to underscore that was very impressive financially with that year is while gross logo retention, to your point, went down, the pricing per account or the net dollar retention on your active customers continued to scale year after year after year, which I think really just points to the stickiness and the mission criticality of what Fireblocks provides. And as tokenization, stablecoins, blockchain rails starts to mean more and more for the world, especially with regulation that allows for interaction with rails, then Fireblocks is now maybe doing 3, 4, 5 different things for an enterprise customer, whereas before it was 1 or 2. And I think just the fact that you've survived a lot of these blowups kind of is a testament to both product and leadership resiliency. So that kind of gives institutions confidence for when the next one comes. Hopefully it won't be as bad as 2022. But I think
one comment on that, Josh.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting is that internally, I really try not to basically use the words, right? Because I always view stickiness as like, okay, the customer is stuck with your product, so they have nowhere to go. And I don't think it necessarily drives, I don't know, like in some cases it does, right? But I think like teaching ourselves continuously is actually figuring out how do we like above and beyond of what they have expected from us last year, right? So I always tell my clients is like my employees, and especially like product is like, don't count on the fact that it's like hard for them to re-platform, right? We need to really figure out what do they need next and how do we continue to innovate from them and like completely remove the factor that like maybe it will be hard for them to refactor, but I just like understand how do we delight them and how do we deliver more value so they want to stay and do more with us, not because they can't live, right, but because they really want to do more with us.
Yeah, and I think you see that in the growing kind of both amount of features that they're using as well as how much they're spending on the platform. They're not doing that out of force. They actually are finding real needs. And yeah, no, I agree with you. As an investor, I do like that term, but I totally think the way you're thinking about it makes the most sense. Fortunately, 2025 is a completely different setup to 2022. We have a US political administration that's very friendly to blockchain and digital assets. There's exponential organic usage of stablecoins. There's large corporations buying Bitcoin on their balance sheets, they're public companies, and kind of a global macro environment that's just more suitable to what digital assets stand for. How has this environment really affected Fireblocks' strategic objectives, your vision? What opportunities are you kind of excited about? I know we'll very soon get into tokenization and stablecoins, but just kind of wanted to touch at a high level how this environment has shaped the company.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's amazing. I think it's everything that we were hoping for. There are people that occasionally ask me like, okay, so what's next for you guys? I'm like, there's no next. It's like basically everything that we like the inception of Fireblocks was just like waiting for the day that is today, right? I think about it sometimes it's like, today is really like, day one for us, right? That all the things that we build the product and the platform for, they materialize because of the regulatory clarity, B, that because it really getting from the innovators and the early adopters into the early mainstream, the people that really need the partnership with us and the trust and the security and the compliance. And we are able to deliver on the use cases that you were referring to that are predominantly, I would say, like, some of the movement or expansion of the market into non-speculative or non-trading related use cases, such as payments, such as capital markets, such as financing, and so on, that we've been luckily to position ourselves against to be the partner to help people navigate it.
Yeah, and I think it's a great segue to the first one, tokenization, something we spend a lot of time on at Parify. Just if you think about from a first principles basis, if you were to reconstruct the way capital markets work with blockchain in mind, it would be immensely more efficient, more transparent, more scalable, more accessible, and all this would essentially increase the velocity of capital, which means economic value is created. Today, there's 23 billion, at least 23 billion of tokenized assets on chain, anything from treasuries to private credit to real estate. It's kind of coming on chain in different shapes and forms. And Fireblocks has a kind of role in that. And I would love for you to kind of expand on how Fireblocks is positioned to capitalize on institutional finance and capital markets infrastructure, blending with blockchain. What role will Fireblocks play in either kind of asset origination and kind of transaction settlement, custody, et cetera, as these real world assets grow exponentially?
Yeah, so historically, we clearly played a role in I would call it like, the secure storage and the transfer of those assets. But interestingly enough, in 2023, we took the bet and we acquired a company called Blockfold that is basically providing the technical engine for doing tokenization of honestly like everything from art to financial assets. But I would say the specialization over there was really to figure out how do we use smart contract to represent complex financial assets. And we've been working with that company before we acquired them on a few really important projects, for example, debt issuance by the Israeli Ministry of Finance and the New York Stock, and the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. We've been involved with them in the Australian CBDC project. So we already knew some of the kind of high-end, high-grade projects that we were able to do together. And then we essentially acquired them and we build what is, I believe right now, the most sophisticated and rich tokenization engine that institution can leverage. And we have a lot of, I mean, that product is getting more and more adoption by the day. It's the way that it looks like it's almost like an app store of different financial assets represented by smart contract. You can use the smart contract. You can actually, there are third parties that can upload their own smart contracts. We partner with people like that publish their smart contracts over there to represent assets, and then it basically takes you through the journey of issuing those assets on chain, controlling the different compliance functions over there, controlling the different corporate actions that you may have depending on the assets. We evolve it to be multi-chain, right? So initially it only supported EVMs. Now it supports, I believe, Solana, Ripple, Stellar, I think, as well, right? And we will continue to evolve it based on demand to have cross-chain capabilities. So I think in some regards, it's kind of like, like I always refer to the things that we do. It's basically like the Switzerland of tokenization, that you can come in and, we are not opinionated. We will basically support you in choosing the best technology that is purpose-built for what the asset that you want to create. And we've been quite successful with working with the likes of Wisdom Tree and a few stablecoin consortiums like the BRL and others that have been using it, and there's a pretty big demand for the product. Moving forward, and by the way, there are some instances, for example, like with BlackRock and Securitize around the BUIDL product, that we are underpinning the technology or the key management, right, of someone like Securitize to make sure that maybe like the largest, actually like the two largest money market funds right now that are both BUIDL and the Hashnode product are all relying on the Fireblocks key management solution, right? So effectively, like we're already a big player in that $23 billion market. But also, as you mentioned, it's still like a fraction, right? So the amount of tokenized treasuries on chain, if I remember my last calculation, it's kind of like 0.05% of the entire supply, right, of treasuries worldwide. So there is a long or a big opportunity to grow it from there. One of the things that we are working on is really how to also support the market from a primary and secondary activity standpoint, and especially in terms of helping people with finding distribution partners, and helping people to access secondary markets. So as you can imagine, we can naturally able to expand into how this market shapes itself. And even like, and I think that there is still it's still early days, right? Because, for example, we helped DTCC with their showcase and experiment that they were demoing a month ago, which there was a lot of excitement around. But that also poses, I think, like, a question that we don't know how to answer, right? What will be the exact market structure? Would we continue to see a lot of the incumbents doing more of the same, or there will be like a very significant disintermediation, and how much of that will be factually democratized? I'm like very believer in the latter, right? But I think we will need to see. Regardless, I think going back to my Switzerland analogy, we are somewhat like, less opinionated. We will support whoever wants to do it, and we will help them to achieve their vision, regardless of how they view the market structure moving forward.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you completely. It's still very early days, but in addition to just the fact that from a first principle standpoint, it makes sense that tailwinds are great as well. I mean, you have increasingly more private assets being originated as kind of banks and other former public financial players fall a little bit more to the background of finance. And then you also have the increased democratization of accessing investors, where you have Apollo, KKR, others trying to target, individual wealth, which is trillions of dollars, and it's been pretty much an untapped market. All of that is materially kind of supercharged by tokenization, because just the administrative costs of trying to have, you know, someone invest $5,000 in a private equity fund makes it impossible to allow. But with tokenization, you can do that. And I think a company like Fireblocks would be very, very helpful in that regard. I'd like to take us to our last topic, which, as you know, is one of my favorites. And I think it's not as well known as it should be that Fireblocks is a massive player in the stablecoin space. So 2025 is, I believe, shaping up to be the year of the stablecoin. In the last 12 months alone, you've had $33 trillion of on-chain stablecoin volume. You've had 260 million active digital wallets interacting with the stablecoin worldwide. And companies from Stripe to Visa, Robinhood, et cetera, have all been, you know, ramping up real usage of stablecoins for their business needs. Now, most relevant to our conversation is the fact that Fireblocks itself has accounted for roughly 10 to 15% of all USDT, USDC volume, which is tremendous. How is Fireblocks working with stablecoins to essentially become one of the backbone players of international payments?
So I think we were firm believers in the value of stablecoins and what it going to represent, right? From an economic standpoint. I think there were like a couple of things that led to that belief. I think that we were fairly early on involved in the now I guess abandoned Libra, the Facebook stablecoin project, right? So we've seen this promise from day one. Luckily, by the way, Josh, you guys brought us in to support one of your funds that the whole strategy was basically around stablecoin. So we were able to see how that actually works in something that really mimicked, hopefully I'm not butchering the idea too much, but like, something that looks like credit markets, right? In today's age, but just using stablecoins. And that was as early as I believe 2020, right? That you guys were running that strategy. And that basically allowed us to put like a significant of acquiring first digital in 2022 and build what is now the Fireblocks payment engine. So what it is, it's a payment, or it's basically an orchestration engine for payment companies and other financial intermediaries that are working with stable coins to move them worldwide. It connects them to the various liquidity providers, on-ramps, off-ramps, and so on, underpins by security that I don't think people actually talk enough about the importance of security and cybersecurity and operational security in the context of stablecoin movement. And I'll get to that in a second. And also build all the compliance capabilities into it, right? So by far, just to give some idea, in Q1, there were $500 billion of stable coins that moved through Fireblocks in Q1, January to March. We are on track to basically do 2 trillion this year, only stable coins, without any other asset. And interesting enough, because we have a preview of who's using what and why, about like some 15 to 12 of that volume to payment companies that are orchestrating mostly cross-border or payout flows that they're using it for. And that's like a pretty, and that's actually growing 12% month over month. So our biggest pipeline and the biggest set of players that we are working with are payment companies that are moving from Swift and some of those old and traditional rails into stable coins. I think it's like pretty clear why they're doing it, because the old systems are not transparent, they're slow, they're expensive. And we want to be there, or we already de facto their infrastructure, default infrastructure for them to do so. And eventually, like, they need to make sure that they are, for all the reasons that I mentioned earlier, they need someone that is able to help them do it at scale and with the security that required to move that amount of money across that many transactions.
No, it's extremely impressive. And again, I truly think stablecoins are one of the best things we've produced as a digital asset space, just given the suitability for real world problems. I could very much envision a future where a multinational CFO is managing both their tokenized assets, their stablecoins, integrating some shape or form with DeFi rails all through Fireblocks. It's a very powerful vision. I guess to maybe end this, any kind of exciting future product releases or ambitions you can leave us with that paint a clearer picture of Fireblocks' role in this new tokenization stablecoin era.
Yeah, I think that we are working on the specific set of like standardization and instructions around stablecoins to enhance the capabilities of the Fireblocks network to do more native operations around stablecoins. And we are going to come out with some exciting announcement with some of our partners over the next couple of months. By the way, I think that stablecoins and tokenized assets, or payments and tokenized assets, they work hand in hand exactly because of the example you gave earlier. With our discussions with various treasurers, we see that as, I think, like, again, something that is inevitable, right? That once you are on chain, you are going to go and invest in tokenized assets. We're doing it internally. We receive our payments. 40% of the collections that we do are in stablecoins, and we do leverage BUIDL and other forms of tokenized assets to stay on chain. And lastly, I think, again, not to preempt too much some exciting things that we are working on, there is a question of like, okay, if you are a treasurer, right, or if you're a developer, how are you going to access that? Are you going to continue and use the UI? So I think with some of the agentic capabilities that we're seeing, we've done already some experimentation that is now going to mature into a real product that we're planning to get out in the next couple of months, is that you won't need to necessarily go and click on things, right? You could just tell someone to do some of those treasury operations for you, and it will figure out the optimal strategy to do so, and we'll do it, and we'll put the instructions, again, with the secure guardrails, because clearly you don't want some hallucination when someone is moving billions of your balance sheet, on rails that cannot be recoursed.
No, but I mean, it's such an exciting vision, because just the addressable market of economic activity is extremely large now, given what stablecoins and tokenization can do. And again, that will be running through Fireblocks. So it's been a true privilege to see you scale the business so successfully throughout these years. And as a customer, we've been fortunate to have had a good experience as well. So yeah, thank you so much for the time and for sharing more on your vision, on the trials and tribulations that you've kind of gone through to get here. And I am excited to see what the stablecoin announcements are, as I'm sure many of the listeners are too. But yeah, thank you so much for taking the time.
Yes, thanks for doing this. It was fun.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special fireside chat at REDeFiNE. I'm Thanawat Sutantivarakun, CEO of Bittasa Thailand, and I will be the moderator for today's sessions. And today, as you can see here, we are diving into the topic of institutional trading 2.0, building the digital asset stack, a topic that could be more timely as institutions demand at the same level of infrastructure and compliance. They expect in traditional markets, building reliable digital asset stack is no longer optional. I guess it's more like essentials. And I'm thrilled today to be joined by someone at the forefront of institutional crypto infrastructures who brings deep experience from both traditional finance and digital assets infrastructures. Please welcome Anton Katz, CEO and co-founder of Talos. Hi, Anton. Good to have you here.
Hi, Tanawat. Thank you very, very much. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me to come back to REDeFiNE. Thanks a lot to our hosts, and great to see you again.
Okay, let's start off, just not waste any time. I guess, Anton, when you co-founded Talos, I believe in 2018, right? And you identified that nearly all infrastructure and tooling in digital assets market was built for retail. Can you walk us through how the institutional infrastructure landscape has evolved since then, and what are the key milestones that have marked the transformations?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're absolutely right. We started building Talos in 2018. It's been slightly over 6.5 years now. Feels about like 30, 40 years ish, in our sector. But when we came into to build Talos in digital assets and in crypto more specifically, we did this in part because we basically said, hey, there's going to be institutional adoption here if we believe that digital assets are going to be a major asset class. If there is institutional adoption, if you believe that, then you have to believe that institutions will be interacting with it the way they used to interact with any other asset classes. And so my background and the background of my co-founder and our CTO, Ethan Feldman, is really in building these kind of like large-scale infrastructure trading systems across pretty much every asset class before. We've done this in futures very successfully, in fixed income, in FX, in treasuries. And so when we came in, what we saw is that from a liquidity perspective, right? So the exchanges, OTC providers, especially on the exchanges side, a lot of it was built from the retail ground up, which is fascinating because really it's kind of like the property of the asset class. The asset class has been built from the retail and out. Right. And so institutions are kind of like almost like the second people coming into this. Retail was built, it's a lot of the exchanges were built for retail. The bottom line is that institutions need more institutional tooling to connect and to trade and to invest. And so that's what we set out to build. So 2018, very much retail-oriented exchanges, connectivity. We've built the stack that would be used by institutions to connect to those underlying exchanges, later on to OTC providers. And so we kind of like progressed from there. Long story short, what we're seeing today, and there's a couple of interesting milestones you kind of mentioned, like what happened there. Well, I mean, we've seen, first of all, I think the biggest thing is that we've seen regulation around the world starting to materialize around like, hey, how should we think about digital assets? There was quite a lot of retail interest in those kind of assets, right? So the regulators must come in and say like, okay, this is how you protect the. And that was very, very, I mean, you know this firsthand. This was very, very different from every jurisdiction to every jurisdiction in the world. And Talos is a global company, Then we've seen a couple of interesting things happen in the United States on the institutional side. So Europe was already kind of like a little bit forward ahead, running ahead. And Switzerland, I think, was one of the first countries that started really thinking about like how to regulate correctly. APAC also had a couple of countries that are looking at it. And then in the United States, it was taking a little bit longer, but then the CME did the first, the first major step for the institutions and said like, hey, Bitcoin futures are going to be traded on the CME. That's a huge, huge deal. Pretty much every institutional investor is trading on the CME. And so that's kind of like, like one of the milestones. And then from there, there's quite a lot of different things that happened, going all the way from starting to talk about regulated custodians that are coming into the space, that are able to actually custody those assets on behalf of institutional players. Prime broker is starting to get established. The Bitcoin ETF has been a huge, huge factor in institutional adoption, broader adoption of crypto assets, because it effectively gave people that have access to traditional tooling the ability to invest in digital assets and in crypto more specifically. Stablecoins are now a part of that trend. So as we're starting to see, like from 2018, a lot of things have moved towards, just a more professional environment. And on our side, of course, that's been a huge, huge change. From us, in the beginning, when we had institutions and those were crypto natives that come to Talos, they were asking for connectivity. They were saying like, listen, just give us one API, like a fixed API that we can connect to all those exchanges, connect to OTC providers,
That's the
maybe give
dream.
us like algorithms. Yeah, exactly. And it was like the craziest thing to like to tackle as a question, because like we've done so much of that in other asset classes, and they were so further ahead in electronification. And then, like fast forward to today, our clients are asking about how do you trade basis, and they're using our spreaders to do this. Our clients are asking about portfolio construction optimization. So how do you rebalance a portfolio with respect to an index? So that's kind of like our portfolio management tooling. Our algo environment is now very, very broad in terms of the algo coverage. We have transaction cost analysis, we have reporting, we have settlement, we have reconciliation. So today we have this enormous tool set that institutions use, and today we have the largest institutions in the world using Talos. And so, like even the tools that we have kind of like evolved with the market structure, with how the client engagement has been. Sorry, this is a long answer, but it's a lot of years to cover.
No, it makes so much sense. And now you have all of those analytical tools, which is like very useful for like the institutionals, even like sex like myself, love to use those, right? Yeah, that's cool. But then I think, as you mentioned, right, you have previous background on like traditional markets, FX, commodities, and a lot of things. There's similarities when we talk about like those infrastructures in comparisons tied to the digital assets one, right? But I think myself as well, wondering what is the biggest like differences, like when you have experience like in traditional markets in comparisons to like the digital assets.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, because like I think you're asking literally the questions that we field almost the most from our institutional clients, because they're coming in and they're saying, we understand those asset classes. What is different and what is the same for crypto or for digital assets broadly, right? And you kind of have to think about it. By the way, the most common question we get from our clients is, who should we trade with? Which is like a whole different ballgame. But this kind of like notion, just like understanding how things work, is very common. So I would say, look, so you kind of listed a couple of different traditional asset classes, right? There's the FX, there's commodities, there's fixed income, there's a couple of others, right? I think crypto specifically has borrowed quite a lot from different ones. Like if you think about like how trading is done, FX trader would generally feel very comfortable in crypto, because a lot of the trading is done in pairs, right? You're trading a US dollar versus a Bitcoin, or a Bitcoin versus a Stellar. You're buying one, you're selling the other one, right? So it's a very familiar environment. Now, the market structure is a little bit more like the early days of some of the other asset classes. It's fairly fragmented. There are different exchanges tailoring to different regions, to different regulatory regimes. Maybe they're providing a separate type of assets to the clients. Some exchanges are phenomenal at stablecoins and ability to convert those into local currencies. Some of them are really good about, like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Some of them provide custody services. So there's quite a lot of diversity. So there's like a lot of things that you will find here that from market structure perspective is going to look very similar and familiar to you as traditional markets. The stuff that's different is kind of fascinating. So first of all, this market is 24/7, which is like, again, like you're in the same seat as I am, running a market, like running a company that has 24/7,
Never
operations,
sleeps.
no matter what. Yeah, basically sleep is kind of like you kind of tend to forget about that for a reasonable amount of time, because a politician can tweet something on a weekend and it's all hands on deck. You're trading, everybody's trading, your clients are trading. And by the way, I mean, that's like, like you and I as regular people, like we can come in and we can say like, yes, maybe I want to buy something, maybe I want to sell something. But institutions don't work that way. They need to think about like risk tools. They need to think about settlement. And this is all like, and we're not talking about like thousands of dollars. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, which is like what our clients trade every single day, right? And so at that point, you kind of need to make sure that the infrastructure is there to support this 24/7, never stopping asset class. Nobody goes home here. There is no break, right? Then the other thing that's really, really interesting is that there's technology embedded in the asset class. And as a result, like this is also kind of like the evolution of Talos, right? We started as a trading platform, but today we cover pretty much the entire investment lifecycle, all the way from portfolio management, portfolio implementation, to trading, to settlement, to reporting, to transaction cost analysis. You do everything on a pre-trade, trade, and post-trade basis because a lot of those pieces are actually now tied together. And I believe that that's exactly how the world is going to progress. Because today, for instance, I'll give you a more concrete example that's not like as high level, right? We might have a client that has, they're trading with an OTC desk, and they have maybe $500 million or call it $100 million worth of credit with that OTC desk, right? And they need to get out of a very large position because maybe that client is a lender and they are looking to liquidate asset, right? Generally speaking, so what do? You are selling your position, you run up to that $100 million credit, and then in capital markets, what do we do? Generally, we would wait until the end of the day, we would settle, we can trade the next day, right? Here, you can settle midday if you want to. You don't have to, but you can settle midday. So you say like, hey, I just traded $100 million. You settled. You basically reduced everybody's risk by that $100 million, and now you can trade again. And so your ability to be more efficient about the capital, efficient about the trading is unparalleled to anything that we've seen in capital markets. Ultimately, our belief, and this is how we operate Talos, is that at the end of the game, all assets are digital assets. And that's partially because of this technology that's embedded into the asset classes. And I think that all the asset classes are starting to see that, and they will be migrating to things like blockchain to facilitate operations.
Yep. Absolutely spot on. I totally agree with you. Like 24/7 and settlement is really, really important. And
it, man. When was the last time you slept?
Yeah, I can't remember that. But then, I totally agree with you. But then having said that, right, I'm just wondering as well, like over the years, you probably have to find like the right path, right? You probably went to wrong path as well. What are the most challenging things that you face over the past years that you have been with like Talos building it?
Let's see. So it's kind of like it changes from a period to period. I think that you can almost divide it into an external and an internal, right? From an external perspective, again, like you would relate to this, like running a startup and generally operating in a startup environment. There's nothing special about me. We have phenomenally talented people at Talos. Like it's really a team, right? But we're all operating in the startup environment, and startups are volatile, right? So you kind of have this volatility of a startup. Then you have the volatility of the entire sector, which is crypto. And crypto has its own volatility. So you generally can kind of like multiply them. And so you need to be in the mindset that you're okay operating in that kind of volatility where you have the volatility from the outside, from the inside, like that's kind of like the stuff to operate. So that's one of the challenges, is that you're always operating inside this kind of like a little bit of an unknown, but generally we've been able to navigate that pretty well. And that means that, like sometimes things like FTX will happen and the entire market is going to be down for like 2 years, right? But you're a startup. And at that point we were like, 3 years old, right? And so you're like saying like, okay, we're 3 years old, and the next like 2 years you're operating in this like ambiguity. So that's 100% challenging. Today, the challenge is very different. Talos is we're the largest one in what we do by far. We're generally a pretty established player across every jurisdiction. The interesting thing for us, and again, like I'm sure you relate, is focus and prioritization. The minute you're working with as many clients as we're working with, you are starting to, and like the market structure is developing. You're seeing like true innovation that's happening on the DeFi side, on the centralized side. You're seeing this in portfolio management land. You're seeing like in the yield optimization land, right? Like there's tons of stuff. Lending market is picking up again.
Yep.
Being focused and prioritized in terms of what you are saying yes to. Like what are you working on? Because in terms of like clients will be asking for quite a lot of things. We are trying to make sure that we are completely on the same page with our clients, saying like, and the clients have visibility into the roadmap, and they have expectation in terms of like what we will deliver and what we today not focus on. So actually the vast majority of the conversation that I have today is basically to articulate what we are not doing, because that's like an enormous set versus the things that you are focused on. You're like, listen, this year, this is what we will deliver, and we will be the best in the market at it. So that kind of stuff, that kind of focus remains, like one of the toughest challenges, I think.
Right. Then I believe that you have presence in over like 26 countries around the world, right? You guys are one of the largest. And one of the questions I would like to know is that whether you see any differences in institutional adoptions patterns, like when you look at different continents like Asia, Europe, US, or Latam or something. Do you see
No,
any
it's pretty much the
differences?
same. I'm just kidding. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a very different ballgame. You know, we started in the United States in 2018, but very quickly saw that there is a substantial demand in APAC, and there was kind of like that was the second region, and pretty much at the same time as we started establishing our office in Singapore, we started looking at EMEA as well, and today we have I would say that from a client's perspective, we are almost completely balanced. So we're about 30, 30, and 40. So 30 APAC, 30 EMEA, and 40 in the United States, because the United States just has, the type of institutions that the United States has, like, just generally don't exist anywhere else in the world. But there are fundamental differences between the region and between the different regions, right? Like when we look at APAC is one of those, like when we look at the United States, right? The United States has all these different states, and sometimes we have this conversation around like, like you're doing state by state, like we have clients in different states, and the regulatory is going to be. It's generally not necessarily fully true. Like the United States you can kind of like treat as the United States, and even Europe is. Yeah, exactly. It's like like you will have state specific things, but generally speaking, like the FINRA, the SEC, the CFTC, a lot of the regulatory, but the Senate, the Congress, obviously, like it's on the federal level. So you can treat the United States as a single region. You can even do the same for EMEA. You can kind of say like, yes, there's definitely UK versus Europe, but like, look, I mean, there is by design there is consistency across the EMEA sector. Generally speaking, the Middle East is being a little bit different. Then you go to Asia, and in APAC, every country generally has a very different view on this kind of stuff. Like like Japan would be very different from South Korea, would be very, 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 very different from like what we're seeing in Singapore, what we are seeing in a couple of other jurisdictions. So what is interesting to see is that APAC knows how to lead the way on the derivatives side. It's right. APAC, you can do things that are unheard of in the United States. A retail sector in APAC is very comfortable trading, derivative and more sophisticated instruments, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's mind-boggling to somebody that comes from like United States regulatory zone, where you're like, oh, just the like largest institutions trade that usually. But in APAC, pretty much everybody, they know how to take levers, they know how to do structured products. It's also that if you're really thinking about digital assets and the penetration of like, going and taking money and making it more digital, but APAC has done this forever. Like this notion of like being able to pay with a QR code doesn't exist in the United States, but that's been the case forever at APAC. So people just understand that notion a little bit better. They're a little bit more, they're fintech native, if you will, in APAC. And then the regulation is, generally thoughtful. In some regions, a little bit more conservative than in some other regions, but you're getting more and more clarity. Then MiCA really harmonized the regulation across Europe, which is really good. Like I wouldn't say it's like it's perfect. I think the good thing is like the regulators have been in touch with quite a lot of players like us, with us and others in terms of like, okay, how do we adopt this regulation? But it is a more kind of like concrete guiding framework that allows us to do this. And then Europe tends to be a little bit more conservative, probably out of all the zones, the most conservative on the retail side. So the retail folks in Europe are very happy to work with like their institutional players. And so in Europe, we have a lot going on with the service providers. Service providers in Europe are using Talos to provide their clients with the capabilities of trading, and some of them are very like they're incumbents in that region. So it's kind of like interesting to see how that's developing, but definitely like forward looking. And then the United States, like if we look at how client adoption is at Talos, EMEA and APAC are generally like this. Like we have a very steady linear adoption, and then you have United States. And United States is like a step function. It's something happens on like obviously we had elections and 2025 looks very, very different for institutions than in 2024.
I was going to ask about that. Do you see any difference like after Trump administrations?
I mean, it's look, I wouldn't say it's 180, but there's a substantial difference for sure. Because like, also the engagement that you have with the SEC, the engagement that you have with the CFTC, these are very thoughtful regulatory organizations that at this point have the direction of how do we foster innovation in the United States? How do we support it? How are we in line with other regulators in the world? And a lot of it became, like it was, I would say in 2023, 2024, there was this notion of blocking and enforcement to an extent, at least from some of the agencies. That is not at all the case in 2025. So all the way from the White House to the Senate to the Congress to the SEC to the CFTC to FINRA to all the, like on the state by state level, there's still some variance, but generally just tons of support. And basically what that means is that some of the largest financial institutions in the world that are residing in the United States can now provide coherent and safe services to their clients in the United States and abroad as well, right? So yes, it's a fundamental difference. Like we are seeing exchange traded products being rolled out. Like we're seeing more and more conversation around staking. We have seen a lot of conversations about stablecoins, which is proactive conversation. Yesterday there was notification from the SEC around opinions around DeFi and being very supportive of that, which was like always the question in the previous years. So without a doubt, we've seen a tremendous change in the United States as well. So yeah, the jurisdictions are quite different between them. The good thing is like we have a very interesting vantage point. Like we kind of work with everybody at this point. We are seeing positive direction in every single one of those major jurisdictions. Like yes, there's going to be some individual countries that are a little bit more conservative, but like if you pick the time that you should have been the most bullish on crypto and digital assets, this would be it.
Yep, totally agree. That's great for us as well. More adoptions, more demand, more volumes.
Of course. And look, I mean, this is a free market kind of mentality, right? I don't think that we need to break every barrier and basically say like it's all like go forward and do whatever you want. We need to make sure that we're protecting the consumer. We need to make sure that we're protecting the investors. There are bad players out there. And we always say that, like, unfortunately, a lot of times the pendulum swings pretty wide. I think enforcement has to be a part of it, just like enforcement is a part of it in every other asset class. But it should foster the innovation. It should support. It should be reasonable. It should connect with the industry. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. So I'm very, very happy. It's of course good for all of us. And I want to make sure that, like we continue focusing on the good players and promoting good practices.
Yep. Great. I think you have already touched base on the portfolio management system, right? I was wondering like what actually drives you to make the decisions to actually go to like from like connecting, with like the one APIs connect to like a trading system, ordering management system, smart routing or whatever, right? And then became portfolio management system. What led you to that decisions?
It's a great question. It's obviously has not been like a just a mindless transition for us. When we started Talos, we started Talos as a trading platform first of all, right? And that's kind of like the premise of it. So you're absolutely right. We like and like I said, right, like the biggest challenge you have is focus because you always have limited resources. So like focusing and prioritizing is going to be the thing. What we have, however, found that a lot of the clients that came to us for trading were asking for additional services very consistently. And the client said, like, look, we need this integration services. And when we looked around the world, there are places where we say like, hey, let's not build this. Let's actually partner. We actually, like I won't show you the spreadsheet, but there's literally a spreadsheet. We have this matrix that basically has build, partner, or buy. And it's across all of these different aspects of like what our clients actually do. So for instance, we are not a custodian. We have zero aspiration to be a custodian. We are partnering with custodians and with custody technology providers because our clients need the choice. They need to either a qualified custodian or they need like the top, infrastructure provider. But on the trading side, we know we are the best. And then portfolio management is again like some of the services we've built and provided to our clients in capital markets. So for us, it was a natural transition. And we've made a couple of acquisitions there as well. We acquired D3X, we acquired Cloudwall, we also acquired Skolem on the DeFi side. Exactly. So for us, it was like, how can we bring our clients an integrated experience that allows them to do more inside the platform in one-stop shop, I'm sorry. And so part of it is actually lessons from capital markets. When you are at a like I come from a very large quantitative asset manager. So whenever you get systems there, like generally what you do is you kind of like string together a bunch of different systems, and you always prefer to have less system and to go to a single system. Actually, you would pay more to go to a single system. But like this is the thing you do, right? You're saying like, well, for data, I need this provider. For trading, I need this provider. For portfolio, I need this provider. For risk, I need this provider. And then you're just writing that glue the entire time to make sure that those things are integrated. And that's the stuff that breaks a lot of the times. Today, especially given the technology is embedded in the asset class, we can bring a lot of those systems closer together. So for us, our portfolio management system has a seamless integration and speaks has a tight integration into trading. And so client can see all their assets in one place. They can book different assets in that portfolio management system. They can move the assets, and then they can trade the assets. And that's going to be immediately in real time reflected in the portfolio management system. The same holds true for things like reconciliation. Our clients need to know that what the street is showing them and what they have is correct. A lot of times people just trust the street. And they basically say like, well, the exchange said that this is the trades that I have. The OTC said that this is the positions that I have. But in capital markets, we don't do things that way. In capital markets, you always have your own accounting that you're basically saying like, hey, what if there's a mistake on the other side? Like I will never catch it if I'm dependent on a single source. So we have that system. We have the reconciliation that allows us to reconcile your data versus other people's data. Then, like immediately you think about like, what else do our clients do? Well, they settle their trades. So what do you need to do for that? You need to make sure that you can move assets around. The minute you're reconciled and you're saying like, okay, this is actually how much money I owe them and this is how much money they owe me. We need to be able to do that programmatically. We need to do that automatically. So we're constantly thinking, what do our clients use? Where do our clients spend time? And what can we provide them in this one-stop shop? And that's why, portfolio management was the second thing we did. We have quite a few other things that are coming down the pipe. There's going to be some announcements this year about other major verticals that we care about. But for us, it's all about building Talos into a one-stop shop, but not locking people into it. Our clients always have the choice. Who do they work with on the custody side? Who do they partner with on the liquidity side? Like any other data providers, any other anything basically, any other post-trade providers. We have seamless integrations. We partner with multiple post-trade providers as well. So even if we have something on our side, it doesn't necessarily mean that our clients are looked into that. Clients have the choice to work with whoever they want.
Right. That's great. So it seems that you're trying to like put everything that like customers would need and they can just choose whatever, right? But that also means you have to like perhaps build a lot of things, acquire a lot of things. Like so when you look at that, right? Perhaps your spreadsheets that you were talking about before, like when do you decide to build and when do you decide to actually acquire a company to do so?
That's a good question. So there's a couple of things that generally go into that conversation. So we earlier on, we said that part of our strategy is going to be this inorganic growth, which is just like a fancy way of saying that we are happy to acquire companies when we see that it's going to accelerate things. But the things that matter to us is just thinking like across what vertical and what acceleration we can get from the acquisition, right? So some acquisitions, you look at them and generally we don't do acqui-hires. Like that's not necessarily because like we have really good talent and we care quite a lot about talent. So we are very, very, very methodical about the people we bring into the companies. But if we see teams that have developed standalone solutions that are a little bit better served under the Talos umbrella, that can connect them to distribution and can accelerate our growth in a particular vertical, especially if it can, cement us as the leader of that vertical and provide our existing clients with better services, that's generally would be it. So you constantly think about like, hey, how long will it take me to build it? And does it matter that I take that time? Like, for instance, if there's a vertical that we think is not going to be material in the next like 3 years, probably buying it right now doesn't make sense, right? Like we would probably just say like, hey, if we really believe in it, exactly. Like we can do it, we can build it. And then, but where we see acceleration, so for instance, we look at solutions that have a good steady ARR, so they have a good steady revenue, so they clearly already achieved market fit and market traction, and or we have very, very, very strong confidence that there is market fit in there. And we just basically say like, hey, there's quite a lot of optimization we can do by plugging them into the Talos services. They can both connect to our existing services and to our clientele, and we are obviously pretty broad in terms of the clients that we have. That's where we say like this might make sense, and it makes sense usually for both sides, right? It makes sense for the team because they get access, like it's basically supercharging your capabilities. Makes sense for us because like we now have another vertical, a better effectively a better platform for our clients and a more coherent solution overall.
Right. Okay. Cool. And just now we were touching base on DeFi, right? Golem, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right. You guys acquired that. But as an institutional infrastructure player, right? So you would look at like compliance, security, and all those, right? But for DeFi, it seems like those sort of security, those sort of compliance, it's not really in the picture in comparisons to like, those centralized one. So my questions would be like, are there any requirements or something in regards to compliance security when it comes to DeFi?
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, that's actually, there's some technical aspects of DeFi, namely, like some of the speed and some of the capacity and scale and all that kind of stuff that is also causing institutions with the pause, like the larger institutions pause in adoption.
Definitely.
But generally, those are being kind of like, they're being resolved. Like we're seeing, either existing blockchains being updated to have a little bit more, like whether it's resiliency or scale. Or we're seeing new blockchains come up that are more mission specific. So from a technology perspective, I think it's just a matter of time until we are kind of like almost like getting to in parity type of situation. We're also seeing some hybrid approaches where it's like part DeFi, part centralized. Like maybe the order book would be centralized. Maybe like the settlement is going to be DeFi, which is best of both worlds in my opinion. But you're absolutely right. The largest thing, especially in some jurisdictions like United States, is going to be compliance. It's like our clients, if you're trading DeFi, our clients can't afford trading with a sanctioned entity. So there's a reasonable amount of emphasis right now on the tooling for that, either on the pre-trade or on the post-trade basis. So we partner with a couple of providers there. We're also doing a couple of things ourselves. But the idea of approaching a service on DeFi that is actually, has a more of a kind of like a pool that is a little bit of a known, right? So like a whitelisted pool of players, or you can at least take a look at the liquidity pool and you can say like, are there bad players there? The good thing is that in DeFi, everything is in the open. Like you might not know exactly the individuals that are playing in this, but you can see what entities or you can see the wallets that are participating. And now we have tools that allow us to investigate those kind of walls, to understand the liquidity behind it, if it's specific liquidity. So generally speaking, like I think DeFi is moving very rapidly into the zone where people are getting a lot more comfort around it. And then there's also very DeFi specific things. Like for instance, in the United States, you see that there's quite a lot of chatter right now about staking. So you have an ETF that is an Ethereum ETF, right? But Ethereum has a huge staking component to it. And actually, there's quite a lot of money that you make by staking Ethereum. How can you basically say like, hey, you can keep the Ethereum ETF, but you can't get access to staking. You're effectively saying it's like, hey, here, buy a treasury, but you don't get the interest rate. Right. And so, but the questions that the regulators are asking about staking of the individual issuers are real questions. Those are real market structure concerns. But ultimately, like that's another portion of decentralized finance that is now, a lot of the institutions are getting more and more familiar with. Like, how do you do it in a safe way? How do you provide liquidity correctly for staked assets? How do you do the accounting correctly for all the accumulated? Because like, this is literally just money that like in a very abstract way, you can think about it as like money all of a sudden appears in your wallet. And so you kind of need to like make sure that you have the right reconciliation, the right accounting process behind it, right? So generally speaking, like, yes, there are still some concerns with DeFi. It's not insurmountable. You are walking into a domain where some of the compliance is going to be addressed, some of the pre-screening is going to be done, some of this aspect of liquidity is going to be addressed. And then you're kind of like, like there's still going to be questions around technology risk. And I think that that's where I would, if I had like a magic wand, I would say like regulators have to think about that as well, because not like, DeFi is primarily code on chain, right? So you have some protocols that are very, very established and they had billions of dollars locked in, and it's, and run through them on a daily basis, sometimes a lot more than that. But you have some of the newer players to make sure that those smart contracts are going through correct validation, that we feel it's safe to lock assets there, that we have some sort of tooling that allows us to see like where something is unstable. Those kind of tools are still, like I would say it's a little bit early. That still needs to happen for full on market adoption, but like we are 100% headed in that direction.
Right. Okay. I think I'll move on to like something of the future visions, opportunities. I'm just wondering, what's your perspective on like tokenizations of like real world assets? There are a lot of people saying that it's up and coming, right? And by 2030, it will reach like $600 billion worth. Like, how does Talos position yourself? And also, I just would like to know your perspective on your personal level.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, so as I mentioned, right, my view and our view as a company is that ultimately all assets are digital assets. And I'm not just saying that because like, like, oh my God, this would be so nice. It's because a lot of us and pretty much everybody at Talos comes from capital markets. My experience and Ethan experience is not unique. Everybody that we hire generally comes with a background in capital markets. We've done this in traditional markets. A lot of us have like I'm an engineer and Ethan's an engineer. We built a lot of these platforms before in capital markets. So I can just tell you that when we're looking at this new domain of digital assets and RWAs and tokenization in general, we think that there's an enormous amount of benefit there. And I believe that it's going to change how capital markets actually work. So generally speaking, for Talos, if you will, there's like 3 stages to the company. The first phase was like when we started the company, we said, let's build the best trading technology platform possible for our clients, both the buy side, so folks that are using our technology to trade, and the sell side, people that are using our technology to offer trading to their customers. And that's a huge portion of our business today, right? We power OTC desk, we power, like institutional brokers, retail brokers, and so on and so forth. We have like a full brokerage out-of-the-box solution for those. But that brought us into the second stage of the company, which phase 2 for us is really this end-to-end trade life cycle. Build Talos into one-stop shop, but still the focus is on crypto. The third phase of the company, and we've been saying this for the past like 5 years, the third phase of the company is to do exactly what we do in crypto, to do this in other asset classes. And the good thing is like, we are doing quite a lot to get there, and we are doing quite a lot of things in other asset classes to make sure that our platform can seamlessly connect traditional institutions to this kind of like new domain. Because the last thing you want is you want to come into every bank in the world and every hedge fund and every financial institution and asset manager and say like, hey, you now have to change everything because there's this new asset class and we believe that things are migrating to this new technology that's going to be underlying all these asset classes. That's not a winning proposition. But our job as a technology provider, as a vendor, to be able to connect, to be the bridge between the largest institutions and the underlying new innovative technology behind all these other asset classes. So today we work in crypto. We also work in FX. So we have full FX capability and we provide our clients with the ability to trade FX versus crypto and provide their customers with the ability to do so as well. We have more and more on the equities side as well. And we're obviously quite involved on tokenization. So we are looking at, what is the best way to partner and what our clients actually need from a tokenized perspective. Trading is like bread and butter for us. So how do our RFQ system evolve with respect to targeting those kind of like tokenized assets? But like how do you think about it from a portfolio management perspective? How do you track the movement of those assets? Like remember, if you have a commodity, right, or you have pick any asset class you want, the ability to move that as an investor is very, very limited. It takes quite a lot of time, requires quite a lot of players. When you have a digital asset, you can move it from here to the other side of the world in 10 minutes, generally speaking. That's a huge paradigm shift, right? The systems that I need to look at that are very different than the systems that exist today in traditional markets world. So you can't look at just trading. You have to think about trading. You have to think about post-trade. You have to think about pre-trade. The entire thing is connected. So we are doing quite a lot there to make sure that we are the bridge as institutions migrate to this new tokenization world. We are the bridge, the conduit that allows them to do that seamlessly.
Right. Great. I think we have time for the last questions. I think I myself want to know this, and I think everyone here that listens probably wants to know this as well. So finally, Talos continue to expand and evolve. So what's next on your roadmap, and what's the upcoming product launches, partnerships, or anything interesting that you would like to highlight, or what you can highlight here?
So it's a great question. I would say, look, the things that matter to us, again, it's going back to the basics, is continuously progress as a one-stop shop for our clients. You know, when we're seeing into like what the growth of Talos has been, we generally grow in kind of like a couple of different domains, right? We grow in terms of our market share and just the number of clients that we have on the platform. The market is also growing, so that's pretty positive. But we know that we're beating the growth of the market, and that's one of the things that we're tracking. The other thing that we're seeing quite a lot of growth is growth with existing customers. We're seeing quite often that customers are coming in for trading, and they expand into portfolio management, to data, maybe into settlement. We're seeing clients coming in from every one of those verticals and expand to others. So that's one important thing. So this notion of continuously providing more coherent services as a one-stop shop, super important to us, and that's going to be the future. But like from an immediate focus, portfolio management remains very high on that list. We're starting to see quite a lot of traction and interest in that side of the platform, and we still have building to do there. Like there's no mission accomplished banner here. This is like, we have work to do. But the good thing is that we have a very good and strong, coherent set of our clients that's providing quite a lot of feedback and using these tools. So I think, like we're tracking the adoption there. DeFi is becoming a bigger and bigger avenue for Talos. The interesting thing that we're going to be talking about in the next probably couple of quarters is going to be how we are working with stablecoins and stablecoins providers, stablecoin issuers, and the work that we're doing there. And there's a couple of things that are going to be there. And then there's a couple of newer verticals that we're looking to really materialize in Talos, again, to provide our clients with more coherent experience. Stay tuned. We're hoping to be able to talk about that pretty soon. So look, I mean, for us, it's in the grand scheme of things, and thinking about like, how do you go after the next $1 trillion of institutions coming into this domain? In the past 10 months, we onboarded asset managers that total in AUM they're totaling about $18 trillion in assets under management. That's of course a portion of it is crypto, but now those assets can get access to crypto, and that's a huge change from previous years. So we are looking at this number, and we think that there's enormous numbers behind that as the market progresses. So for us, it's thinking about like what other services we can do today, thinking about what kind of other asset classes we can add to the platform in the future.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. In the end, you're just like one-stop shop.
That's the look. I mean, it's just it's just lessons of the past, right? I can tell you, as somebody that bought this infrastructure before, I will always give preference to something that is one-stop shop, that have multiple of the verticals that I need integrated, so I don't have to think about like how all those pieces actually work together. I will pay extra for that, and I will have a better experience as a client. And it's not just better experience, like, oh, like it just works. It's also the safety aspect. When you're moving billions of dollars every single day, you kind of like, the margins of errors have to be like super tight.
Yep.
Like you can't afford to have some systems that are not working along with other systems, and that's kind of like where some of these problems arise. So a lot of times, like having a one coherent system that is responsible for a large portion of our clients' operation, that's been the winning proposition for quite some time.
All right. Thank you for all the insights and deep diving into the topics. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you so much for all the questions, man.
Anton.
And thank you for doing the research on Talos. Those are exactly the kind of questions that are top of mind as well for us. So thank you very, very much for being an amazing moderator.
Yeah, I really want to know like all those things. That I did some research as well. Yeah,
You could
now
just
I
call.
want to explore. Oh yeah, can I get your number?
Always. I will send it to you afterwards. No
For
problem at
sure.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thanks a lot for all your
Yep.
questions, and again, big thanks for to REDeFiNE for having me for another year. We'll see if we said something bad here, and we'll see if we get invited again next year.
Yeah, we'll see. Thanks a lot, REDeFiNE and SCB 10X team. All right,
Thank
do
you,
we just
SCB
stay here?
10X.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Tanwa Apontiv. I am the Senior Advisor of SCB 10X. And today, our pleasure, we have with us Arnaud. Arnaud, just a quick introduction. Who are you? What is Aztec?
Great to see you again, Tanwa. My name is Arnaud. I'm one of the co-founders of Aztec. We've been, since 2017, building products that we hope help bring real-world use to public blockchains. What that has meant in practice is a focus on technologies that allow you to have a lot of control over who sees your data on public blockchains. So we have two products. One is a programming language called Noir, which is universal. It's you can do it on and off blockchains, on any blockchain, and allows you to work with zero-knowledge proofs very easily. And the other is an Ethereum-specific decentralized. My audio is back, cut out for just a second. The other product is an Ethereum focused layer 2 decentralized from day one, which gives encrypted states first-class citizen status. So you can have private smart contracts, private interactions, and private states natively, which is we think a very big unlock for the space. We started in traditional finance, and we realized that without these tools, you just can't really bring anything real on public blockchains.
So the product is really exciting, but I want to take us back to the motivation first. You have written extensively about how trust underpins civilization, and I find that very fascinating. And of course, the title of this session is Trust Infrastructure, which Aztec is trying to be. Can you explain to us what's broken about our current trust system and why does that matter so much in the crypto space?
Yeah, absolutely. So my experience with the internet really starts from a very young age. I've never known a world without the internet. And going back to the 90s, I think you have a different vocabulary that people use, right, for these tools. We start by talking about cyberspace. We talk about a new place where new things can happen. And over time, over the 2000s, 2010s, and then early 2020s, I feel like we realize that the internet on its own is not quite enough to power all of the this novel space that we were promised in the 1990s. In truth, what we got with the internet was really deep disruption. It clearly changed the world in very fundamental ways, but we've not been able to rebuild something new, something better on the output of that disruption. I think if you go ask most people in the world today, the internet represents a little bit of opportunity, but a lot of chaos and a lot of misunderstanding, and don't really know how to deal with it. It doesn't feel like a human space in any fundamental way. But we also can't return back to the world of the 80s and prior, right? The institutions that we used to rely on have broken with the internet, with scale, with just globalization, and we just can't return back to how they existed.
So I think the internet is missing this layer of infrastructure, which allows you to, for example, say, I'm going to send you, Tanwa, some money in a way that you trust that I've not lied about how much money I have, how much money I've sent you. And I know that the money that I sent actually arrived to you. There wasn't an impersonator in between us. And obviously that's kind of the very basis of what blockchains try to do. At a very fundamental level, it's a way for two strangers in different jurisdictions, not necessarily covered by the same overlap of institutions. They can still transact, they can still do things together in these kinds of digital spaces. I think existing blockchains, unfortunately, don't quite have enough to fulfill that promise of allowing complete strangers of building things, of transacting. It turns out that the core part of the infrastructure for public blockchains is transparency. Everyone can validate everything that has happened on these public blockchains, but that also is a blocker for real world use. I've yet to meet a company that is completely comfortable with paying all their employees on a public blockchain, not because they're hiding things from their employees, but just because you need, as a leader, to be able to make decisions. For example, this employee is performing better than this other one, even though they have the same title. I want the agency to be able to pay the first one maybe a little bit more or differently to the second one. Even more fundamentally, I don't want my cashier at my local shop to know my salary, to know who my friends are, etc. I need to be able to separate out these audiences in an auditable way, but separate them out still. So that's kind of, I think, this fundamental building block for delivering on this promise of blockchain, this promise of essentially reestablishing trust on the internet, is you have the backbone of public blockchains, which are this neutral, credibly neutral place, jurisdiction on which you can host assets, you can trade, you can do commerce with strangers. But then you need to bring in privacy so that you can have things like identity, like reputation systems, and also control who sees what is happening at any given time. And that I kind of encompass all of those things under this umbrella of trust infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. That's great, because if you expand what you just said out toward DeFi, right? I love this line that you said at one point. We in crypto space is like itinerant salesmen putting up our own signs about our own trustworthiness, and we totally see that throughout the past market cycles. Right? People started to fork Uniswap into a new DEX, and then they have to go out and say, trust us that our protocol is actually trustworthy. And to some extent, that didn't really work because we get people getting scammed, we get people getting hacked. And for the protocols that were successful, I think for the most part, they were vouched by, the greater community, whether it's, security researchers, VC like us, that basically imbue their smart contract with special trustworthiness. But then we go back to, the institution being the one vouching for trust. And I see that as a problem for institutional adoption in the future. So in your mind, how does this problem manifest specifically in DeFi and Web3, in addition to what I have described?
Yeah, I think it turns out. So again, one core premise of blockchains, early blockchains, was if we make everything transparent, everyone can audit everything at any given point and make their own decisions of whether something is trustworthy or not. And it turns out that we very quickly exceeded the complexity in code, in social systems, in financial systems, where that was credible. And to your point, institutions do have a role to play in essentially helping people understand what is trustworthy and what isn't. But the only way you can have institutions willing to play that role is also if you give them the ability to make commercial decisions, for example, on who their customers ought to be or can be, right? That is something that you struggle with in a completely transparent, pseudo-anonymous system like public blockchains. You just can't, you don't have enough levers to say, I don't want people who are have active warrants against them or an OFAC list or who are part of these criminal organizations to transact using my system. I'm providing this good to the broader community by essentially assessing these various financial products, by assessing all these opportunities. I should be able to make commercial decisions on who has access to them. So even outside of compliance or kind of regulatory concerns, even if you just care about commercial adoption, I think you need to be able to give people and institutions a little bit more control in these systems than was naively assumed. I think the litmus test that I always use is I want to see develop over time on these blockchains something akin to a digital neighborhood bank. As in a neighborhood bank, but for your digital neighborhood. The fact that this doesn't yet exist points to all the things that maybe we still need to build or still need to develop. We need identity systems, we need reputation systems, we need a way to say, I only want to serve these customer sets and not the whole world in pretty deep ways. For your question of where it comes out, to me, where we started with Aztec, in the world of syndicated loans, for example, the way it kind of comes across that you have this missing layer on top of public blockchains is just that when we went to talk to these private debt funds about using Ethereum to issue their loans, a lot of the pitch resonated. They felt drawn to the idea of a single source of truth, of programmable assets, of composable assets. But the transparency was just a no-go. So the way it kind of pops up, this lack of trust infrastructure on top of public blockchains, is just that you have a lack of adoption, right? People just don't use the tools, they don't use the technology, they don't come on chain, and they prefer legacy systems or permission systems instead. So yeah, that to me is the primary side effect, is we just haven't made as much commercial progress as we hoped we would 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And being in our position, we have talked to a lot of regulators and fellow institutions, and you're right. Like one of the biggest concerns for adopting blockchain is the privacy concern of that data. But in addition to that, my feeling is that we probably need even more than that for institution adoption, because when institution doing transaction, like you were saying, they need to add a lot more context to the data, right? Who are they transacting with? What's the history of that transactions? Is it trustworthy? Have they checked it? How many times have they checked it? So you have the context issue, you have the expressibility of the data. And then you have strict audience control. Like you don't want, like you were saying, like you don't want your salary information to go to everyone on the blockchain, because that's not something that should be done. So Aztec is targeting or addressing, in addition to the privacy concern, also the context of the data, the expressibility of the data, and the audience control as well, right? That's the ultimate goal of Aztec.
Yeah, I think one of the surprises for me was actually, if you solve the privacy problem, you end up in a world of cryptography that allows you to solve these other problems. So the tools that we've built, these are notch proofs, but then connections up to things like multi-party computation, or eventually when they become more practical, fully homomorphic encryption, these kinds of tools, or even trusted execution environments for some use cases. It turns out that what starts off as a very privacy-focused toolkit allows you to do things like prove to you, a stranger, that I have a passport with a chip in it that is signed by the Swiss government over some data, right? So I can even though I can do it completely publicly, I can release all my passport information publicly if I so choose. I can wrap around the cryptography that is already present in the world in such a way that you can verify without necessarily trusting me that I'm telling the truth about this document that I hold. But you also have access to proofs of having received particular emails. So you can prove that you've been KYC'd by Coinbase, or you can prove that you have a particular address, a local authority maybe emailed you an address, something related to your address, a bill that you've paid where a receipt has come to your email. You can prove all these facts. In effect, you close the gap between blockchains and the rest of digital space, right? You can suddenly bring data into blockchain in sometimes private, sometimes public, but always in trustworthy, verifiable ways, in a way that allows you to build, as you're saying, this additional context around particular transactions or particular products or particular permissions. And on the flip side, for companies that maybe want to justify the fact that they're behaving well to regulators or to their customers or to other entities, you can do that in a way that is, again, doesn't rely quite as much on traditional sources of trust, of reputation or what have you, but relies more on math and on cryptography. So I can create a financial product where the trades happen privately, but I can prove to everyone who wishes to be to kind of check that all the trades happened fairly according to an algorithm that they can observe. And again, to me, this is a big expansion of the design space of the internet. It's not just about crypto, right? You can now do things, commerce and finance, in ways that you couldn't previously do them. Just because you have this verifiability, you have this ability to manipulate this data, bring them from one context to another in ways that you just couldn't before. And I think that's quite special.
So that's really fascinating because two of your products are ZK Passport and ZK Email. And I love how you put it. Like, we can do with trust infrastructure the things that we couldn't do before. Right now, if I'm an institution and I want to verify that somebody has a valid passport and also hold a valid email, I need to check with two institutions, right? I need to check with maybe, some government, and then I need to check with Google or something, or have them send me an email. So that is two separate institutions. But with these products, CK Passport and CK Email, the identity of the person I'm trying to check can actually be verified in a composable way, which means I only need to check with the blockchain. And I find that composability very, very crucial. How do you see this composability of the private data play out in the upcoming market cycles? Like, how does it fit into the whole crypto space?
Yeah, just a quick correction beforehand. ZKML and ZK Passport use our tools, but they're not built by us.
Okay.
I think we've done a good job of making the tools easily approachable by even non-cryptographers that people have been using them for things like ZK Passport and ZKML, but not built internally. I think I'll add one benefit to the list that you put out there. If I'm an institution or if I'm a startup and I have no reputation, but I want to be able to say, I need to know that you live in this particular city, and I need to know that you have citizenship in this particular country, and I also need to know that you have, let's say, a valid email address from this particular company. And I'm a startup without reputation. The only way you can do it before these tools is by asking whatever person you're trying to onboard to give you all that data completely in the clear. They need to do all the work to figure out whether they trust you to give enough to give you their passport photos or kind of passport details, their address, their maybe company email, and they have to go through Google login, so they have to kind of give you maybe access to their first name, last name, maybe their phone number is part of their profile data. It's just a lot of information if you're just getting started. So what this cryptography allows you to do is, me as a startup can ask someone to prove to me that they are Thai or they are Swiss, and prove to me that they're over 18, prove to me that they have an email address from a particular company or domain, prove to me that they live at a, within a particular region. And I only get kind of binary checks, right? I get like, this person has passed all my requests successfully in a verifiable way, but I don't have to convince them to trust me on the flip side, right? I kind of cheapen the start of the relationship in a way that I think is quite powerful. And to answer your actual question of how this plays out in the next market cycle, I think it's intimately tied to there being more and more entities online that are not strictly speaking people, be it AI bots or bot farms of a more traditional variety. And for the past 10 years, we've really been forced to build systems that have to assume that they're going to be operating in this kind of maximally hostile system. Right. So every time you build a financial product on blockchain, on public blockchains, every time you build maybe a social product or a game, you have to assume that there's going to be these waves of artificial agents that are going to try to break it, that are going to try to exploit it, that are going to try to, get potential rewards that you want to only go to your users in a way that it kind of really restricts what you can actually build, right? If you always have to assume zero trust, zero control over who your audience is, you have to make product decisions that are actually quite detrimental. And now you have this tool which is incredibly cheap to use, very easy to build with, which allows you to say, no, I just want users that are human, for example, that have a passport or that have a registered phone number in these countries, or I just want users who can prove to me that they played a game based on achievements on public websites. You can prove that they have a history of playing a particular game or of interacting with a particular website, or that are followed by me on Twitter or on Facebook. So you suddenly have products that you can build where you can relax a little bit, fundamentally. You can say, I know who these users are going to be roughly, and I don't necessarily need to know everything about them, but I know I can make assumptions maybe about who they are, how they're going to behave, the kinds of things that they're going to want to do. And I'm going to also be able to make assumptions around what kinds of risks I'm exposing myself to and my users to. At a high level, what I think is going to happen is this all unlocks what I broadly put under the umbrella of real world use, under collateralized credit, real world assets, being able to do more with on-chain, social on-chain identity, to be able to build games that are, again, explicitly, the word that comes to mind is maybe cozy, right? Like places that are not going to be inhabited or overrun by bots or by bot farms. All these things to me are an essential. If blockchain is going to succeed, if blockchain is something that people want to use, you just have to be able to kind of make these guarantees to users.
Yeah, I'm smiling because having been through many, many market cycles, we have all seen the evolution of how airdrop hunting has gone from, just spin up a bunch of wallets to now AI-driven airdrop hunters, which is scary. And on the flip side, we start seeing some protocols asking users to verify their humanness using hardware solution. And your solution would propose that there are also other ways to do this in a way that is privacy preserving, which is very, very encouraging. I am happy that you mentioned RWA because one of the partnership that Aztec just went into recently is with the Deutsche Bank backed Taurus. Right? Are you trying to do confidential token standards? Why is that needed? Why do you need financial institution partnership to come in and write this standard? Is it not enough for blockchain protocols to do that ourselves? Why is that needed?
It's interesting because I skipped over this, or well, I said a little bit about this, but we started wanting to issue traditional corporate debt, syndicated loans, mid-market on Ethereum, and transparency was a blocker. I think Taurus approached us, it must have been the middle of 2024, with the idea of, hey, we think that with the tools that you've built over the past few years, we can actually deliver on this promise, right? Of blockchains are where all assets should live. It's clearly a better place than in kind of the bank's databases, old-fashioned databases, or what have you. You can actually issue them on this native asset layer of public blockchains. But the technology is only somewhat of a blocker, right? Obviously, you had privacy. The privacy was a big bottleneck, or the lack of privacy was a big bottleneck. But you also have a need for, whenever you're adopting new systems, a need for a particular kind of comfort. No bank, because they're entrusted with so much money, so much. Obviously, you have a lot of people who rely on banks at very, very fundamental levels in their business and their personal lives. They can't willy-nilly go and adopt every new technology that comes around. And so the asset standard was a way to start the conversation, being basically showing what is possible without having to have too much risk taken on by kind of an early adopter. And we really want to show that the kinds of safeguards, the kinds of controls, the kinds of privacy that banks not only assume today but rely on, you don't need a permission blockchain in order to get the same guarantees. You can actually build it on this more neutral, decentralized, reliable. Ethereum hasn't gone down in 10 years, not even once. So you can build on this new infrastructure, but still get all the safeguards and all the controls that you, as a very, very trusted, very critical part of the economy, need, right? And then, of course, you have the regulations. You have regulators that will want to have banks justify their use of new technologies. And the easier we can make that conversation, the easier it will be for banks to adopt this stack. So it was really no-brainer for us to kind of help Taurus build the showcase.
Mm-hmm. So I could see how this trust infrastructure would touch everything that blockchain could do in the future, right? You can touch DeFi, you can touch identity, you can touch human verification, RWA, real asset, and asset-backed token and all that. But I want to go a little bit to the philosophical part of this. You described at one point that CK cryptography can help transition the internet from tools for activism to tools for conspiracy. And I don't quite get that, because that sounds very controversial. And can you explain the distinction? I thought we don't want conspiracy in crypto.
Conspiracy is it's a word that has picked up a lot of maybe negative sentiment over the years, because it brings to mind shadowy figures doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, away from scrutiny, away from accountability. I think I was keen to use that word because I thought we had over-indexed on all the opposite of those things, right? So we had over-indexed on transparency, over-indexed on accountability, over-indexed on crowds versus individuals or small groups. In short, the way I typically put it, what I mean by conspiracy is what many people will see in, for example, a startup, right? A startup is a very, very small group of people who are internally aligned, but oftentimes incomprehensible to the outside world. Not because they're somehow doing something bad or malicious, but just because in order to push things forward, you oftentimes have to be a little bit incomprehensible, right? You have to move past what the wider world, the average person knows to be true, or kind of knows to be doable. So that's kind of the core of the thesis is the internet and early crypto was a product really oriented towards crowds, towards transparency, towards consensus. And I think that in order to get adoption, you need to allow for smaller groups of people to pursue goals without having to justify themselves necessarily to the widest group possible. And you need to allow them to do it in a way that is, they should be able to, if a regulator or if a government comes and asks for justification or for accountability, those people should be able to provide it, right? So you're not trying to avoid those kinds of controls. But at the same time, you don't want to run a referendum over every decision in every company at every point in the economy. It's actually quite healthy for people to be able to do things in their corner of the world, in their little bubble, until they outgrow it, and at which point they need to be able to, again, justify themselves to relevant groups or regulators or governments. But yeah, the idea is let us build these technologies that allow for maybe a wider spectrum of human intention, human action, instead of just mobs and crowds and democracy, to the extreme.
So conspiracy is for those who dare. So
Yeah,
I usually get yelled at for going off script, but I'm going to go off script again. We totally have seen this played out in the AI space, right? We have seen AI companies that refuse to release a model because they know it's going to be so controversial. So they hold on to a model that is more powerful than what they release in public. But then when they finally release it, it's like nothing, right? When GPT 3.5 came out, GPT-4, took a while to came out because they were like, oh, this is gonna be so bad. And then they held back the video generation models from various companies. And what you just mentioned just brought that to mind, right? If we build an infrastructure that allow these people to dare and go out and do their things, and yet being able to prove when the time comes, when the regulators come knocking, that what they are doing is not actually all that bad, then this would seriously accelerate the rate of development of a lot of things much further. Is that something that you see coming into play for ZK technology in the wider world outside of crypto?
Yeah, I think I'll broaden it a little bit to talk about what is always obvious to me is I don't have agency over the majority of the products that I use in my life, right? I don't have, most of them are built in the US. I'm not a US resident or citizen. I have no way to influence the regulatory regime of the United States. And yet they're these critical bits of infrastructure for me, right? I think the right mix, if we want to continue growing, if we want to enable great things to continue happening technologically, commercially, is somewhere around when you're small, when you're just getting started. Again, you only need to justify yourself to the smallest group of possible of people possible, maybe just your co-founders and a few investors. And then as you grow, as your tool becomes more critical, you have ways to also be accountable to not just national regulators or not just your shareholders, but maybe a slightly broader set, your users, the users of the companies that use you as basic infrastructure. And that to me is the ultimate promise of blockchain, right? It kind of helps you reconfigure a little bit the groups that you're accountable to, sometimes by giving ownership, but most of the time just by maybe delegating some control or some verifiability to your claims. You see it with even in finance, in crypto, with demands of proofs of reserves for the kind of big exchanges. That to me is a form of accountability, right? But it's not necessarily to national governments, it's just to your users. Your users want to be confident that you have the money you claim you do, that you're operating in the way that you claim you are operating. And that is where this kind of cryptography really can play a role, right? You can say, I can prove to you that I own all these addresses. I can prove to you that I have this money in the bank account. You can verify all these claims without trusting me, without trusting an auditor, just trusting the cryptography. But at the end of the day, if some of these things I want to remain private, or I want to have some of the operations of my company verifiable but private, I can do that with the kind of wrapper of programmable cryptography, which is, yeah, I think is a big step change.
So we could see that, CK cryptography could be a really big infrastructure for future development of various products. However, blockchain smart contract in general are known for being already so complex. Like the whole security issues in smart contracts have caused billions of dollar loss in the past year alone. And CK technology is not exactly known for being easy to use, despite Aztec, effort in trying to make it easier. So how does adding CK into this, like, wouldn't it add too much security complexity on top of already complex system? Like, how do you remedy that?
I think some of these issues have been caused by we being the crypto industry, the blockchain industry, only want to play kind of at the technological layer, right? So it turns out traditional systems have figured out how to deal with code exploits, and that is oftentimes through law and through controls on top of the code, right? So you can maybe reverse a particular payment, or you can you have insurance, you have the legal system to kind of recall to in the worst cases in order to get a transaction reverted, or someone punished for misbehaving. I think that in general we get better and better over time at using technology which is more and more complex than the previous generation. I think zero knowledge will get better and better, and especially with AI tools, it'll be easier and easier to detect exploits, to figure out what is wrong with your code before it can be exploited. But ultimately, I think being able to plug into these other systems that are not just at the technological layer, that are maybe at the legal layer or the cultural layer, that is also something that you can't do unless you have things like identity, you have things like context, to your point earlier, for particular transactions or particular players in the space. So I think we're going to approach it with on all angles. We're going to build better technology. We're going to become better at dealing with the complexity of the technology. AI is going to help us a lot. But beyond that, being able to plug into the existing systems of control that we have in the world, I think will be a major boon.
Speaking of development, in addition to developing your own product, Aztec Foundation also fund cryptography research and supporting ecosystem builders. So as the market comes and goes, how do you decide which project should be built using your funding for the next cycle?
I take a very founder or kind of talent-based approach. So I prioritize working with people who I know have the ability and the desire to really explore the design space created by these tools in really deep ways. So I don't have a set or a list of products that I'm really looking or that we're looking to fund or what have you. It's much more about the individual founder or the team members in an organization. And I think so far we've had actually quite a grateful to have attracted and been able to work with some really excellent, brilliant people. On the research side, I think we have always been we've been reluctant researchers. We don't want to do research for the sake of it. We always have a very specific goal in mind when approaching research. And again, it turns out that if you ground yourself in that way, I think it becomes easier to attract the very best researchers. So I internally, we have an amazing team of cryptographers, and even in the set of co-founders, we have people who are just able to whip out miracles. So there's definitely going to be, we're going to do more and more over time across both, maybe even as far as legal research, which we have funded in the past, all the way to cryptography research. But yeah, always from a talent first perspective, not from a we don't look to fund particular products, that we come up with.
As a VC, I find that refreshing because that seems to me that you fund talented people, so that they can go out and find what they would love to build and then build it.
That's right.
That's really refreshing to hear because we usually have very opinionated funders or research grantor that just be like, we want ABC to be built, and we just finding people to build it. And having a background in academia, I always find that weird because
Yeah.
in academia you start with like really talented people, and then you just say, hey, you go figure out what you want to build, which bring me to the next point. You have said that trust infrastructure, if these people are building it up, would create this new surface area for trust building. And you have said before in other interviews that the internet allow people to have more activities together, but less surface area to build trust, right? And trust infrastructure would kind of bring back the surface area again. Like, what does that look like in practice? Like, what does surface area for trust building mean to you and to the builders?
I'll come back to this litmus test that I mentioned earlier. I grew up on the internet. A lot of the friend groups that I'm a part of are, if not digital only, digital first. And it's always striking to me that if there's a project or an idea for a project that emerges out of one of these friend groups, there are only really 2 or 3 ways to get it funded, to kind of get capital to pursue it. The most common way is you kind of filter and shape these ideas into the shape of a startup, and you go address yourself to venture capital. But that's a very limiting way to go about things. Or maybe you get a generous donor. They're, the Theo Fellowship, these kinds of organizations, where if you happen to fit the criteria, maybe you get things funded that way. That's not how it used to be, right? You used to be able to go to your neighborhood bank, to people who know you, have maybe know your family, know your friends, have full context about what you've done in the past, and with or without a business model, because you're able to have trust, common context, shared context, they can make decisions that are not necessarily justifiable to one central bank in New York or in Bangkok or in London, right? You can make decisions that are very, very specific to a context that you have a lot of information about. And that is what I want to see more of on the internet, is less kind of centralized disbursement and control of capital, and more agency to fund things that are maybe a little bit weirder, a little bit more novel, a little bit less easily identifiable by VCs or by these big capital allocators, but are still very valuable for the world at large.
Okay, we have a few more minutes left, so I have 2 quick questions for you. One, if I'm a technical cryptographer or like a builder that want to work in this space, do you have any advice for other founders who are trying to build this sustainable privacy infrastructure, especially in challenging market conditions?
Yeah. We've had ecosystem participants build what used to take us a year and a half to build in a week or a weekend, even on some occasions. So I think starting now is the best that it's ever been. You can experiment with very little capital. You can experiment with very little pre-existing cryptography expertise to just build the products that you want to build. And despite maybe challenging market conditions overall, I do think there's still a lot of angel investors and venture capitalists and institutions like us that are wanting to fund, sometimes in small ways, sometimes in big ways, really novel products. So my only advice is just start, find the people that you think are doing interesting work and go talk to them. The space is still quite small and very open, so I think it's a very easy is the easiest time to start. It's never been any easier than today.
Mm-hmm. And I would resonate with that as well by saying, if you're building interesting things, SCB 10X is always here. Quick, we have about 2 minutes left, and what are we looking for next from Aztec? Like, what is coming up? What are you excited about? How can developers and institutions get in on the action with Aztec?
I think the two big milestones. So technical milestones are privacy preserving layer 2. So the Aztec network. We have a complete decentralized public working testnet. Because of the fact that our stack is complicated, as you said, we're being very gradual with the release. But we still expect to start settling blocks on Ethereum mainnets within the next few months. So if you're interested in contributing to the network, running a node, deploying assets or applications in this environment, which I think has very novel affordances, come talk to me. And then from things that I'm looking for, I think I understand this technology is sometimes difficult to wrap your head around, and especially within the context of institutions. I'd really relish the opportunity of coming in and explaining what can and can't be done to people who are not, it's not their full-time job to stay at the bleeding edge. I think we've done a really good job of educating folks in that position in the past. So if there's anyone that wants to understand what you can now build that you couldn't previously, I'd love to explain that.
And as he's been doing a really great job at our REDeFiNE event. With that, I would say thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you, Arno, for sharing with us your knowledge today. And hopefully we get to see you again during our next event. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And that wraps up day one of REDeFiNE Tomorrow 2025. On behalf of SCB 10X and Bloomberg, thanks to all our speakers, moderators, and all of you who join us live today. We will be back tomorrow at 7:45 a.m. Bangkok time for another full day of high-impact sessions. To check the full agenda and access today's replays, visit scb10x.com and follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. Have a great evening. สวัสดีครับ